Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Wednesday, Hump Day, October 27th. We are inching closer to the end of another month in 2021. Going to be Halloween this weekend before you know it. Thanksgiving, Christmas. Hard to believe that we are already close to capping off another year. We are starting our show this morning in Ocean City, New Jersey. We brought you a similar shot from this exact location basically 24 hours ago at this point. They are still seeing that nor'easter system moving away from the northeast. There was some flooding and power outages up there in the New York, New Jersey tri-state area. So we will be touching base with our teams up there once again here on Live Now from Fox. But we do know again that nor'easter brought some rain and flooding to the area. You can expect some occasional showers from the remnants of that nor'easter throughout early this morning, and then the winds should start to die down as the storm system moves out of the area. I actually can give you a live now look at our X-Rad radar showing you the conditions. You can still see to the right upper hand side of your screen there's still a high wind warning, some flood watches in effect. The winds definitely picked up, gusting out of the northwest throughout the evening, but you can expect a drier Wednesday and decreasing clouds and diminishing winds. Thursday is actually expected to be a nice day with a mix of sun and clouds and highs in the low 60s. So here is another live now look at Ocean City, New Jersey. We actually did have a vantage point of New York City. Doesn't look like we have it right now, but if we do get it back, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Because it does look pretty dry out there. But again, we'll be sure to touch base with our Fox 5 New York team. Yesterday, they had team coverage up there on the weather conditions in both states. We did hear from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy yesterday from a transportation center. He was kind of giving updates all day on the road conditions, the wet conditions. You can see the boardwalk out there, still pretty sleek. Those flags up in the left-hand corner blowing in the wind, but again, it is expected to die down today, and Thursday is expected to be pretty nice. So really good news to report there. We are going to head out from Ocean City, New Jersey to a live now look we have right now of Orlando, Florida. We're actually supposed to get some pretty severe weather out here in the Central Florida area tomorrow. So we'll be sure to check in with our own Fox 35 Orlando team as well. But taking you out to Orlando, Florida on this Wednesday morning, because that is where I'm joining you from. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. We've got your top stories all ready to go for you, the stories that we are following this Wednesday morning, as well as the stories that you may want to keep up with or kind of get filled in on as you start your commute to work, as you head out to school. You can watch us on your phones, your tablets, your computers, but wherever you watch from, thank you so much for trusting us to bring you these top stories and developments each and every day. It's going to be a pretty busy morning early today on Live Now from Fox, and we've got some live events to bring you throughout the day, as well as some live reports with our own owned and operated reporters out there across the country. Some top stories to bring you out from all over the nation as well. But I do want to let you know that around 8 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to expect a live press conference hearing from the NASA SpaceX Crew-3 team. They are going to be heading to the International Space Station this weekend. So we are expected to hear from them here on Live Now from Fox again at around 8 a.m. Eastern time. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're expecting a Senate hearing on the oversight of Department of Justice. We'll usually get a lot of hearings from Capitol Hill around that time, so we will be sure to bring you in and out of several of them here on Live Now from Fox. And then at 12 p.m. Eastern time, everybody, going to be a big one. It's a story that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox. I just want to make sure that it says Crew-3, not Crew-13. Again, your hosts that are at the helm control the entire show, so we're able to fix that right there for you on Live Now from Fox. But again, at 12 p.m. Eastern time, big update from Santa Fe County Sheriff's deputies out there in Santa Fe, New Mexico. That is where the set of the movie Rust is located. That is where that tragic turn of events happened last week. Actor Alec Baldwin firing a gun that ended up injuring one and killing another cinematographer and photographer. So we will be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and in its entirety, because that is who we are and what we do. We bring you front row to these press conferences, to breaking news, to major events, and try to bring you all of the developments. We as hosts provide very little commentary and allow you to watch these full updates and really make your own decisions about what exactly is going on in the world. But like I said, these are some of the events we've got coming up here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to bring you all of the latest top stories that we are following this Wednesday morning. I do want to start off with some major news when it comes to another step forward in the COVID-19 pandemic, combating the different strains of the virus. Parents worried about their young children getting COVID could soon be getting some good news in the coming days. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has more from Atlanta after we saw an FDA advisory committee endorse the COVID-19 vaccine, specifically the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. So let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
The FDA has expanded COVID vaccine access to one of the biggest groups not yet eligible, children ages 5 through 11. An independent advisory panel voting Tuesday to modify the emergency use authorization for Pfizer's vaccine, giving the green light for child-sized doses. Now there's just one final approval needed from the CDC, meaning kids could be rolling up their sleeves as early as this week.
Far from being spared from this harm of COVID-19, in the 5 to 11-year-old age range, there have been over 1.9 million infections, over 8,300 hospitalizations, about a third of which have required intensive care unit stays.
The move is being welcomed by doctors who say vaccinating kids is an essential part of ending the pandemic, pointing to data from Pfizer showing the vaccine was more than 91% effective in clinical trials. And the feds say they're ready to ship millions of doses to schools, doctors' offices, and other healthcare providers.
This is the perfect way to help protect your children from getting COVID-19.
Meanwhile, we're learning more about new travel guidelines going into effect next month. The State Department will require all international travelers, including American citizens, to be fully vaccinated and provide a negative COVID test prior to boarding. And there will be few exemptions granted. Officials say the policy puts public health first.
It is consistent and stringent, protecting U.S. citizens and residents as well as those who come to visit us.
For now, children under 18 will be exempt from the new rules, which are set to go into effect November 8th. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, everybody, thank you to Jonathan Seri for that report. We will continue to touch on this topic throughout the entire show. We have some segments and interviews with doctors coming up to answer all of your parents or your questions about the vaccine officially getting the green light from the FDA Advisory Committee. All your questions answered here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, heading out to the White House in our nation's capital, we're going to stay in Washington, D.C. for these next couple of top stories. President Biden stumped for Terry McAuliffe, the Democratic nominee in Virginia's closely watched gubernatorial race. Polls show McAuliffe and his Republican opponent Glenn Youngkin in a dead heat with just a week to go before Election Day. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on the race and its impact nationwide.
President Biden looking to give Democratic nominee for governor Terry McAuliffe a boost in Virginia. The high-stakes race is tight, with an average of recent polls showing McAuliffe and his Republican opponent Glenn Youngkin nearly tied.
So Virginia, show up. Show up like you did for Barack and me.
The president is the latest high-profile Democrat to stump for McAuliffe in a race that has national implications. Many see it as a referendum on President Biden's agenda and his popularity, and it could be a bellwether for Democrats in next year's midterm elections.
Everyone's going to be looking at that, of course, and that's one reason why this race is so significant.
But a recent Fox News poll shows Virginia voters are split on the president's performance.
The national atmospherics, the president's unpopularity, Virginia history, the momentum in this race, those things favor Glenn Youngkin.
Youngkin, meanwhile, is walking a fine line when it comes to former President Trump's support. While he has accepted the former president's endorsement, Trump hasn't stumped for the Republican candidate. Instead, Youngkin is focusing on issues like education in a bid to win suburban voters.
Taking care of our children and making sure they have a quality education and are safe in schools, that's not a culture war. That's a fundamental right in Virginia.
Folks, we will not allow Glenn Youngkin to bring his hate and his chaos into our Virginia schools.
Democrats are hoping the bipartisan infrastructure bill and their social spending package will give McAuliffe a boost, but right now it's unclear when either will pass. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. We will continue to be following this very tight-knit governor's race. As Madeline just said, we are just less than a week from Election Day. Well, I do want to bring you this vantage point of the Capitol building out there in Washington, D.C. Senate Democrats say they've reached a compromise on a corporate tax increase as negotiations on the president's infrastructure bill and social spending agenda continue on Capitol Hill. Fox News correspondent Rich Edson has more from the White House.
We know that we are close to a deal being signed. And let me be explicitly clear. Our footprints and fingerprints are on this deal.
Senior Democrats from several congressional groups meet with President Biden to shape a multi-trillion-dollar social spending plan. Moderate Democrats are also meeting with the president.
I said, Mr. President, I don't know what happened. This cannot happen. It's screwed up. So he says, I think Joe's right on that. So I think that one's going to be gone.
That's a provision that would give the Internal Revenue Service details on bank accounts worth $600 or more, even after Democrats raised that threshold to $10,000. Another proposed revenue raiser, the so-called billionaire's tax, would largely hit billionaires' increase in stocks before they even sell the assets. A tax on an unrealized gain in value.
They just sit on piles and piles and piles of stock and other valuable assets for which they pay no taxes even as it grows. The idea there is a tax on those billionaires, just the billionaires.
Democrats are negotiating with themselves, trying to bring their social spending plan down from $3.5 trillion to about the $2 trillion range to attract the party's moderates while keeping the more liberal members on board. Doing so would also likely dislodge a stalled $1 trillion infrastructure plan. These negotiations are just ahead of the president's trip Thursday to Europe.
We're a little bit surprised you're even here today because we know all the news is being made on the other side as they wrestle with how they're going to put together this reckless tax and spending bill.
Senate Democrats say they've also reached a compromise on a corporate minimum tax of 15% on 200 of the largest companies in the country on profits of more than $1 billion. That money, they say, will go to fund some of the president's social spending plan. At the White House, Rich Edson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Rich Edson for that report. Meanwhile, the heads of YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram faced questions on Capitol Hill as lawmakers grilled the social media giants on teen and child safety online. The hearing before the Senate Commerce Committee comes as Facebook is also facing questions of its own as criticism mounts over its handling of younger users. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has details from Washington.
For too long, we have allowed platforms to promote and glorify dangerous content for its kid and teen users.
Lawmakers ripped into policy leaders at 3 social media giants on Tuesday, pressing them on what they were doing to keep kids on their platforms safe. Between them, TikTok, Snapchat, and Google-owned YouTube have 3.5 billion active users, a sizable portion of whom are under 18.
Filters or lenses on Snapchat are intended to be fun and silly. It's not about body dysmorphia.
We all know, as parents, something intended to be fun and silly can easily become something that is dangerous and depressing.
A TikTok policy head said it stores all American data in the U.S., but senators complained TikTok wasn't giving straight answers about its parent company based in China.
You have dodged the questions more than any witness I have seen in my 9 years serving in the Senate.
This hearing follows one 2 weeks ago where a Facebook whistleblower said her former employer and its subsidiary Instagram care more about profits than customers, including teens.
Being different from Facebook is not a defense. That bar is in the gutter.
Expect more tech hearings and legislation. Chairman Blumenthal says he wants to hear from more whistleblowers. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
We'll have some more coverage on the hearing that happened yesterday, as well as how Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg are responding to the questions that they're facing also here on Live Now from Fox. A little bit later in our show, our very own Daytona Everett and Andrew Kraft have interviewed several social media experts and really are breaking down everything that you need to know when it comes to the future of what could happen with these social media giants. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in Capitol Hill for one more story, or Washington, D.C. Really going to bring you back out to this Live Now look we have of the White House in our nation's capital. The political battle over President Biden's Build Back Better plan is continuing to rage on. There's no doubt about that. Supporters of the bill say it would partially help fund several important programs addressing climate change, something new research finds is a serious concern for a growing number of Americans. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the latest on this poll.
A new Associated Press NORC poll finds a majority of Americans are not only concerned about the effects of climate change, they also want Congress to pass bills promoting clean energy.
I think it's extremely important to work towards mitigating our impact on the climate.
The report found 59% say climate change was a very important issue. That's actually up 10% from 2018, while the number of folks claiming to not care actually decreased to just 19%.
I don't understand how you can't follow the science.
This comes as President Biden prepares to head to the United Nations Climate Change Conference at the end of this week. He's hoping politicians on Capitol Hill are able to agree on his roughly $1.7 trillion Build Back Better plan before then, which would then fund projects addressing climate change and social issues.
We are all on the verge of passing a bill that is the largest investment in addressing the climate crisis in history.
Republican leaders, meanwhile, are criticizing the tax hikes Democrats are proposing to pay for the bill.
Our Democratic colleagues and President Biden are behind closed doors dreaming up creative new ways to grab literally historic amounts of the American people's money.
The UN Climate Change Conference begins Sunday in Scotland. Officials are urging leaders to come with concrete plans on how they plan to tackle the warming planet. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And we will hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, as well as other White House officials who gave a brief preview of the president's trip to Europe, his second European tour since taking office, here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later in our show. Heading out to a Live Now look we have of El Paso, Texas, one of the vantage points that our Live Now from Fox feeds receive from the U.S.-Mexico border. Preparations are underway at the border in Texas as a caravan with thousands of migrants currently moves through parts of Mexico and surrounding nations. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin has the latest.
You're watching as two U.S. citizens smuggling illegal immigrants live stream themselves as they're pursued by Texas DPS in Del Rio. The driver has a gun in her lap and 5 migrants loaded into her car. At high speeds, she tries to evade DPS as troopers chase. Ultimately, she loses control and crashes while screaming live.
Sis, let me out!
Both women were arrested and charged with human smuggling. Texas DPS says they drove down from Austin to pick up the migrants, possibly after seeing cartel ads like these on social media, where they offer quick cash to U.S. citizens in an effort to recruit young people to smuggle migrants. Meanwhile, a new migrant caravan, thousands strong, is moving towards the United States. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins is embedded with it and has the latest from Mexico.
Bill, a Mexican government agency handing out pamphlets to aid the migrants here on day 4, arrest day in Huitzla. They made it just 25 miles north of where they began their trek 4 days ago in Tapachula. You can see them doing a little laundry, getting some rest, and in the distance you see a health agency tending to blistered feet, sore and weak migrants. If they continue on this same path that mirrors 2 years ago, they'll end up just east of Del Rio in Piedras Negras.
And the state of Texas is preparing for that caravan. From a DPS helicopter, we saw the Texas National Guard deploying manpower to the area around the International Bridge in Del Rio. That's the same area that saw 15,000 Haitians crossing illegally last month. Texas DPS tells us Governor Abbott is surging resources to send a message.
We've been able to mobilize additional resources to the ports of entry in Eagle Pass and Del Rio, and the message is very clear to any potential caravans that are making the journey to the southern border is do not come to the state of Texas, because we will take appropriate action and we will arrest those that violate state law.
And here in Eagle Pass, Texas, about an hour away from Del Rio, preparations are also being made. Take a look from a DPS helicopter above. You can see National Guard Humvees as well as Texas DPS cruisers beginning to line the Rio Grande and the area immediately around the International Bridge. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to touch on a story that our Live Now from Fox team broke to you just yesterday. Northport police dispelling false reports that DNA did not match the remains of Brian Laundrie, which the FBI confirmed were found at that Florida Nature Preserve last week. We also can bring you some information on an update that we are expected to get today from Santa Fe, New Mexico investigators regarding the tragic movie set shooting involving actor Alec Baldwin. So don't go anywhere. Those top stories and more are coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Nearing the 6:30 a.m. mark here on the East Coast, and we have an update to bring you on a top story that we have been following since the very beginning. The Gabby Petito case turned into the Brian Laundrie search, which officially ended last week when remains of his were found in the Myakkahatchee Environmental Creek Park out in Venice, Florida. Well, the Northport Police Department is dispelling false reports that DNA did not match the remains of Brian Laundrie, which the FBI confirmed were found last week. I do want to bring you the latest from our very own Fox 13 Tampa's Kim Quizon as she explains how this all got to where we are right now.
Northport police say they had surveillance cameras installed in this neighborhood, and they say that they thought they had an eye on Brian Laundrie, but the person they saw returning in a silver Mustang in mid-September was actually his mom. Northport police say it was a mistake. They watched as Brian Laundrie left his Northport home on September 13th to go to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. They thought they saw him return 2 days later, but they now say it was his mom, Roberta Laundrie. Stuart Kaplan, a former FBI special agent, now a criminal defense attorney, says surveillance is done at a distance, out of the public eye, and mistakes can and will happen.
I think what you see playing out, and quite frankly, there are surveillance logs that are maintained. You are required to write down, the times and the dates of when someone may be coming and going. And these surveillance logs may now be coming to the forefront to indicate at some point some agent or some local law enforcement officer realized they no longer had Brian Laundrie in pocket, meaning in the residence, because now they realized the operator or the driver of the Mustang was in fact Mrs. Laundrie and not Brian Laundrie.
Northport police said in a statement it was a direct result of a lack of cooperation from the family early on in this investigation, while Stephen Bertolino, the attorney for Chris and Roberta Laundrie, says you can't blame the family because the police didn't know enough to follow someone they were obviously surveilling. He goes on to say mistakes made by any entity should be acknowledged and used to train or educate others so they are not repeated. Northport police say the remains that were found were identified through dental records. They say a DNA analysis has not been done yet, but will be once the examination is complete. In Northport, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
And you can bet that as we learn more about that examination, we will bring you every new development here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, ahead today here on Live Now from Fox, you'll be able to watch it right here. We're expecting to hear from investigators who will reveal their initial findings about the deadly movie set shooting involving a prop gun. Authorities will hold a news conference in New Mexico to shed new light on what happened. A cinematographer was killed and a director injured when actor Alec Baldwin fired the gun after he was told it was safe. He has described the killing as a tragic incident. So again, 12 p.m. Eastern time. Be sure to stream it here on Live Now from Fox, because that is who we are and what we do. We bring you these full updates to major stories that we are following live, raw, and unfiltered every day, each and every day. Meanwhile, as we stay on top of this story, as the investigation continues into this deadly shooting, we are also looking at some changes that could be initiated when it comes to the industry. And these are apparently changes that people on set had already been calling for. So Fox's Ashley Dvorkin spoke with some representatives and people in the industry and gives us a look ahead at what could be coming as they are demanding safer sets when it comes to filming and producing movies.
The tragic shooting on the movie set Rust after a firearm discharged by actor Alec Baldwin killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins and injured director Joel Souza has led to questions over prop guns and gun safety protocols while filming. According to court documents, the first assistant director declared cold gun before handing it to Baldwin for use. Prop historian Michael Corey spoke about the already strict procedures on set.
The only person that should ever handle the firearm is the armorer until it is handed to the actor. The actor does their scene, the armorer takes the weapon away. That is procedure, and the procedure was violated in this case from start to finish. And if it is confirmed, which I believe it has been, that it was in fact a live full power cartridge on set, that is one of the greatest violations of procedure that could have ever happened.
Firearm usage should include training for everyone, says gun safety instructor Stephen Gutowski.
Anytime somebody is handling a firearm, they need to understand the risks involved with that and the procedures to mitigate those risks. And that's why in most cases, you don't have accidents like this happen. These are very rare events.
There have been 3 deaths involving firearms on set, 3 in 36 years. And all 3 of those can be attributed to a failure to abide by the procedure. One of the biggest issues on this set is the way the crew was treated.
In addition, there has been focus on working conditions, and according to the LA Times, camera crew members walked off set before the incident. There are also calls in the industry to ban real guns from sets and push towards CGI. As of now, the investigation on Rust continues and no charges have been filed. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Once again, you can watch the update being provided by Santa Fe County Sheriff's deputies and investigators in this case here on Live Now from Fox at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to tune in for sure. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you another story here on Live Now from Fox. A TikToker with a large following is accused of murdering his wife and his wife's friend. Fox's Kelsey Christensen has the latest from San Diego, California.
Not guilty pleas to all counts and allegations.
In a blue jumpsuit and behind glass, 29-year-old Ali Abulaban was seen sobbing at Monday's arraignment as the prosecutor read aloud the details of the double homicide he's being charged with. The famous TikToker is facing life in prison without the possibility of parole for allegedly killing his estranged wife, 28-year-old Anna Abulaban, and her friend, 29-year-old Rayburn Barron, inside Spire, the couple's high-rise apartment in East Village.
He ran from the elevator to the apartment. He immediately fired 6 rounds from his firearm. First, he shot Rayburn Barron 3 times. The bullets entered his neck, his cheek, and the back of his head at close range. And then he fired at his wife, leaving 1 gunshot wound in her forehead.
Deputy District Attorney Taryn Brass says following the couple's recent history of domestic violence, his wife Anna was trying to leave the marriage after Ali reportedly pushed her to the ground last month.
She no longer wanted to be with him. She was actually planning to file a restraining order against him, and she had kicked him out of the apartment on October 18th. And so he had been staying at a hotel for 3 nights.
But Brass told Fox 5 that Ali secretly kept a copy of the key to their apartment. She says he snuck in and vandalized it while installing an app on their 5-year-old daughter's iPad, allowing him to hear everything inside the apartment in real time, which is how he knew Barron was inside. That's when Ali allegedly drove to their apartment and opened fire, killing them both. Shortly after Ali picked up their 5-year-old daughter from school, he was arrested on the 15 freeway less than an hour later with a weapon and his daughter inside the car. Prosecutors also say the TikToker called his mom after the shooting and admitted to killing his wife.
Not guilty pleas to all counts and allegations.
In a blue
Alrighty, everybody. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to talk severe weather that we have seen in the Northeast, the West Coast, as well as the Midwest. I actually can give you a live now look at some conditions across the nation right now. Temperatures a little chillier across the board this morning. You've got 48 degrees in Seattle, 50s in the Northern California area. You've also got 64 out here near Central Florida and about 48 to 50 out there in the Northeast New York, New Jersey area. You can also see that they are still under some flash flood warnings, some high wind warnings, and general flood watches. Those are going to be in effect throughout the day as the remnants of the nor'easter that's passed through over the last 24 hours is slowly slowly making its way out of the region. So be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox for any updates on the latest weather news. We're going to be touching on that after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 6:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you are currently taking a Live Now look at the temperatures and conditions advisories across the U.S. this Wednesday morning. As I was just saying before this quick 2-minute commercial break, temperatures are looking pretty chilly across the board there. You can also see some high wind warnings, flash flood warnings in effect for the northeastern region, New York, New Jersey. They are experiencing some of the remnants of the nor'easter that has moved across the region over the last 24 hours. You can also see some flood warnings on the west coast up in the northern part of the west coast. So again, we are tracking your weather conditions here on Live Now from Fox each and every day. You can also track the weather with our Fox Weather team. They officially launched their new app and their show this week, so really great to have them. This next report is actually courtesy of Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. Heavy rain drenched the Northeast yesterday, as we showed you, flooding streets and causing power outages. And then on the West Coast, people are still cleaning up after that bomb cyclone that was felt over the weekend, really. Let's get the latest from Katie Byrne here on Live Now from Fox.
Severe weather striking coast to coast. Here in the Northeast, flash flood watches and warnings are in place as the season's first nor'easter crawls up the Atlantic coast. In New Jersey, heavy rains flooded streets while strong winds knocked out power for thousands of people.
These crews will need safe conditions in which to work, so restorations could be delayed if wind and rain conditions make it dangerous for them to be up in a bucket.
Officials say since this is a fall storm, wet leaves can weigh down branches, increasing the chances for downed trees and power lines. Several states could see between 2 to 6 inches of rain by Wednesday. The severe weather comes more than a month after Hurricane Ida caused widespread damage. Today, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio announced a new investment to prepare the city for future storms.
It's $110 million in climate investments for resiliency actions, and we're focusing on the very vulnerable areas of lower Manhattan.
On the West Coast, neighborhoods in Northern California are still flooded after a massive storm known as a bomb cyclone dropped several inches of rain. The wet weather doused wildfires throughout the region and helped alleviate a record-breaking drought, but the conditions caught many residents off guard.
We moved in this house a week ago, and we never expected to have waterfront property.
And back here in New York, this powerful nor'easter is expected to weaken Wednesday morning. In Nassau County, New York, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
Well, here is a look at the streets in Hoboken, New Jersey yesterday as that powerful nor'easter lashed the region with wind and heavy precipitation. Several inches of rain fell in parts of New York City and northern New Jersey yesterday. The city of Hoboken declared a state of emergency, warning residents against driving or walking through floodwaters. Less than 2 months ago, the city and nearby areas suffered significant flooding when remnants of Hurricane Ida passed through the Northeast. 30 people were killed in New Jersey alone during that storm. This footage shared on Twitter by Don't Sit Home shows flooding in the vicinity of Harrison and First Streets in Hoboken. So again, we are going to stay in touch with our Fox 5 New York team. They did have reporters out in both New York City and Jersey yesterday, and when we spoke to them, there were rivers rushing, vicious waters, pretty vicious surf. But again, those conditions are expected to weaken this morning and throughout the day. And we do know that tomorrow is actually expected to be pretty nice out there in the Northeast. So stick with our Live Now from Fox team for any updates when it comes to weather for sure. Also do want to show you some more video here on Live Now from Fox heading to the West Coast. The massive storm system that dumped record-breaking rain across Northern California. Well, it sent water surging through rivers, waterfalls, and really almost everywhere in Yosemite National Park. This video was taken on October 25th. The rain helped ease a statewide drought, though, that has been particularly acute in Northern California. The park's famous Yosemite Falls was resuscitated by rainfall. Only days earlier, a webcam captured the waterfall completely dry. This video shows the Merced River raging in the park. So it was a crazy amount of rain that they are not used to in that region for a short amount of time, but glad to see that it kind of revived a lot of these dry portions of land that were a result of the drought out there. And speaking of portions of land, well, some portions of our nation already seeing snow, everybody. A winter weather advisory in effect on October 26th yesterday as heavy snow fell over Utah's Cottonwood Canyons. Video by the Utah Department of Transportation in Cottonwood Canyons shows the road conditions yesterday morning, which, according to the department, were pretty wet and slushy. UDOT reminded drivers to use caution. A winter weather advisory was in effect for a large part of central Utah, forecasting snow totals up to 9 inches. It's almost winter, everybody. Still fall, but in those really high regions like Utah, as you can see, they are already seeing some snowflakes and really it building up on the streets. Like you can see here, the fact that UDOT even had to go out to clean the streets is pretty significant. So wanted to bring you that story here on Live Now from Fox. We like to bring you any weather updates updates when we possibly can, because this affects you guys. It affects your lives. It affects your commutes. And as you saw when it came to the flooding, it really can affect a lot of people's homes and daily lives as well. So just wanted to bring you some of these videos here on Live Now from Fox. These are videos posted to the internet by general users that we do have permission to use. I do want to head out to a Live Now look we have of New Orleans, Louisiana. You got the dome out there, the city lit up this morning. Sun has not yet risen there in New Orleans, but I do want to bring you a segment from our Fox weather team, because since the 1930s, Louisiana has actually lost roughly 2,000 square miles of wetlands, 1.5 times the area of the entire state of Rhode Island. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is giving us a closer look at what's being done to save the coastlines. This is a pretty extensive report, very interesting, that I did want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Since the 1930s, Louisiana has lost roughly 2,000 square miles of wetlands, 1.5 times the area of the entire state of Rhode Island. So, to see the erosion, we decided to take a seaplane above the bayous and coastline with the National Wildlife Federation.
So we're flying over Barataria Bay right now. What is this?
This is the Barataria Basin. This is an estuary that's on the west side of the Mississippi River. This is an area that has lost a lot of coastal wetlands over the last 80 years and is the place that you probably recognize from the oil spill.
Much of the open water here was once fertile marshlands. Erosion, man-made by oil exploration, flood control levees, chemicals running off into the water from agriculture, or Mother Nature's tropical fury are all suspects in the disappearance of the coast.
So restoration is super important in this area.
Yeah, restoration is critical to the future of the Barataria Basin, and there's been a lot of activity to rebuild the wetlands using dredge sediment.
The state has deployed billions of dollars, much of the funding from the BP oil spill settlement. The goal is to build up the barrier islands as a first line of defense from storms and sea level rise. The mighty Mississippi is pivotal to their success.
The Mississippi River, in many ways, is kind of a living being. It changes. Without intervention, even with intervention, it changes and will continue to change because water goes where it wants to go.
From the air down to the marshes. The work of these scientists is helping rebuild the land lost in these broad bayous.
We're trying to restore and expand the footprint of freshwater swamp, and we're doing that because we want to recreate natural historical habitat, create habitat for other species, but also be able to reduce storm surge and protect the surrounding communities.
There's not a lot of stable land here in the marsh, but there are some pockets, and you can see one of them right here as we are going to move on to where 40,000 trees have been planted on roughly 200 acres by these scientists. And let me pop off here just to kind of give you a view of the mix of trees. There are cypress trees and others. As I make my way through this land, one of the issues here is there is an invasive rodent called nutria. In fact, there are nearly 20 million of them in the state of Louisiana that chew at the bottoms of these trees and kill them. And it's something that these scientists are fighting against to try and make sure that this swamp and marsh grows healthy. And in a state where coastal land is disappearing faster than anywhere in the nation, the challenges are vast.
If we continue at this rate, to plant all the trees we want to plant will take us 1,000 years. So we're trying to look at new innovative ways to get more trees in the ground and figure out how we can make sure that land stays here for generations to come. So, we might plant several thousand trees per year, but we've got to get to a point where we are planting tens, if not hundreds of thousands of trees per year. So we're counting on new technology to help us guide the way.
For the thousands of scientists and engineers working to keep the region afloat, the stakes are high and the pressure is on.
And if we don't do something and something big, we will lose even more of our state. It unravels from the bottom. It is the fight for our survival.
On the coast of Louisiana, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Really interesting report there from Robert Ray. Wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox, especially at the fact that so many of you join us from Louisiana and still cleaning up from the remnants of Hurricane Ida. We are getting spoiled here with sunrises this morning. The sun is starting to rise here on the East Coast. You can see these beautiful oranges and blues out there in Port Canaveral, Florida. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to stay in the Port Canaveral area, specifically right down the road, what we like to call the Space Coast. That is because we've got the Crew-3 astronauts officially out here in Central Florida. They are expected to speak today ahead of launching to the International Space Station over the weekend. So we're going to touch on that and then get into some consumer news as well here on Live Now from Fox after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. This sunrise over Port Canaveral, Florida is so beautiful. We're just going to keep bringing it to you here this Wednesday, October 27th, here on Live Now from Fox. we got to say, because we launch in the morning, we get spoiled here sometimes when it comes to sunrises. The sun officially is starting to peekaboo out here in the East Coast. Do want to stay on the Space Coast, as we like to call it, here on Live Now from Fox, because the NASA SpaceX Crew-3 team just arrived out here in Central Florida to get ready for blastoff. The 4 astronauts touched down at the Kennedy Space Center yesterday afternoon. They will spend about 6 months on the International Space Station. We are also expected to get a live press briefing from the crew and some NASA SpaceX officials here on Live Now from Fox in just a little over an hour, about 8 a.m. Eastern time. So let's get the latest on who they are and what their mission is here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
Astronauts Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, Kayla Barron, and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Mohr hopped off a jet Tuesday afternoon, touching down at Kennedy Space Center. 34-year-old Kayla Barron joined the astronaut corps in 2017. She's serving as a mission specialist for the flight, and the Crew-3 mission will mark her very first space flight.
I'm really excited to hit the deck here at KSC. I think for all of us, especially the rookies on the flight, it still feels a little surreal, like we don't really believe that we're actually going to space.
44-year-old Raja Chari is one of NASA's newest astronauts, joining the astronaut corps in 2017. He's the Crew-3 mission commander, marking the first time a rookie commercial crew astronaut was named to the position.
This is typically the time in the Air Force we call stepping to the jet. So you're done with the briefing, you're done with the training, and now you actually are stepping out to the aircraft, in this case the spacecraft, and actually putting feet and boots on the ground at the place where the vehicle's at.
61-year-old Tom Marshburn is a physician. He's the only veteran astronaut in the crew, serving as their mission pilot. And 51-year-old Matthias Mohr is a German astronaut with the European Space Agency, joining their astronaut corps in 2017.
My crewmates are outstanding, and I'm really looking forward to having a great time in space.
All 4 will ride a SpaceX Dragon capsule to the ISS, where they will spend about 6 months. Alina Shirazi, Fox 35 News.
And here is a Live Now look at the sun rising over Port Canaveral, Florida. Again, be sure to join us here on Live Now from Fox at 8 a.m. Eastern time. We are expecting that NASA SpaceX Crew-3 newser here on our show. It's also going to be another busy morning as we've got some live events getting underway within the next couple of hours. That hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern time, a Senate hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice. Then at 12 p.m. Eastern time, a big one, everybody. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department updating us on the movie set involving actor Alec Baldwin, who unfortunately triggered a gun that ended up injuring a staff member and killing a cinematographer. So that is just some of what we've got coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday, October 27th. We are officially at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. And for those of you who are just joining us, good morning and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We just wanted to bring you this beautiful sunrise shot over Port Canaveral, Florida, as we were just showing you guys the fact that the Crew-3 astronauts officially landed at the Kennedy Space Center. They are going to be spending the rest of the week here before officially launching to the ISS on Halloween, early in the morning too. But be sure to catch it here on Live Now from Fox, because we bring you front row to major events just like that. That's who we are and what we do. We are moving on with our morning brief. These are the top stories that we are following this morning. Want to bring you some consumer related news for just a couple of minutes before we get into some live reports, as well as tackle some more top stories here on our show as well. I do want to bring you the latest Fox Means a Business report with David Asman, as he covers all of your business topics, including the fact that colleges are seeing a drop in their admission numbers. Let's take a listen.
A record day on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow and S&P 500 jumped to new highs. The Nasdaq also finished up for the day. Big tech earnings helped put investors in a buying mood. Speaking of being in a buying mood, the Commerce Department says new home sales soared by 14% in September. And the median sales price of a new home climbed to a new record, now topping $408,000. And according to the Conference Board, consumer confidence rising higher than expected in October. This helped snap a 3-month losing streak. The recent drop in COVID cases apparently helping offset shoppers' concerns about price spikes for just about everything. Well, as we near the 2-year mark in this pandemic, colleges are seeing fewer students show up. According to the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center, undergraduate enrollment is down just over 3% from last year and 6.5% compared to 2 years ago. This is the largest 2-year decline in 50 years. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And here is another live now look at some of the sunrises that we are seeing across Central Florida here. Here is the right-hand side of your screen showing you Port Canaveral, Florida, the yellows and pinks and oranges just radiating across the water this morning. Then to the upper left-hand side of your screen, that's a live now look over the city of Orlando, Florida. That is where we are joining you from this morning out of our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub here in the Sunshine State, really showing off that sunshine this morning. Wanted to bring you out to Florida for a business-related story that could be exciting for some fast food lovers, including myself. Florida's chief financial officer is trying to attract California-based In-N-Out Burger to Florida. However, the gesture could have less to do with juicy burgers and more to do with politics surrounding coronavirus health policies. Let's get the latest from Fox 35 Orlando's Valerie Bowie, who has more on this story.
With all the fast food places here in Central Florida, imagine having a juicy In-N-Out burger in the mix. The city of San Francisco shut down the popular hamburger chain for refusing to check the vaccination status of customers. The move has Florida's chief financial officer, Jimmy Patronis, sending out the welcome wagon with tweets like this one that say, if California doesn't want In-N-Out Burger, then Florida will be glad to take them. In the Sunshine State, we support our businesses.
And we see business after business moving to Florida.
Developer Chuck Woodall says the CFO is right.
I think it's good to show the country what a great state Florida is. Our COVID cases are next to nothing. Our governor has played all this correctly, and it's really shown the difference in a state like Florida versus somewhere like California.
We asked people what they think of In-N-Out burgers.
They're fantastic. I say bring it. I'd love it. I love to have In-N-Out Burger here in Orlando.
Come on out, In-N-Out Burger.
We're both vegan.
Yeah, they've got great fries.
With so many new places opening, Woodall says In-N-Out Burger would be the perfect addition.
We brought White Castle here, the first one to the state of Florida. We brought the first Portillo's to Central Florida. We would love to bring In-N-Out Burger here.
With all the fat...
I think my favorite is the guy that goes, I'm vegan. It's too bad. I love In-N-Out. Hopefully it will make its way to the Sunshine State, but if not, just going to have to travel to the West Coast to keep getting my fix. I was able to travel to Denver, Colorado recently, actually. Didn't even really know that they had In-N-Out, but we managed to stop before we made our way back to Florida. Well, speaking of Florida, I do want to stay here for another business-related story that has so many people asking, should I move? Are you working from a second home? Well, benefits of lower tax rates and flexible work schedules are pushing people to the Sunshine State. Fox Business Network's Madison Alworth is in Naples, Florida with more, showing us some beautiful homes this Wednesday morning.
The real estate market continues to be red hot, and in that market, we're seeing an increase in those buyers looking to acquire their second home. According to Redfin, 60% of buyers are looking for a second property. One of the popular locations where we're seeing that is right here in Naples, Florida. I'm with Michelle Thomas. You've been working in this area for over 20 years. Have you noticed an increase in those looking for a second property, and why are they choosing Naples?
We have definitely seen an increase in second home buyers for sure. And what appeals to Naples would be the high quality lifestyle, the excellent amenities, and the beautiful weather year round. So we can enjoy a very active lifestyle all year round.
Naples has seen an increase in interest. This time last year, there were over 9,000 homes sold in this area. This time this year, over 15,000. And that's because the area does have so many things that those second home buyers want. They want more space, which clearly this home has tons of it. And they also want more space outside. This property is located right on a golf course, and you're only 20 minutes from the beach. Exactly what those second home buyers are looking for. In Naples, Florida, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
I can tell you that our Live Now from Fox hosts don't work from home, but I'll still take some of those houses. Those were absolutely gorgeous. Do have one more business-related story to bring you here on Live Now from Fox before we'll shift into some COVID-19 related news. Speaking of Denver, Colorado, just told you guys that I visited Denver recently, had myself some In-N-Out. Well, in order to meet shipping demands ahead of the holidays, the U.S. Postal Service opened up a new package support facility in Denver, Colorado. The location is unique because it comes with a new state-of-the-art mail sorting robot. Pretty cool. Let's get the latest from Fox's Dan Daru.
Last year's holiday season was like no other for the United States Postal Service.
The Postal Service did 1.1 billion packages from Thanksgiving until New Year's Day. Just completely swamped us.
The post office says a pandemic-inspired surge in online shopping and e-commerce sparked a new comfort level for folks to shop at home. That's why the post office got one of these, the Single Induction Package Sorter, or SIPS for short. If it sips, it ships.
Sorts 3,000 packages per hour, about 60,000 in a night during our holiday season.
The price tag, they won't tell us, but it's part of a $40 billion investment to keep those packages purring.
We're going to go ahead and invest in the education of our employees, go ahead and hire more people, invest in new machinery, new buildings.
To keep people and packages happy.
So, where are you going? Des Moines. I'm going to Sheboygan.
The Grinch may try to steal Christmas, but the post office says SIPS will save it. Dan Daru, Fox 31.
Very interesting stories to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Wanted to make sure I got that one in there. That was some pretty good use of graphics there. Again, good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. If you are just turning on our stream this Wednesday morning, it's been a busy one so far. We were just running through the top stories that we are following this morning, and I do want to give you a glimpse of what we've got coming up here as well. In just about 10 minutes, we will actually be speaking with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones on a major top story that we're following. As of yesterday, the FDA officially endorsing the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine for children ages of 5 to 11. We're not exactly there yet, though. There is a timeline. It still has to go to the CDC. So Amelia Jones will be breaking down what we can expect here in the next couple of days here on Live Now from Fox in just a couple of minutes. Then at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to check in with our Fox 5 New York team. They do have a reporter in New Jersey following what was seen over the last 24 hours as a nor'easter blew through the region, causing heavy rain, flash flooding, and power outages as well. But some of the major live events we're following today at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, so a little less than an hour, we are expected to hear from the NASA SpaceX Crew-3 astronauts. They are officially out here in Central Florida, where they will launch to the International Space Station over the weekend. So we'll be really exciting to hear from them. We'll learn a little bit about who they are and what exactly they are looking forward to when it comes to this historic mission. We do have the Crew-2 astronauts out in the ISS right now, expected to return home. At 10 a.m., we are going to have several hearings getting underway. 10 a.m. is really when we start getting all of the live feeds that you can imagine here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that one of the big ones we're following is a Senate hearing on the oversight of the Department of Justice. So we will be sure to weave in and out of those hearings here on Live Now from Fox. And then at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, a pretty big update that we're expecting here on this Wednesday. We're going to hear from the Sheriff's Department out there in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the movie set is located. That is unfortunately where last week actor Alec Baldwin fired a gun, injuring one member on set, a staff member, and then unfortunately killing a cinematographer. So we're going to hear from officials on that investigation as it continues. So be sure to stream that here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift to some COVID-19 coverage as we officially have the FDA endorsing that vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. This is a huge step forward when it comes to combating the virus, everybody. Children making up a huge portion of our population who have yet to even be allowed to be vaccinated. So we're going to be checking in with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones after the break. We're also going to play for you some segments from our Fox News correspondents as well as our owned and operated stations, trying to answer all of the questions that parents and guardians may have when it comes to the fact that they could soon be getting shots in their children's arms. So stay with us, everybody. All of that is coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Moments ago, an FDA panel approved Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids 5 to 11 years old, and this means shots could start rolling out to children as early as next month. But even with all that government backing, some parents aren't completely on board. Let's bring in Dr. Andrew Myers, the director of inpatient COVID care at Tampa General and an associate professor of internal medicine at USF Health. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Linda.
So we want to answer some questions that parents might have about the vaccine. Let's start with what the child is actually receiving. We know it's a smaller dose, correct?
Correct, yes. With Pfizer, it's about a third of what you normally would get in an adult dose, and in the Moderna, it's about half. So it is less than what an adult would receive.
So there is one question over whether younger kids will face a rare heart effect that occasionally occurs in teen boys and young men. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. Myocarditis is an inflammation of the area around the heart. It is something that's been seen with mRNA vaccines, which is the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. But if you look at the numbers, if you were to get COVID, you're actually more likely to get myocarditis than from getting the vaccine. In both cases, extremely low. But if you were kind of weighing the pros and cons of getting the vaccine versus potentially getting COVID, you're more likely to get myocarditis from getting COVID than you are in the vaccine.
Oh, wow. All right. Did not know that. So yesterday, Moderna released data from its vaccine trial for kids 6 to 11. What did those studies find?
Yeah, kind of the same thing that we saw with Pfizer. It's exceedingly, safe for children, and as we've seen with adults as well, over 90% efficacy of preventing people from getting really sick from COVID, which is really what we obviously worry the most about. Children in general have done better with when they got COVID, haven't gotten as sick, but we don't want to take any chances, with our children, obviously.
Well, we heard from parents earlier, and despite all the information out there, they're still nervous about giving the vaccine to their kids, regardless of the FDA or the CDC approval. But what makes it different from all the other vaccines that kids get? They get a lot just to get into school.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that sometimes it gets lost that, for me to go to, I think, high school, I had to have, hepatitis B vaccine series. There's a lot of vaccines that children get routinely that helped us, control or wipe out some things that were really an issue 50, 60 years ago. So, we already get a lot of vaccines. This is just one additional vaccine to help keep our kids safe, and additionally to help, people that aren't vaccinated or aren't able to mount an immune response safe as well. Because while children may not get that sick, they can get, grandma and grandpa or, others around them sick.
All right, Dr. Andrew Myers with Tampa General and USF Health. We thank you.
Thank you.
That was a segment from our very own Fox 13 Tampa, speaking with a doctor, trying to answer all the questions that parents may have after that FDA advisory committee officially gave the green light and endorsed Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children ages 5 to 11, moving the U.S. closer to beginning vaccinations in children in general, really. You are taking a LiveNOW look over Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now, and that is because we want to bring in Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones. She is following this exact story this morning and has a little bit more information to bring all of our viewers when it comes to the timeline we will see from that meeting yesterday. Good morning to you, Amelia. How are you?
Good morning, Regina. I'm doing well.
Well, Amelia, so yesterday we saw the FDA advisory committee give that green light, but that was not officially the go. So what are we looking at within the next few days as far as the meetings that will take place?
The next steps in this process are the FDA needs to make its final decision. Once that happens, then it will move to a CDC vaccine panel where they are going to review the data. And from there, the CDC will then make their recommendation. And only after that will the Pfizer vaccine 2-dose kid-sized doses then be shipped across the country to primary care providers and pediatricians, which health experts do say that this could happen as early as next Friday.
Now, Amelia, I understand that, there was a lot of information. That meeting was pretty long yesterday, but as far as making that final decision, what was the FDA's data study results when it came to why they think this is a good idea?
Well, they were taking a look and debating at the FDA data study that was done in August and September that included almost 3,000 kids studied. And what they were looking for is obviously any serious side effects and how effective the Pfizer vaccine would be. And what that data study resulted in was a 91% effective rate, success rate in preventing serious symptomatic infection in children between the ages of 5 to 11. And now there were no serious side effects found during that data study, but children who did experience any side effects, the study said that children experienced sore arms, they were maybe a little feverish, and potentially had some achiness. And now the FDA in that study did also say that it was not large enough to detect any rare side effects, but again, no immediate serious side effects were found when that study was done.
Well, that's definitely good news. And Amelia, I understand that you and your team have been speaking with doctors ever since we got this major announcement yesterday. What do they have to say about this being a good idea for children, maybe it not be a good idea for children, and about the time that this news is coming to us right now?
Well, Regina, as always, we recommend to parents that if you are concerned or you have questions, that you should talk to your child's doctor, their pediatrician, their primary care provider, just as you would yourself as an adult if you're going to receive the vaccine. So after you've done that, though, the timing of this, local health experts are telling us it could not come at a better time, as we are right before the holiday season, and we know that people are going to be spending much more time indoors in close proximity to each other, and also in larger gatherings. And so if that timeline stays on course and that children are able to roll up their sleeves and get the shot by next Friday, then we could see children fully vaccinated by Christmas.
Well, that is crazy to think that we've taken so many steps forward in this pandemic. Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox this morning and breaking down some of this information for our viewers. We hope that you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Regina.
Alrighty, everybody. Huge shout out to Amelia Jones. And here is a Live Now look at where she's joining us from. The sun starting to rise out there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Again, this is something that we will continue to speak with doctors about. You heard Amelia kind of break down the timeline within the next couple of days. So we'll be sure to bring you all the information that you want and need to know as far as the Pfizer vaccine officially getting the green light endorsed by that FDA advisory committee for children ages 5 to 11. We'll be joined by doctors throughout the rest of the week to answer all of those questions and concerns. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories that we are following this Wednesday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to show you this gorgeous sunrise over Port Canaveral, Florida. And to the left-hand side of your screen, you can see some of the major live events that we've got coming up here on Live Now from Fox in the next couple of hours, really half hour at this point. At 8 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to stay out here in the Port Canaveral, Central Florida area, the Space Coast, as we like to call it. That's because we are going to hear from NASA SpaceX Crew-3 astronauts. They're expected to hold a press conference this morning ahead of their launch to the International Space Station this weekend. Then we are also expecting the Senate hearing on oversight of Department of Justice, as well as other hearings to get underway on Capitol Hill around the 9:30, 10 a.m. Eastern time hour. So we'll be weaving in and out of some of those as well. And then at 12 p.m. Eastern time, we've got a big one coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to officially hear from authorities out in Santa Fe, Mexico, because they are going to provide us an update on the tragic shooting that happened on the set of the movie Rust out there in the Santa Fe area. Actor Alec Baldwin shooting a gun and tragically and accidentally injuring one staff member, as well as killing a cinematographer on that day. So this has sparked such a major conversation, and we do want to continue it here on Live Now from Fox as we follow this story. This next segment is coming from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They spoke with State Senator Dave Cortez, who is pushing new movie-making safety measures in the wake of the Alec Baldwin shooting of a cinematographer. It has been a topic of conversation, movie set safety following this incident. So let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
A lot of the worst of that storm has passed.
Yeah, so let's talk now about this. A petition to ban the use of real firearms on movie sets has received celebrity support following last week's accidental killing of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the set of Alec Baldwin's film Rust. Tonight, that petition has garnered about 30,000 signatures since going viral Friday.
Actress Olivia Wilde retweeted her support Sunday, asking people to sign the petition. So did actress Holland Taylor, who called the proposed law, quote, long overdue.
State Senator Dave Cortese represents Silicon Valley, and he joined us now live. Senator Cortese, thank you for being with us tonight. Let's get right to it. Give us those details on what you plan to introduce in Sacramento.
Well, thank you very much. It so happens that I chair the Senate Labor and Employment Committee in Sacramento and for the Senate. And it occurred to me Friday that the issue of workforce safety on these sets, in theatrical productions, in filmmaking, is squarely within our jurisdiction. And it also occurred to me that we need some more stringent rules about what's allowed and what's not allowed in terms of firearms on these sets. My heart goes out to Ms. Hutchins and all of her friends and family and loved ones, first and foremost. But we need to come back and make sure that doesn't ever happen again. The occurrence was in New Mexico, but California, as we all know, has led this industry for years and years, and it's time that we upgrade our laws to make absolutely sure that live firearms, that is firearms that have firing pins that can fire live bullets, that utilize gunpowder and ammunition, are just banned from these sets. There's no reason to have to try to mimic reality in that way when it can be done in so many other ways with today's technology.
What sort of feedback are you getting from fellow legislators?
We've got a couple of offers already to co-author the bill. I'm sure there'll be many more who are interested. There's 40 senators in the state Senate representing the 40 million people in California. I suspect that the vast majority of them will support this legislation, but we're going to have to work it through. We're in the very beginning stages. We requested the bill. The bill's actually proposed now. We requested it this morning. Legislative counsel, our legal counsel, will put together language. We hope to have that initial language back this week. and then we will hold a series of informational hearings, fact-finding hearings, to make sure that we have the details right and we understand everything that's going on. I intend to visit with armors, with other folks who work on the sets to make sure I understand exactly what's going on. But I understand one thing fully. Anybody who's trained with firearms knows that you don't get more than one mistake or somebody's dead. And, everybody knows that you don't put your finger on the trigger of a firearm unless you intend to shoot something or somebody. And everyone knows that you don't handle a firearm without checking it to make sure it's unloaded. And none of those things should be occurring on a Hollywood set, on a movie set, or in a production. It's not worth the risk. There's no reason to do it. And we're going to introduce legislation to make sure that's very, very clear.
So we are certainly glad that you are introducing this legislation, which essentially would put into law the change.org petition that's been making the round and has gotten so much attention since being put out there late last week. How soon could we expect Helena's Law? I think that's what you're officially calling this legislation. How soon would this actually become law?
We're checking with the family to make sure that they're okay with calling it Helena's Law, but we intend to put an urgency clause on the bill. That would mean rather than wait a year, which is what usually happens with legislation, you introduce it in January and then it becomes law. As you know, the following January, after the session ends, we will speed this up, make sure that the urgency is understood by leadership in the Senate and the State Assembly, and move it along as quickly as we possibly can right after the first of the year. But by that time, we would have held hearings and we will have put a lot more detail into the bill.
All right, State Senator, thank you so much for your perspective on this, and best of luck in the months ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Again, everybody, here on Live Now from Fox, we will definitely be streaming that 12 p.m. Eastern Time press conference about the investigation into that movie set shooting that unfortunately claimed the life of a cinematographer. That was a segment from our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles team, is speaking with a California senator who plans to introduce this new legislation and hopefully make movie sets much safer. I do want to continue on this topic with a segment from our very own Mike Page here on Live Now from Fox. He spoke with somebody at TMZ. They have been following this very closely along with our Live Now from Fox team. They had a conversation about what exactly happened. There were some new details regarding the prop gun that was used. So stick with us, because after this quick 2-minute commercial break, we're going to bring you that interview with our very own Mike Page here on Live Now from Fox.
TMZ's Michael Babcock joining us here live on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so let's get right into it. What are some of the very latest that we know with this story? There's a couple of different fronts here that are very interesting.
There is. And look, the bottom line here is that shooting movies is a fairly routine task, something that obviously happens every day. And it's been almost 30 years since we had an accident like this. People might remember 1993, Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee, the actor, was killed. A very similar situation. And changes were made over the years to make sure that something like this didn't happen. But here, obviously, it did. And a 42-year-old woman, a really bright star, an up-and-coming, director of cinematography, of photography, was killed, and it didn't have to happen. And from the reporting that we've done and talking to people who are on the set and who have extensive experience working, as the armorer on movies, they have said, look, this shouldn't have happened. And there were a couple things, not just one, that went wrong here. One, a real gun, they say, should not have been used, and it was used here. I know sometimes if you look at some of the reporting, it's been called a prop gun, but this was not a prop gun. A prop gun will not take live ammunition. It just will not fit in the gun. But in this situation, they were actually using a real gun. And what's interesting and kind of scary is that we were told that this gun that was actually used and ultimately fired the fatal shot was taken off of the set when they were not filming, and people would use it for target practice. Now, not for the film, just to shoot some rounds and kind of have a little fun, blow off a little bit of steam, and then they would bring that weapon back onto the set. And if you talk to some of the people who work on the movie, they will tell you their theory is that somebody took the gun off of the set, had live ammunition in there, brought it back, it wasn't checked, and then Alec Baldwin obviously fires what again was a fatal shot. So that's what one of the theories is. Now that's just one of the issues. The second issue, using live ammo. Should not use live ammo on a set. Should just be blanks. And third, this firearms expert that we spoke with said you never point a gun at somebody. He said there are ways around this. There are ways to get these shots. If the actor needs to point a weapon into the camera, there are ways to have the camera set up so you don't have to have somebody actually operating the camera, and you bring those cast members or the crew to safety, and you don't actually have to fire a weapon in their direction. All three of those things, those rules were not followed here. And again, as a result, you have a 42-year-old woman who lost her life, and you have the director of the movie, who thankfully is okay, but took a bullet to the shoulder and was hospitalized.
Yeah, no matter what way you look at it, there's just so many, it seems like, different protocols that were definitely not used at all. I mean, think about it. Now on movie sets, we have COVID protocols, but for something something that could destroy a life instantly, we're talking about live guns, no protocol, it seemed like, right here.
It's hard to believe, and it's hard to understand something so serious and so important could happen. Now, look, this is Alec Baldwin, I'm sorry, is the star of the movie, and obviously he's a big star. But the bottom line is, this is not some blockbuster movie that has a $200+ million budget. This was a small film with a small budget, and because of that, the timetable that they had was very tight, and they didn't want to waste time. And wasting time means missing shots, and it means money that they don't have. So we were told that there was a feeling on set that everything was rushed and everything was quick, and there was pressure to get the scene shot and move on. And we know when you feel that type of pressure, that kind of can create an environment where safety can be overlooked. And it does seem like, at least where we sit right now, that is what happened here. Now, police are investigating. They've talked to Alec. They've talked to other people. They've talked to the director who was shot. And nobody has been charged at this point, but I don't find it to be out of the realm of possibility that there will be criminal charges. Not necessarily for Alec Baldwin here. Could be for other people on the set. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ends up being charged as a result of this. And I think it's fairly certain that there will be a wrongful death lawsuit and a personal injury lawsuit as well.
Yeah, and then also when you take a look at how it all just broke down as well, when you had all these people there on set, and when they were using these different types of guns, and also I thought was really interesting in the TMZ report as well that there wasn't a lot of protections for the actors or actresses, but for the cameras.
Oh. Yeah, it's we talked to this guy. His name's Ian A. Hudson. He's a young actor, and he's one of the main actors on this movie. And he told us the story of filming his death scene a couple weeks ago. And he said he had 20 handguns and 2 shotguns firing blanks at him. And they actually had the camera protected with this plexiglass. And thankfully, they were blanks at the time. But they had this camera protected with this plexiglass. And he was just out there just being hit with cardboard and being hit with kind of the concussive or the wind, I guess, from the blanks. So he said, us on the cast, we were talking about this and we're saying they care about the equipment, but they don't care about us. And he actually says they started talking about Brandon Lee, about the tragedy and how they were scared to be part of these scenes. And this is before the shooting happened. So it almost seems like the writing was on the wall if you listen to the cast, that they felt like something bad could happen, and it could happen imminently. And unfortunately, they were right.
Yeah, and hopefully this might be just a huge wake-up call to Hollywood. It doesn't matter if you have a blockbuster budget or a small movie budget. Hopefully, everyone, when you got the firearms there, you gotta have the respect for it.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter if you have hundreds of millions of dollars or a couple $1 million. Safety has to be paramount here. You cannot have people losing their lives while they're at work shooting films. It's unacceptable.
No, not at all. Not at all. All right. TMZ's Michael Babcock breaking it all down for us with this new information. We totally appreciate it with TMZ. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Anytime.
New.
And remember, everybody, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting that update from investigators in Santa Fe, New Mexico, who will be providing us an update on that tragic shooting that injured the director of the movie, including Alec Baldwin, as well as killing the cinematographer. That is at 12 p.m. Eastern Time here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to switch gears here, and we are going to talk weather. Here's a Live Now look at our XRAD radar, still showing some high wind warnings and flood watches in the tri-state New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area. After this break, we're going to check in with Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, who's going to bring us the latest on the conditions that were seen in that area following the nor'easter that made its way through the region over the last 24 hours. So stay with us. That live report coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Little after 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are showing you a Live Now look at our X-Rad radar, showing the temperatures across the nation dancing around to the upper right-hand side of your screen. You can still see that little hand hovering over the New York, New Jersey area, where high wind warnings and flood watches are still in effect as of this morning from the National Weather Service. Some parts of that tri-state area have been feeling the effects of yesterday's nor'easter for more than 24 hours at this point. We were following the severe weather alerts literally at this time yesterday on Live Now from Fox. Flooding and high winds have become a real issue. Well, I do want to head out to Scarsdale, New York, where we are being joined by Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, who is going to give us an update on how the conditions are looking this morning. Hello, Kayla. How are you?
Hi there, Regina. And yeah, this morning's rainfall, if anything, has been more like a light drizzle, but the ground is still soggy and the trees still wet from yesterday's downpour. That, combined with the heavy winds that are really starting to pick up right now, could make for a messy commute. From the Upper East Side of Manhattan to Jackson Heights in Queens to Greenpoint, Brooklyn, an early season nor'easter battered the New York City area yesterday with heavy rains and strong winds in a region already scarred by the deadly remnants of Hurricane Ida this summer.
We didn't sleep because we were just paranoid. We were just paranoid, and the rain came down heavy duty.
As much as 5 inches of rain drenched parts of the tri-state. But as the storm continues its wrath this morning, Ida's intensity has yet to be matched. A sigh of relief for the mayor of Paterson, New Jersey.
Fortunately, we didn't have any street closures. We didn't have to rescue anybody. In stark contrast to Ida.
That's not to say there were no issues, though. Roads flooded across the Garden State, leaving places like this Ridgewood High School football field swamped. All New Jersey kids are heading back to school after several public school districts canceled class due to weather yesterday. But Governor Phil Murphy warns flash flood warnings in some parts of the state remain in effect today.
In addition to the rain, we expect winds between 20 and 25 miles per hour to continue to blow inland and between 30 to 45 miles per hour along the shore.
Similar concerns on Long Island.
There are heavy bands of weather coming through still.
Suffolk County Executive Steve Bellone saying the biggest concern is power outages. PSEG now trying to get ahead of the problem with more than 400 workers on duty.
And we have a bunch of contractors on standby ready to be called out when needed.
Crews are keeping a close eye on trees already saturated by the rain. The worst of it expected on the east end. Less wind is anticipated for Nassau County, but officials are still prepared.
Making sure that the storm drains, the catch basins, the outfall pipes are all clear.
Westchester County also bracing for a potential mess while still trying to clean up yesterday's. The Bronx River Parkway, prone to flooding, lived up to its reputation yesterday. This section was supposed to be off limits to cars, but found drivers ignoring the warning and taking the risk, plowing through the deep water. And we're just along the Bronx River Parkway this morning. As you can see, things are pretty much back to business as usual. The National Weather Service, meantime, advising anyone driving in the tri-state area this morning to take it slow, especially in the coastal areas, as wind gusts could get up to 60 miles per hour. Now that we're live here in Scarsdale in Westchester County, Regina, send it back inside to you.
Definitely good to see that things have eased over the last couple of hours. Kayla, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox with this update. You and your team stay safe out there. And everybody, here is a Live Now look at some of the conditions in Ocean City, New Jersey. You can still see it's pretty windy out there, but when we brought you this shot earlier, or yesterday I should say, it was very sleek out there. It was raining a little bit. The city, specifically in New York City, was not doing too hot either. There was a lot of rain, but glad to see that officials with the transportation systems were better prepared. As you heard Kayla say, say a lot of school systems in the New Jersey tri-state area did close yesterday, but everything looking back to business as usual. So we also do know that tomorrow is supposed to be pretty nice up there in the Northeast, expecting some cool temperatures, some nice fall temperatures and sun. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue on with some top stories that we're following this morning here on Live Now from Fox when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are at 7:54 a.m. here on the East Coast. The sun has officially risen over our nation's capital. Taking a look at the Capitol building out there. It was a big day for social media giants on Capitol Hill yesterday. We had Ted Cruz, lawmakers questioning social media platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and Snapchat when it comes to child safety during a hearing about what they're doing to ensure that younger users' safety is really acknowledged on their platforms. Well, Live Now's Daytona Everett and Andrew Kraft spoke with Mark Berkman, CEO of the Organization for Social Media Safety, about the importance of yesterday's conversation. So I do want to play this segment for you here from our very own Daytona and Andrew here on Live Now from Fox.
So to discuss what's going on a little bit further, we want to bring on the CEO of the Organization for Social Media Safety, Mark Berkman. Mark, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, and we also have Andrew Kraft, so we're going to throw several different questions at you. You know, we spoke just last night about everything surrounding this, but one day later, we have lawmakers once again bringing in some of the other heads of other social media companies asking those tough questions. What were your thoughts of today's hearing?
My main thought was that I was watching deers in the headlights. The answers that we received from the representatives of these social media platforms were evasive, Some might have been misleading, and they didn't really answer the question of how these companies are going to keep our children safe.
You know, Mark, one of the main things that was brought up was around this law known as part of the 1996 Communications Act, known as Section 230. You heard from a lot of the senators on the panel. They wanted to get something out of these representatives from these companies about, what they should do to reform Section 230. They didn't really get much. You heard from Senator Blumenthal that, there's been so much talk about reforming Section 230. You think they would have had a full-formed opinion on it?
Yeah, I think that was a bulk of the conversation today, with some of the senators really asking about legislation that would be productive and help keep our kids safe. And what we got were, again, evasive answers, and that the companies were going to continue to look into legislation that's been available for years. 230 reform is a very important issue, a very important initiative. These companies need to step up and give answers about how we can reform 230 in a way that's going to create accountability among these big platforms.
Mark, we also heard from many of these CEOs and heads of these companies saying they're different than Facebook. We've been talking about Facebook and the trials that they've been undergoing recently, with obviously Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, coming out and talking about some of the inadequacies. Do you believe them? Do you think that these major social media companies, including TikTok and Snapchat and even further than who was there today, do you think that they're completely separate from Facebook and the issues they're facing?
Yeah, but I think for those of us that are informed, it's a poor answer, because they are different than Facebook. Their dangers are different, and some of those dangers are even worse, especially for children. Snapchat doesn't necessarily, the main use of Snapchat isn't to scroll through content. It's to have self-deleting messages, particularly between children, which leads to cyberbullying, leads to trafficking, and leads to drug dealing. Very concerning issues. And so, yes, there are differences between Facebook, but those differences shouldn't make any of us feel better.
And Mark, we've seen so many of these Senate hearings with a lot of older senators who aren't very familiar with a lot of the tech terminology and how a lot of these platforms operate and who the target audience is for a lot of these platforms. What did you make of the senators' lines of questioning? Were you surprised? Did you think it was adequate to the moment?
Yes, simply. We're fortunate enough to be able to talk to the staff members of a lot of these elected officials essentially on a daily basis. The staff are experts on these issues. They are incredibly informed. They put a lot of work into this hearing. They did a lot of research. We saw some exhibits today that was basically new research from members. Senator Blackburn had her staff go onto Snapchat, create a fake account, and automatically they saw inappropriate material pop up right away. So they're doing a lot of work on this. They're keeping their bosses, the senators, informed on these issues, and I thought the questioning was very effective today.
What was your biggest takeaway? Like, obviously we know Snapchat was asked some tough questions about drug and human trafficking, which we've talked about with you on the show before, but also TikTok's involvement with China as well. Is there anything else that you thought was particularly interesting out of today's hearing?
There was one comment from Snapchat that actually surprised me, and someone could take it as a throwaway comment mixed in the middle of other talking points. But she essentially said that drug dealers are consistently evading the measures that Snapchat is putting into place. And to be clear, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what I heard generally. That's actually a big admission that on their own, Snapchat is not being successful at combating drug dealing on their platform, and that's what we're seeing in our own testing as well. So that was a big one. I thought that the exchange between Senator Cruz and the representative from TikTok was also very illuminating the fact that we cannot get a straight answer on whether or not, according to the privacy guidelines that TikTok puts out themselves, whether or not China is allowed to access that information. We did not get a straight answer. That's a huge issue, one we should all be concerned with.
Yeah, and Mark, of course, that's against federal law. The fact that a foreign country can access Americans' data through, this multinational corporation that is TikTok. I was kind of curious, let's talk about this philosophically. And you just basically said that representative from Snapchat had some type of tacit acknowledgement that the efforts they are putting into place, frankly, are just not working. They're being, outmaneuvered, and many of these bad actors are working around them. I mean, in discussions like this, in hearings like this, you kind of welcome that candor.
Yeah, I don't know if that was actually, I'm fairly sure that was not intended to be any sort of admission. It was almost a filler sentence in there that drug dealers are working.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We were just tuning into a segment from our very own Andrew Kraft in Daytona Everett following yesterday's major hearing on Capitol Hill as lawmakers questioned social media giants about children and teens' safety when it comes to using their platforms. But as promised, we've got that Crew-3 NASA SpaceX astronaut media briefing getting underway here on Live Now from Fox. So let's listen in.
I mean, other than how you get there and how fast you're going, are they at all similar?
Yeah, for me, the connections between serving on a submarine and serving aboard the space station are actually what inspired me to apply to be an astronaut in the first place. I didn't grow up with that specific goal in mind. I was aware of the space program, watched shuttle launches on TV, but it was never something I could really picture myself doing. I knew I wanted to serve and found my way eventually to the submarine force. And it wasn't until I had that experience of living and working beneath the surface of the ocean and made the connection to living and working in the vacuum of space and understanding the kind of team it took to do that successfully, not only to live and work, but to accomplish a really important mission. And all of those parallels are what gave me the confidence to think, maybe that is something I could do someday, and inspired me to apply in the first place. So for me, the parallels are really endless, and I rely on the lessons I learned aboard my submarine and from the sailors, chiefs, other officers I worked with in that environment every single day in my training. And I think I'll only continue to recognize more and more similarities once we get into orbit.
All right, thanks. Next question is from Russell Pounds with Pacific Rim Media.
Good morning. I'm calling from Alaska today. This is for Kayla also. I know that you've had a strong commitment to school presentations and mentoring in general. Has there been a question or a discussion with a young person that you found particularly moving or inspirational? And just to add on to that, can you comment on your zero-G indicator?
I'll do the easy part of that question first, which is we're not going to comment on the zero-G indicator. We're going to give the zero-G indicator its time to shine during our launch, of course, as is tradition. But my story and journey is really one of being mentored by some incredible leaders, teachers, coaches, my family, officers, chiefs in the Navy, who really brought me up in the world. And so for me, that really instilled a commitment to mentoring the people who are coming behind me. And I think some of my most treasured relationships are the young midshipmen who I mentored when I was serving at the Naval Academy, which I was back at the Naval Academy as a lieutenant when I applied to be an astronaut. And some of the most special relationships for me were I was the first woman from the submarine force to return to the Naval Academy as an officer. And so it was an opportunity for the midshipmen, the young women who were interested in maybe following in my footsteps, to learn from my experience. And I still am in touch with all of those women from that era, and they've become friends and colleagues and have gone on to serve on submarines. Some are just about to earn their submarine warfare qualification, and so I really follow their journeys closely and treasure those relationships. And I think what was so meaningful to me about them is how much they challenged my thinking as a leader, and how much they inspired me to want to continue to serve. I thought at the time to continue serving the submarine force, and I just got really lucky that I got this opportunity to come work at NASA. So I think those relationships are really meaningful, and I'm honored to serve as a role model and mentor to kids everywhere, and especially women interested in STEM fields.
All right, next question is from John Schofield with Sing Second Sports Podcast.
Thank you. Hey, Kayla, very good to hear your voice again. And, dovetailing off of what you already talked about at the Naval Academy, walk me through a little bit what the physical mission, on top of what all of the academic and mental challenges that come a part of NASA training, how did you rely on your success as an athlete, an athletic career that was born at the Naval Academy? How did you rely on that to get through the tough times?
I think the lessons for all of us in our athletic pursuits, really, we rely on them all of the time in our training as an astronaut. Some days more than others, but I think all of those experiences taught us how to work on teams in really tough environments, how to push ourselves beyond our own limits, how to rely on each other for support when it came to our weaknesses. And how a group of people who really trust and believe in each other can accomplish so much more together than they can on their own. I think the most proximate times I rely on those moments are during the more physical aspects of our training, like spacewalk training. I think for all of us, that's like one of the hardest, if not the hardest thing we do. And it's very similar to athletic pursuits, especially really strategic ones, because you're out. Well, in my case, I haven't done it in real life. Tom actually has. But our training in the neutral buoyancy lab is fairly similar. I think it's a strong analog. And so those procedures, we'll be out doing a spacewalk for 7 hours. And during that time, you have to maintain incredible mental focus. You're doing these really, really detailed tasks. And it's really physical because working in the suit is hard. And you're out there with just water. You don't have anything to eat. You don't have any calories to sort of keep you going. And so I think my experience playing basketball, but especially running, doing endurance sports, helped me learn, how to manage my output, how to surge when I need to, how to recover, and mostly how to stay focused and rely on the people around me to push me through those really challenging moments.
All right, now we'll take a question from the NASA social group. Christopher wants to know, hello, Crew-3. Did you get a chance to talk to the Inspiration Crew or any of the crew that are already on board the space station about the Crew Dragon and what to expect?
We actually did get a chance to meet with the Inspiration 4 crew before they launched. They trained out at Hawthorne at SpaceX, which is also where we trained. So we did get a chance to meet with them both informally and formally, and then obviously follow their mission. And then the beauty of the commercial crew program with NASA is even though that was a private mission for Inspiration 4, NASA and SpaceX were still able to share lessons learned, look at the data coming back from their spacecraft, and continue to roll in improvements, not just for our Dragon, but for future Dragons. And so we haven't really bothered Jared and his crew too much post-flight since they've got a really busy agenda. But yeah, we have definitely benefited from what they learned, and I think they also were able to benefit from our training and seeing how we handle different situations in the capsule. And I think there's a great benefit there for both sides.
Okay, great. The next question will come from Amy Thompson with space.com.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I was wondering, I know you guys train for a lot of different aspects of your space flight, so I was just wondering, what are you most looking forward to? Is it doing an EVA? Is it doing the science? Is it flying the capsule? Thanks.
Well, the easy answer to that question is yes. Certainly one of the pinnacles of your time up on board is having the opportunity to do a spacewalk. But what we're doing day to day in the laboratory is going to be what many of us look forward to the most. It's really special to be at the cutting edge of an event when we, with our eyes, see something that humans have never seen before. And of course, it's all on video as well as downlinked to the ground, and we can all share in what we're discovering together. And that's going to be our life, most of our life, as we're up there working in this incredible laboratory. But all the other activities, of course, are challenging, as Kayla mentioned. Looking forward to them. For me personally, on my third flight, I'm also especially looking forward to flying with people that have not flown before, who I've never flown with before. And looking back on missions, it's your human interactions with your crewmates that become the most special.
All right, we'll take another question from Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Hey, thanks. For Tom Marshburn, you're the sixth person, I think, to find 3 different spacecraft. I know you haven't actually flown in the Crew Dragon yet, but how does it compare to the Soyuz in terms of creature comforts? It looks more roomy to us, looking at simulators, but obviously you don't have that upper compartment.
Yeah, it's where you're sitting in the seat, and the seats themselves are roomier. But the physics of getting up into space and how efficient you have to be with mass to get us up there along with our craft. Spacecraft are inevitably going to be a little bit small unless we have some huge advance in technology. So there's going to be, I suspect, more similarities. I don't know yet, but more similarities than differences, cosmetic differences as well. We love our current spacecraft. I find beauty in all the spacecraft I've flown before, even if it's more technical than otherwise. But I think the physics is going to determine our experience, how we stage, the acceleration we feel, how long we are under that acceleration. But can't wait to see if there's any nuances in the differences between them.
All right, we'll take another question from social. Kyle wants to know, for Raja, take us through your day tomorrow, which is a full-up dress rehearsal for the entire launch team.
Yeah, so Kyle, we've done several task trainers. We call them partial task training, where we do bits and pieces of events. And then tomorrow what we'll do is go essentially through the entire launch day from the time we get up, doing weather briefings, getting suited up, going out to the walkout, heading to the pad, and then really the exercise from the physical standpoint is all the tasks of us getting in the vehicle, getting strapped in, the white room team, that's the people who close out the area that the crew arm attaches to the rocket, getting them to go through all the checks they would normally do, to include hatch leak checks, having us do leak checks in the suit, powering up the vehicle, doing comm checks, and then even starting to make sure all the prop valves are ready to go for prop loading, offloading, and basically go through as close as we can get to actual launch day without actually launching off the pad. And so that's the plan. And then at the back end of that, we'll do a simulated scrub to go through essentially all the stuff that would be associated with that and make sure we do it safely, because you have to undo all that in a very safe manner and depressurize things and make sure the capsule and the rocket are completely safe for us to come off the pad. And so really it's from a physical standpoint, a test for the pad team that's doing all the work to get us safely in and out of the rocket. And then for the larger team, all the comm loops will be active, all the relays, and so getting everyone synced up to make sure there's no, day of, man, this computer wasn't plugged in and we didn't know that. So it's making sure all those loops are powered on and exercised and ready for the real day.
All right, we have a question from Ian on Twitter for Matthias. You will be welcomed by Thomas Pesquet. Will you bring any presents for him, and will you celebrate the fact that 2 ESA astronauts are in space at the same time, and if so, how?
Yes, definitely we will celebrate, like meeting a European in space and being now the second European and having like a long time of Europeans in space. It's not only Thomas and me, but after me is also Samantha Cristoforetti, who will be in space. So it's 1.5 years of Europeans in space. It's a first, and it's very important for Europe, for the European Space Agency. We will celebrate. Unfortunately, I will not bring anything special for Thomas because all the stuff is already up there. It's all been manifested some months ago, but there is some stuff in there to celebrate, and it's still a secret.
All right. We'll take a question from Ken Creamer with Space Up Close.
All right. Today, thank you for that.
I want to follow up with some questions for Matthias in German and English. Again, can you describe the work you're going to do with the European robotic arm, and also talk about Simon Astronaut Assistance? Bitte beschreiben die europäische Roboterarm und mit Simon Astronaut Assistent. Dankeschön.
Yes, so several months ago we launched the European robotic arm on the Russian module, the MLM. And so the arm is out there. Now we need to activate it. It's still being attached to the module. Now we need to open these attachments. We need to install it, add some video cameras. Then we check it out. And then this arm will be able to bring science payloads through a Russian airlock from the inside of the station towards the outside. And then we are able to run experiments on the outside without performing a spacewalk. So that's very important. And Thomas Pesquet already did some checkouts, then I will do some checkouts. I hope also to have a spacewalk involving the activation of the arm, and later on Samantha Cristoforetti will also perform a spacewalk to continue on the ERA works. Simon, it's a piece of artificial intelligence that we bring up to space. And it's an experiment which is really paving the way towards exploration. Imagine being on the moon or later on Mars, where you have a huge time lag between your spaceship and the ground. And if you have a question, for example, do I need to bring back this stone or this rock here? It takes up to 20 minutes one way from Mars to Earth. And so again, 20 minutes for the answer. And that's obviously not a way that you can work. So you need to have an expert with you. And that can be a geological expert, it can be a medical expert, and well, this expert is now the form of artificial intelligence. So we test it up in the space station. My Simon colleague will walk me through a procedure, give me some recommendations, and in case my crew makes me feel sad, Simon will tell me a joke. So the short version now in German. Ja, wir haben den europäischen robotischen Arm oben an der Station. Der Arm ist noch verbunden mit dem Modul MLM. Den müssen wir jetzt dann loslösen und aktivieren. Teil dieser Aktivierung wird von innen durchgeführt, ein Teil davon auch außen während eines Weltraumspaziergangs. Und ich hoffe darauf, dass ich dann auch einen Weltraumspaziergang durchführen darf.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez still with you here on Live Now from Fox. A really cool early event that we are bringing to you this Wednesday morning. Astronauts Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, Kayla Barron, and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer hopping off a jet yesterday, touching down at the Kennedy Space Center right here in Central Florida, where our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub is located. They are taking questions from across the world right now ahead of their launch that is scheduled for Halloween this Sunday at 2:21 a.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. For those of you who don't see that 2-minute commercial break, we'll continue to listen in.
That relate to walking on the moon or anything else that you might expect on Artemis missions. Thanks.
Thanks, Joey. So as part of the Artemis team, both Kayla and I really aren't necessarily training for a specific mission with Artemis, more helping with the development. But to your question, one of the things we'll both be helping, actually all of us will be working on, is what we call exploration technology. So a lot of the life support systems that we use on the station, they're either changing out components or adding new capability to that we can then see if that will work for the long term. It's reliable for exploration missions. And so on the space station, it gets really far away, obviously, but it's close enough to Earth that we can troubleshoot problems, whereas on the moon and eventual Mars missions, if something breaks, you don't have the chance to fix that. And so we're using the station as a test bed for some of those technologies to make sure they will work on those further out missions.
Yeah, and I would just add that in addition to using the space station to kind of do research and development, think about a lot of those technologies and operational concepts. I think for us as members of the Artemis generation, this group of astronauts who's looking forward to returning to the moon soon and to stay with human beings, boots on the moon. For us, the opportunity to visit the space station, this incredible engineering marvel that we've been serving on continuously for 2 decades now, is the best possible training for us in terms of personal development and the opportunity to learn from the experienced people who we get to go to space with, people like Tom, Mark Vandehei, who will meet there, but also from the operational team on the ground and mission control. That experience is so mature, and so getting the opportunity to be a part of that before we're pushing the boundaries and doing things we've never done before is a huge opportunity for us to develop and think about our role in those future missions, whether it's on one of the crews or supporting the team from the ground in mission control or in other parts of, the ops concepts, planning EVAs and things like that. So we feel really lucky to have the opportunity to visit the space station and be a part of that legacy.
All right, we'll take the next question from social media. For Raja and Kayla, you're the first of your turtle classmates to launch to space. Are your classmates doing anything special for you?
Yes, the turtles are always scheming a little bit. There were plans for a pretty epic send-off that unfortunately kind of got quashed just due to concerns about COVID and kind of us trying to stay healthy before launch, which is really important. But just yesterday when we were driving to Ellington Field to take off to come here to Kennedy Space Center, there was a whole bale of turtles, as we've learned a group of turtles is called, along with some fantastic people from our office there along the road cheering us on. So we definitely feel the turtle love and support, and we're really excited for the chance to potentially welcome some of our classmates during our mission for the turtle takeover of the space station. So we couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, as Kayla alluded to, there's more turtles on the way behind us. So slowly but surely, the turtle way.
That's awesome. All right, we have a question for Matthias from Facebook. What does this mean back home for you and your family for you to reach this point?
Well, it's like I applied some 13 years ago to become an astronaut. So, and for my family and me, it's a huge support that I received during all those years to follow my dream. And now, actually flying to space, it's a huge reward. It's paying off all the hard work during these 13 years. And it's just another indicator that if you want to reach or fulfill yourself a dream, you need to have some stamina and just never stop dreaming.
All right. We'll take another question from the phone. John Schofield with Sing Second Sports Podcast.
Thank you. One more question for Kayla. Kayla, you're part of now a long blue line of Naval Academy astronauts. In fact, I remember vividly being on a trip to Houston with you as we talked to Sunita Williams about her experience and seeing your excitement about the space program build there. What's it like to be down there with Nicole Anapu, to be around people like Chris Cassidy? Have you heard from Naval Academy astronauts from present and past? And how do you feel about carrying that mantle forward as yet another member of this Naval Academy class of astronauts?
Yeah, I think about those connections and relationships all of the time. I wouldn't have applied to be an astronaut if I hadn't met Naval Academy graduates who became astronauts and who really encouraged me to believe in myself and believe that that dream was possible. It's just a fantastic group of mentors and friends, both those that are retired from the office, people like Wendy Lawrence, who sent me an email yesterday wishing me luck on the mission, kind of brought tears to my eyes because I still fangirl over Wendy every time I get a chance to see her, along with Sunny Williams, who I still can't believe that she's my colleague and I walk by her in the halls because I think she's a hero to so many young women who aspire to careers in STEM and aspire to be astronauts. And so working with people like Nicole, flying in the T-38 with her, Chris Cassidy, getting advice for him about preparing for spacewalks, it's an incredible legacy to be a part of, and I take that responsibility and privilege really seriously and hope to continue to make that community proud.
All right, we'll take a question from Joey Roulette with New York Times.
Taking my question again. For all the astronauts, after the Inspiration 4 flight, Elon Musk said he would add a food warmer to Crew Dragon, and I was curious whether you all would find that useful or find other similar amenities that spring out of tourist experiences useful like that. Thanks.
kind of on a food warmer, like adding any amenities. Yeah, so I think it's, for us, I mean, I'm sure we'd use it if, well, why not? It's a slightly different mission in the sense of being the end destination on the I-4 mission being to stay in the capsule and live there long term, if you will, or longer term than we'll be there, versus the purpose that we're using it to is essentially a ferry vehicle to get to and from our science objectives and mission on the space station. Yeah, we would happily take more amenities, but at the same time, I don't know that we would have the same need or want for them. I think the cool thing, though, is, as a lesson out of the I-4 mission, they are kind of figuring out what things do you absolutely need or what things would be nice to haves. And I think that's the same thing. We ask a lot of the same questions as we look at exploration missions and Artemis. A lot of the things that we take for granted on the space station, you may not have in a much smaller capsule or when you first start establishing boots on the ground and a sustainable presence on the moon. But you have to figure out some way to start with what you need and then build up to what you want and figure out the right trade of science and logistics as you look at those missions. So it's a great question in terms of thinking through that, the priorities of those different things. So yeah, if there's a food warmer, we'll use it, but I don't think we're planning to sneak one on for our particular mission.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Crew-3, for answering the questions, and we're excited to see you launch. Our next media event will be the Science Media Telecon. That is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on nasa.gov/live. You can learn about all the science these guys will be working on the space station. And be sure to tune in for their launch Sunday, October 31st at 2:21 a.m. Eastern Time. Coverage will start at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on nasa.gov/live or on the NASA app. And you can follow the crew and NASA on social media for updates. Thanks for joining, and go Crew-3.
Go Crew-3. Really cool event to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. It's so cool that we are just able to casually send humans up to the International Space Station every 6 months. It was just late last year that we covered the launch of Crew-2 that is now up in the ISS and expected to return home. So really cool stuff here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We will be streaming that launch. I need to confirm on whether or not it will be live because 2:21 a.m. is definitely an early wake-up call. But if not, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Halloween here on Live Now from Fox. Launches are really some of the most exciting things that we can bring you because we've been covering a billionaire space race, William Shatner, Jeff Bezos, Virgin Galactic, and now we've got astronauts going up to the ISS to continue their research in the literally floating portal that is the ISS. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we'll continue bringing you some of the top stories that we are following this Wednesday, October 27th here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 8:31 a.m. here on the East Coast. Taking a Live Now look over the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Braves fans having a good night last night after the Atlanta Braves struck with the very first pitch and just kept going in Game 1 of the World Series. The Braves beat the Houston Astros 6-2. It was a healthy swing by Jorge Soler that powered the Atlanta Braves to a smashing start in their first World Series appearance in nearly 2 decades. We've got Game 2 taking place tonight. It will air on Fox. And be sure to tune in. Both Astros and Braves fans got a tight one coming. So we will continue bringing you any updates when it comes to the scores there on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to bring you that quick update as we did head out to Minute Maid Park just yesterday to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team about Game 1. So it looks like the Braves managed to take that first. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. It's been a busy morning. We've been bringing you some top stories that we are following this Wednesday, October 27th. We've also got some live events getting underway early as well. We were just tuning in to a media conference that was being held with the Crew-3 astronauts that are set to head out to the International Space Station on Halloween. Liftoff scheduled for 2:21 a.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center right here in Central Florida. So you can bet that we will have some coverage of the launch here on Live Now from Fox over the weekend and be bringing you some interviews and previews to the launch here as well. We do have some guests scheduled for the next couple of days to kind of weigh in on exactly what they will be doing up there and how long they will be up there. We do know about 6 months. So we are also following some major top stories as well. I do want to check in with Fox's Doug Lazader. He is talking about some major breaking news that we brought to you yesterday here on our show. The FDA officially giving the green light for the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. So will this start to ease, or will this make the mask and vaccine mandate protests that we've seen across the nation in the last couple of weeks better or worse? Well, Doug Lazader has that exact information for us this morning. Let's listen in.
It is widely expected that the FDA will accept this outside panel's recommendation in coming days, but it's also clear that for this FDA panel, this was a difficult decision.
17 voted yes, and we had 1 abstain.
The vote was nearly unanimous, and if the FDA agrees with their outside experts, these special orange-capped vials of the Pfizer vaccine could soon be deployed for 5 to 11-year-olds under an emergency use authorization. One of those experts acknowledged that this was a tough call.
It's always nerve-wracking. I think when you're asked to make a decision for millions of children based on studies of only a few thousand children.
And if the FDA, as expected, follows that recommendation, the Centers for Disease Control will have to decide what comes next.
The CDC needs to heavily scrutinize who should be getting this vaccine. Should it be tailored to those with pre-existing medical conditions? Should we be considering single-dose regimens? Should we be taking into account whether or not a child has natural immunity?
Some school districts may be anxious to mandate the shots, but we've seen how contentious that is even for adults. The Biden administration is still formulating private workplace mandates, as some workers have been protesting the requirements. And there are concerns about the impact it could have on the nation's struggling supply chain.
These proposed requirements, however well-intentioned, we certainly know are going to continue to put further disruptions and strains on the supply chain.
Moderna, meantime, is preparing to seek authorization for its vaccine for 6 to 11-year-olds. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
And here is a live now look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. That is where Doug Lazater joins us from each and every morning. So we will definitely be staying on top of any news related to the vaccines for children ages 5 to 11 here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we are just moments away, everybody, just about a couple of minutes from being joined by an economist who is going to bring us the latest when it comes to the supply chain issues and its impacts that it's expected to have on the holiday shopping season, which crazy to think that we are already inching closer to Christmas and to Thanksgiving. So I do want to bring you the latest segment from our very own Fox 6 Milwaukee as they cover this exact topic. Let's take a listen.
Christmas is 2 months away, but if you plan to get all of your gifts on time, then Christmas shopping season starts now. Fox 6's Sam Kramer joins us live. And Sam, this is largely in response to supply chain issues around the world. We've been telling viewers about this.
Yeah, hi there, Ted. Here at Port Milwaukee, you're not going to see the backlog of container ships that's happening right now in California. This port doesn't handle containers, but with so much, 40% of the nation's goods entering the country through California, the message from supply chain experts is simple. This year, just don't wait. From wage demands and vaccine mandates to labor shortages and shipping delays.
This year is definitely different.
Supply chain challenges are already impacting commerce beyond the holiday shopping season. It's why Anna Land, an associate professor of supply chain at UW-Whitewater, says if you're able to do so, try gift shopping a little early this year instead of waiting for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, or even later.
So go ahead and start taking a look now because you might already see that items are low in stock already now, well before Christmas.
The National Retail Federation estimates 49% of holiday shoppers will start buying gifts before November this year, up from 42% last year. Land says another reason to shop early could be an expected jump in shipping costs due to container delays and not enough truck drivers to then transport those goods offshore.
So go ahead and start taking a look now because you might already see that items are low in stock already now, well before Christmas.
In fact, major retailers have already begun offering their holiday sales to encourage early shopping, an all-in effort to keep the shelves stocked this season.
Manufacturers are rethinking the traditional just-in-time production and lean inventory because we're realizing the effects of that now.
So Lance says if you're interested in a certain product, you can try to reach out to that business and gauge them on their shipping expectations, really shipping delay expectations. Of course, if you can, a trip to the store would just alleviate that issue altogether. We're live tonight in Milwaukee. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
The umbrellas will be in soon, Sam. Hang in there.
All right, great segment there from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team. Not only is the supply chain issue impacting Christmas, but all of the supply chain inflation issues also impacting the prices at the pump. I do want to play out for you this short segment from our Fox 32 Chicago team talking about the high gas prices that we have seen here in our nation. Again, we are just minutes away from being joined by an economist who is also going to be touching on the supply chain issue and its impacts on holiday shopping. So let's listen into this quick segment about gas prices that we are seeing as a result of inflation.
Talking also about the pain at the pump. You're feeling it. The gas prices, I'm sure you've noticed if you're gassing up your car, they have gone up, and you're not imagining how much. It actually gone up about 50% this year alone.
Yeah, we are shelling out on average nationwide $3.38, give or take a gallon. That's for regular. The White House says, hey, sorry, everybody, we can't help. We want to bring in Fox business analyst and friend to us here on Good Day, Phil Flynn. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Great to be here.
Great to have you here. All right, let's start with the fact that here in Chicago, we're shelling out even more than the rest of the country, $3.80 a gallon on average. What's going on?
I think Chicago politicians and Illinois politicians have never met a tax that they don't like. I think that's the problem. I mean, if you look at Chicago taxes, we've got city taxes, we've got Cook County taxes. We have a state tax that is actually variable. And what that means is that the higher the price for the actual product goes, the higher percentage you pay for gasoline. So, they get you both ways. If the prices go up, the state makes more money because it's charged on a percentage. It's actually madness, and the people that are getting hurt the most are the people on a budget right now. And I'm afraid it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Well, we sure don't like to hear that. Well, the president basically throwing up his hand saying it's out of his hands. We are exporting a lot of crude out of the country. Why not keep more of it here? And don't we have a reserve? I thought we had a reserve of gas.
We have a reserve of oil, not of gasoline. And the energy secretary suggested that maybe we would do both of those things. Maybe quit exporting oil in an attempt to lower prices here in the U.S. And at the same time use the strategic petroleum reserve. But both of those ideas would probably backfire. Number one, U.S. crude oil is desirable in other places. Our refineries aren't very good at refining U.S. crude. It's actually better refined in other countries. So it's actually cheaper to export it and trade it for the type of oil that we need. As far as using the strategic petroleum reserve, it would only lower prices temporarily, maybe 10 or 15 cents a gallon, but immediately the demand would go back up and drive prices up even higher than they were before. It doesn't solve the problem. And actually, President Biden, of course, caused a lot of these issues. He was the guy that cracked down on U.S. drilling. He put on a drilling moratorium. He canceled the pipeline coming across. He's discouraged investments. And now he's throwing up his hands and say, there's nothing I can do about it. It's like, name me one thing that he did to stop prices going up. He's only added to it. And the Green New Deal, everybody's paying for it right now.
And it's not just gas, Phil. We're almost out of time, less than 30 seconds. But as we mentioned, some estimates say this is going to be one of the most expensive Thanksgiving holidays ever in history. Why is it costing so much to put dinner on the table this year?
Part of it is energy prices. Transportation is a big part of that. And the fertilizer is made out of petroleum products, believe it or not, that raises food. That's gone through the roof. And the other thing, your heating bill this year is going to be $50 to $60 a month more than it was a year ago. And if we get a cold winter, it could even be more than that.
Wow. And of course, all of this is going to translate into travel, too. If you want to go take an airline flight somewhere, it's going to cost more money. Hey, Phil Flynn, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Always good to hear from you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
We're talking also about the pain.
All right, and we are going from our Fox 32 Chicago team, obviously located in Chicago, Illinois, out to a live now look we have of the Empire State Building in New York City. Still looking like a dreary day out there. They did have a nor'easter moving through the region, causing some flooding and some rain, but it does look like conditions have definitely eased up over the last couple of hours. So good to report there. Wanted to take you out to New York because, okay, personally, I'm from New York. I've always loved shopping in the city, but what a better place to holiday shop, right? You got Macy's, you got all the department stores, but with more people buying what they need online and a general increase in shopping for goods rather than services, the U.S. has seen a domino effect of problems with getting shipments to their buyers, especially for products coming from overseas. Well, as the supply chain crisis heightens, everyone is asking, well, what can I do now? What should I do now? And when will this end? So to kind of break it all down for us and answer your questions, I do want to bring into the conversation Dr. Phil Levi. He is a chief economist at Flexport. Hello, Dr. Levi. So sorry about that. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I am good. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, because obviously this is a topic that is not going to away, especially as we head into the holiday season. So first off, Dr. Levi, can you give us a quick recap of how we got into this situation to begin with?
Yeah, we have a system that's meant to handle a certain flow of goods. And the exact season of the year you're talking about, when we all dream of shopping in New York and buying Christmas gifts or holiday gifts, that's when it's at its peak. We're set for that. what we've seen during the pandemic is that we hit that level of demand for goods, and then we went beyond it, and we stayed beyond it. And the system really isn't built to handle that kind of capacity for that long. So you're seeing backlogs and jammed warehouses and delays.
Yeah, now we're showing some video to our viewers, Dr. Levi, of the backlogs at the ports. Can you kind of explain that? Because I feel like you think about the ports, you think about how large these ships are, they're carrying so many products. So why is there a backlog? Where does it kind of start?
Oh, it's a good question. The whole entire supply chain has been stressed. What you're seeing with those pictures at ports is there's ships lining up because it just takes time to unload those giant boats. And then when you unload them, you have to have a place to put all of those containers. And those containers, giant piles, trucks take them away. Every part of that system is under strain. And so if you don't have enough ability to unload quickly, if you can't get the containers cleared from the ports, you get backups.
Now, so obviously we are heading into the holidays. First off, that's incredibly hard to believe that we're almost at Thanksgiving, Christmas, but why might people want to shop early this holiday season, especially with these backlogs not really seeming to go away anytime soon?
Well, and that's exactly it, is that if you look at what's happening with stores where their inventories are, the inventory to sales ratios, just to sound like an economist for a moment, they've gotten really low, that retailers are having a difficult time keeping stocked up. So some of the holiday traditions where you've got, very generous last minute sales, I would not expect those this year. The difficulty is keeping shelves stocked, and if you have your heart set on something, you might want to act early.
Yeah, now it's important to note, Dr. Levi, that this is not just products, it's cars, and we're coming up on Halloween. I understood that there was also a pumpkin shortage. So is it really everything in retrospect when you think about it?
Well, it is the same system. And when we're sort of dependent on truckers, for example, to move things around, it's those same truckers. So even if you get pulled from one part of the system to the other, the shortage gets felt throughout. But you're right. It's another thing to keep in mind. This is not even just imported goods, because sometimes it's the parts that were used to make domestic goods. So it does stretch a lot farther than you would think.
Now, are there online or other holiday gift buying options that would ease the supply chain issues, or does it make it worse because we're ordering online and now we need them to get shipped to us?
Yeah, it's not a surefire workaround, because it does all need to get shipped. I don't know that it makes it worse. It has been one of the big challenges of the pandemic, is the way that you stock warehouses for online is a little different than what you would do for store retail. And there's been an awful lot of adaptation that's been required. So it's been a really challenging time. But unfortunately, no, ordering it online is not a pure workaround.
So as far as when people should go buy whatever they need to for the holidays, when is that?
What time do stores open today? No, I'm kidding. But I wouldn't put it off very long. This is an ongoing thing, and we're certainly not going to see relief in the next few weeks. So this is going to be something that plagues us throughout the holiday season and beyond.
Yeah, and what advice, because it's not just consumers, obviously we are thinking ourselves as consumers, but how does this impact business owners?
Oh, I think it makes life very difficult for them. They're trying to sort of get key supplies in, and it's very hard. It's one of the things that my company tries to do, but we try to sort of provide visibility, but things that used to be dependable in the past aren't dependable anymore, and they're scrambling.
Now, I understand that you will be holding a virtual summit where you're going to touch on this exact topic. What are your major points that you want to stress at that summit, as well as to our viewers right now?
I think the thing that we really stress is this is an important time to work closely. If you're a company that's trying to keep these things stocked, work with somebody who has insight into your whole supply chain, visibility, and the ability to sort of adapt to circumstances as they're changing rapidly. Technology helps here.
And where can we go for more information, Dr. Levi?
Well, we try to put up as much as we can at flexport.com. We have some research that we're regularly putting out. There's flexport.com/research, where we're trying to keep tabs on this and actually trying to forecast when we see all this goods craze letting up. And I can tell you, preview the answer, not by the end of the year.
Yeah, that was literally my next question. Even if it's not by the end of the year, with your research, do you see any sort of date or time as a light at the end of the tunnel, or is this kind of just a take it day by day situation?
We are somewhat pessimistic on this. We think it's unlikely that we're getting relief much before 2023, I hate to say. And partly that's because, like I said, the system is built for crunch times, and you have some that you sort of stumble up against anyway. So if you don't clear the system by, say, early summer next year, then you start getting into next year's season. So we don't see a relief coming around the corner. We see some challenges coming up, like West Coast port negotiations. So it's going to continue for a while.
Yeah, and Dr. Levi, I actually wanted to mention and ask you, are there any solutions? I'm located here in Orlando, Florida. Last week, we heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis basically offering up Florida ports to help California and the West Coast. So is that a solution to open up other ports across the nation?
It's certainly something worth looking at, but it is... the way you might want to think about that is if you were trying to fly into, your local airport and that's where you were supposed to get, and somebody says, hey, look, you can fly into an airport 100 miles away and you'll be fine. You'd say, well, that's nice. I'm glad that other airport's available, but how do I get to where I was ultimately going? You have the same problem with goods, where if you go to a different port, fine, but how do you connect with rail? How do you connect with trucking? And will you be able to do that? So it's definitely worth exploring. It's not always easy.
No, that makes really good sense. Dr. Levi, is there anything else that you want our viewers to know? Anything else for them to take away before we send you off this morning?
I'll repeat the advice, which probably is kind of welcome, which is get out and start shopping. We've already been doing a lot of it, but don't be looking for those last minute sales and full shelves that they're trying to empty.
All right. Well, Dr. Phil Levi, Chief Economist at Flexport, joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for providing us and our viewers this insight. We really appreciate your time.
It's great to talk with you. Thank you.
Absolutely. You have a great day. And here is another Live Now look, everybody, at the Empire State Building. New York being one of my favorite places to shop, like I just mentioned. So as you heard Dr. Levi say, best advice, get out there and shop. Go Google what time your favorite store is open right now. No, I'm just kidding. But if you've got some gift, if you've got some idea in the back of your head, definitely head out to get that sooner than later, as the supply chain issues don't seem to be going away anytime soon. Stay with us, everybody. We are keeping it going here on Live Now from Fox, almost at 9 a.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. I do want to let you know that we are expecting a live press conference from Capitol Hill out there on the Build Back Better agenda. It is slated to get underway at about 9 a.m. Eastern time, and we do know that Representative Barbara Lee is going to be hosting this press conference. So we will monitor this feed here on Live Now from Fox, but stick with us because we'll have some more top stories after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are inching closer to the 9 a.m. Eastern time mark here on Live Now from Fox. We are currently taking a Live Now look over the Capitol building. A different vantage point from the Capitol building that we've got here. Do want to let you know that this press conference is slated to get underway here any minute. We're going to hear from Representative Barbara Lee, Poor People's Campaign presser, on the Build Back Better agenda. So it does look like she's going to be joined by some advocates here speaking on President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. So when we do get that feed, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, or when we do see it getting started, we will play it for you live, raw, and unfiltered, because this is who we are and what we do. It does look like they are getting ready to get set up here. We are just minutes away. I do want to give you another look at some of the vantage points we've got coming from across the country right now. Here is a Live Now look at the Empire State Building out there in New York City. They are seeing some dreary weather still, but conditions definitely easing up after the nor'easter that has passed through the region over the last 24 hours. We also have a vantage point of Atlanta, Georgia this morning. Braves fans waking up to some good news that they did clinch Game 1 of the World Series last night over the Houston Astros. Game 2 expected to get underway tonight at Minute Maid Park at 8 p.m. So be sure to watch that on Fox. We also have a look at your temperatures this morning. Here's a look at our XRAD radar. Temperatures looking pretty chilly across the board this morning, even 63 out in mid-central Florida. You've also got that high wind warning and some flood watches still in effect up there in the northeast. Looks like it is at 48 to 45 in parts of New York. Even if you go to the west coast, you've got lower 50s out there in Northern California. So definitely chilly across the board. Definitely officially fall as well. It's been fall, but now we're just seeing the temperatures kind of act like it. But anyways, again, we do have this press conference expected to get underway any moment here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like they are getting set up and ready to begin, so let's listen in.
Okay. Let me welcome all of the media who are here today and all of our brothers and sisters who have come. Of course, at 10:30, there's going to be a Witness Wednesday mall rally with more than 12 organizations coming, but the people who are going to be speaking, and it's high time for this to happen, will be impacted persons. You know, we've been hearing so much, in fact, too much, about 3 trillion, 2 trillion, 5 trillion. And the real issue should not be what is the cost if we do what needs to be done with this step called Build Back Better and with the protection of our voting rights, but what's the cost if we don't? That's the fundamental question. Truth of the matter is, whether it's 3.5 trillion is far less than what many economists say we need. And in addition to that, it's less than 5% of what we would spend anyway. There is no scarcity of resources. Since 9/11, we spent $21 trillion in militarism and militarizing our borders and war. But the numbers, the first thing we ought to hear are what we really ought to be hearing are the faces, the voices of the people, and seeing the faces of the people. This never should have been just about trillions and we don't have this and we don't have that. That's just a lie, it's a hoax. What we don't have is any more time to wait. What we don't have is time after this calamity and pandemic and 700,000 people dying and 20-some million people losing their jobs and 8 million more people falling into poverty. What we don't have is time to keep telling them, you know what, you made it through COVID, you helped save this country through COVID. While we were going through COVID, we call you essential, but now that we might be coming out of it some, you're expendable. When you talk about this Build Back Better plan, as I said, it's a step. What we ought to be talking about is the 57% of children under 6 that don't have good choices for child care. We ought to be talking about the 5 million families that would be helped. We ought to be talking about the millions of families that would be helped with 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave. How callous can you be as a nation or a congressperson? What's going wrong? What's up in your heart when you become a slave to corporate greed and to corporate desires rather than a servant of your conscience and a servant of the people? How is it that you swear to promote the general welfare of all people in this nation, and then you have a chance in front of it and you treat the corporations like people and the people like things? We got too many corporate lobbyists who want to have the final say rather than the people. We should be talking about how many millions of people would benefit from free community colleges and how it would lift this economy. We ought to be talking about the thousands and thousands of people that would benefit from investment of money from into HBCUs. We should be talking about the 4 million uninsured people that would gain coverage, and the healthcare workers by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, that would get $15 minimum wage. That's the numbers we should be talking about. Those are the people that media should be interviewing, not just Manchin and Sinema and corporate lobbyists, but the people, the people. We should be talking about the 10 million renters that are paying more than half of their incomes in rent. That's who should have been the beginning of this debate. We said this even to the White House early on. We said, bring the people in the Oval Office who are impacted. Talk to them and then let them talk to the American people. We should stop these lies about scarcity. We should be talking about the 9.3 million children that would benefit from free school meals. We should be talking about the 17 million low-wage workers. I'm talking about essential workers that would benefit from the earned income tax credit. We should be talking about the 56 million voters that use the electoral processes that 49 states are now trying to erode. 56 million voters will be negatively impacted if we don't pass the For the People Act, and if we don't make sure that we have the voter rights, the VRA, the VRA Section 5. But we also should talk about this climate. Don't y'all get fooled by these little 15-minute trips to space. This is all we have. This is all we can live on. I'm a preacher. This is all God made for us to live on. And that's why these babies here, I can call them that, I'm old enough now, but they said they are so concerned about the future that they would risk their lives in a hunger strike. Think about that, members of the media. They recognize that when you don't take care of the climate, it creates death. We all die. But all of these regressive thoughts have what we call a death measurement in it. People die from poverty and low wages. People die from the lack of housing. People die from the lack of health care. People die from the lack of living wages. People die from the climate heating up and us not doing what we ought to do to change it. And all of this stuff is man-created. It is not God-ordained. That's right. And if we made it like this, we can change it. That's right. And these babies, these daughters, I want them to speak first. And they can't even stand at the mic because of the weakness. But they said, we want to come here. And they said the whole be a better plan. It should have never been cut. It should be more. But they've been willing to literally put their lives on the line. A couple of them, I think, have already gone to hospital. And here they are this morning. And I want you to hear from them. And media, in the rest of this week, I'm begging you, we're begging you, talk to the people. Talk to the people. Mr. President, before this is all over, bring people to the mic. Bring the people to share. Manchin and Sinema and Republicans, they've said enough. God knows they've said too much. Let the people talk, we the people, and how we can lift this society and save this climate and save lives if we take this step. That's a step. It's not all that needs to be done, but it's a step. That's right. It's a step. My dear Sister Abby, you want to say a word to all the people around the world, the media here? You going to try to stand up, or you going to She can't stand. So can you all listen in real good?
Absolutely.
Yes, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lee is here too.
Okay.
My name is Abby. I'm 20 years old. And I have dreams. I have dreams of, I'm from Philly, and I have dreams of growing up and being able to stay in my community in West Philly and being able to live with my mom and my future wife and children, and of like having a garden and being able to go to church every week and being able to go to sleep without worrying about the next flood or heat wave or hurricane rolling through my city. I have dreams of being able to walk out in the summer with my dad without worrying that he's gonna keel over from the heat. And I have dreams of all of my friends being able to grow up and live our full lives in the places we love. And I'm here doing this hunger strike because I would do anything for that future to be real.
That's right.
I have a president who said that that was going to happen, who said that the U.S. government was going to make it possible for me to live my life, for my generation to live. He promised me and my generation, he promised the American people in every country on earth that he was going to cut fossil fuel emissions by 50% by 2030 to avoid the very worst of the climate crisis. And I believe that he will do that. I believe that he will do everything in his power to make sure that happens before he goes to the world stage this Sunday in COP. But I keep hearing these stories about Joe Biden and the Democrats that they can't do that, that they're gonna let us burn and drown and starve in the climate crisis because Joe Manchin, they can't stand up to Joe Manchin, the senator from Exxon. Joe Manchin has taken $4 million from the fossil fuel CEOs.
That's right.
And then mysteriously is against all climate action to stop the climate crisis caused by those same fossil fuel CEOs. I ran into Joe Manchin yesterday coming out of a meeting with his corporate donors, and I was asking him why he is not standing for us, why he is stopping this life-saving climate action. And I begged him, and all it was him lying to me and then getting in his car and driving away while I screamed that I wanted to live. And I'm here because I am desperate and I am furious. I am furious with the Democrats who will not stand for me, who will not fight for my generation, and who are going to let us burn and drown. And I believe that he will, and I demand that Joe Biden, President of the United States, do everything in his power to do everything to cut emissions by as much as he can, as soon as he can. Because my generation deserves to live.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
I deserve to live.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right. We all deserve to live. We have a song. Right. Everybody has a right.
That's right.
And I want you to hear me. We all see this stuff. Why we're here together? Because the same people that want to block the health care and block the living wages and block education and block family leaves are the same ones that want to block taking care of the climate. And it is absolutely ridiculous that we're having this kind of a fight for just basic things in a democracy. When we gave one day in 2020 over $1 trillion that didn't even come through the Congress to the airline. I want to suggest to the Congress people as well, I think people have been too cordial with Joe Manchin. Maybe if some of the Congress people had gone on a hunger strike. There's nothing in the rule that said y'all can't have a sit-in. Maybe you ought to bring people, if things have brought people from West Virginia up here to talk. That's been the problem. We've said that this stuff is absolutely critical. We said we had the worst attack on voting rights since the end of the Civil War. We say that the climate is in trouble. And we say it's urgent, but then we treat it as though we got options and more time. And we do not. And these young ladies have decided that they're going to stand. You know, Rabbi, I can't help it. I just can't help it.
What you do, Bishop, what you do.
Shouldn't do. That just can't help it.
Careful, Abby, you did it to me once.
But these are, let us all recognize that this is not about $3 trillion.
Yeah. Right.
This is not about scarcity. This is not about we don't have enough. I'm so sick of that damn lie. I don't know what to do.
Right.
The wealthiest nation in the history of the world cannot claim we don't have enough.
Say it.
What we don't have enough of is conscience and moral fiber and a concern for people. And the lobbyists of the corporations have too much power in this place. And too many Congress people and senators have become slaves to them rather than be free to serve the people. Joan, is this, you spoke on behalf of your friend here, did you, Julie? Julie's okay. In my tradition, when people are doing things powerful, we stretch out our hands and say, strength be with you, peace be with you. Would you all do that? Yes. Strength be with you. Peace be with you.
Peace be with you.
America, hear these babies. Hear these. Don't let them go to their grave.
Don't let them go. Don't let them go to their grave.
Because you refuse to help people live. Amen. There's a senator who will fight all day and a congresswoman. That's the reason got this space for us this morning. Before we go to other people, I want to ask Congresswoman Barbara Lee that she'll come and speak on behalf of other congresspersons. And then she's going to stay for a minute because she wants to hear, as well as Brother Raskin, from these other impacted people. These are the folk that will be impacted by what we do here in this place. Congresswoman Lee, let's give her a hand.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bishop Barber. Thank you, Reverend Theo Harris. Thank you, Rabbi Pessner, and the Poor People's Campaign. And thank you, Abby, and all of you who have come here and made sacrifices to really continue to call for a national revival. And thank you for bringing the moral clarity to really why we're here and the work that we do each and every day to protect God's creation and to make sure that liberty and justice for all, and that we're working for the people, by the people, of the people, and for you. This is what this is about. You know, you're the backbone, really. Essential workers are the backbone of our economy, the beating heart of our communities, and the reason why the stakes are so high right now in this Build Back Better package. And from housing to voting rights, from health care to immigrant rights, from child poverty to action on climate change, these are all the issues that just can't wait. They just can't wait. And so here we are now, and I'm with my colleague, Congressman Raskin, a great leader who's been protecting our democracy each and every day. We're at a critical turning point. It's an inflection point in our country. We've got to decide very quickly, are we going to keep fighting to end poverty? Are we going to keep fighting for the people? Or are we going to allow this country to go backwards? And I say no way. No way. We're going to move forward with the moral clarity that you all are bringing with your testimonies, because this is about people. This is about your voices. This is about really our priorities in this country. Finally, let me just say our third Reconstruction legislation. That's the roadmap. That's the roadmap, H.R. 438. So while we're trying to build back better and do everything we can do in this bill, don't forget the long-range goals and where we're headed, because this is short term, but we've got to make sure that our long-term transformational legislation gets passed. And that's what we have to fight for, continue to lift our voices for, because we know so many people in this country are feeling the pain each and every day. More people are beginning to feel the pain each and every day. This is wrong in the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world. So thank you, Bishop Barber. I have to go chair a committee hearing now, but I just want to thank all of you for your voices, for being here, for your sacrifices, and just know that every decision we make, it's with you in mind. Thank you again.
Thank you,
God bless.
Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congressman Raskin, do you want to? Sure. Thank you, Congressman
Raskin. Reverend Barber, thank you. Rabbi Pesner, the Poor People's Campaign, I was thrilled to come out this morning to greet all of you and to invoke the multiple contexts within which this movement is working. In one context.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. So we are listening in to this press conference outside of the U.S. Capitol building this morning, being hosted by the Poor People's Campaign, speaking on the Build Back Better agenda, calling on President Biden to help Americans. You also just heard from Congresswoman Barbara Lee as she spoke alongside these activists. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Forest fires out of control in the west. We've got hurricanes with increasing velocity and frequency in the south. We've got that. And what we're arguing for is government seeking the common good in terms of universal pre-K in America and daycare for our people and Medicare that covers vision and dental and hearing for our people. What we're talking about is government that is going to move the American people forward. And never forget, and I know that you know this, Reverend and Rabbi Pesner, but all of the cynicism and all of the apathy and the negativism and the hatred and the division, that is a strategy.
That's all.
That is a strategy to stop the American people from moving forward. I have no doubt that this movement speaks for the vast majority of the American people who want us to live up to the battered promise of America in these days. So thank you for being here, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No two people, no one person, no three should have the ability to hide behind a coward filibuster and put the rest of us at risk. Cause people to die because they block what is needed. And Congressman Raskin, you just said something as we go to the people who are impacted. The folk are asking for nothing more than what every congressperson gets when they get elected. They get the best health care. They get plenty of wages, plenty of pensions, right? Like all the things that they get. And it is a shame that you would get elected and have power and wake up every morning and the only thing you can think about doing with your power is how many people you can deny, how many people you can hurt. That's the moral crisis. We're in a crisis of democracy. And 140 million poor and low-wealth people that were already poor and low-wealth before COVID find themselves being hurt. This should be easy coming out of COVID. It should be easy. I'll talk about that more at the rally. We want you to be there at 10:30. And in our campaign, we're also saying that regardless of what happens here on June 18, 2022, the Poor People's Campaign and all of our coordinating committees and partners are calling for a mass poor people's low-wage workers moral assembly, People's Assembly, and moral march on Washington, June 18th, 2022. Not a day, but a declaration that we will not be silent anymore. We are not going to allow everybody else to have the mic, and you don't talk to the people who are impacted by the policies every day. And so starting us off, I'm going to do two and then have Reverend Liz to respond to them. Excuse me, Reverend Pesner Rabbi Pesner, and then two, and then have a Reverend Liz, and then we have one other person that will be responding, an imam that will be responding. So starting with Kaylin Barker, guess where she's from? West Virginia. This is who y'all be listening to. And then you got Joan Steed. Guess where she's from? Arizona. She's one of those healthcare workers. This is who we should be listening to. We want to invite them to come at this time. Ms. Barker.
So like you said, my name is Kaylin Barker, and I'm from the Mountain State, West Virginia. I'm a wife, a mother, and a 9th generation West Virginian. I've lived there for all 33 years of my life, and I've seen the decline in the quality of life and the decline in the economy with my own eyes. That's why when I hear Senator Manchin say things like West Virginians don't want the Build Back Better agenda, I know it's a lie. When I was a kid, storefronts stood proud and full. Now buildings are crumbling just like the hope of our people. Workers had access to good-paying union jobs, and now we're forced into wage slavery by union-busting corporations. In my lifetime, West Virginia has become the land of no opportunity. But according to Manchin, we don't want an investment in our future. According to Manchin, passing the Build Back Better agenda will cause us to feel a sense of entitlement.
Oh, he's wrong.
I drive on roads that are falling over the mountains and bridges that you can see rivers run underneath them. My kid can't even get a clean glass of water because it's contaminated by acid mine drainage and radioactive material. In some parts of my state, there aren't even adequate sewage systems, and waste runs right out into the creeks where kids play. Is it entitlement to want better?
No.
We've been begging Manchin for help for years, but our cries have fallen on deaf ears. He's abandoned the people of West Virginia in favor of his wealthy donors and corporate overlords for so long, there is no question which side he's on.
That's right.
It's time for Manchin to give us West Virginians what we have earned through over a century of powering this nation with our blood, sweat, tears, and lives.
That's right, that's right.
Dark money and yacht living has gone to Manchin's head. The only one with a sense of entitlement is Manchin.
That's it.
We are sick of begging. In West Virginia, we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. It's time for Manchin to do his job and give West Virginia what we've earned.
Yes, yes. Somebody say, listen, to the people. Joan Steed, Arizona home health care worker, SEIU member.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to respond first to you about West Virginia. I saw on the news the mayor of Benton Harbor, Michigan. And what he said was they shut off the water to Benton Harbor, just like Flint, Michigan, because the water was so contaminated you couldn't shower, much less drink it. So they brought in bottled water. And what he said when he looked in the camera was, this isn't about Benton Harbor. This isn't about Michigan. This is about the crumbling infrastructure that's underneath us. Even as we speak, in Arizona, you have a reservation with no running water, no electricity. But 2 miles away, there are $8 million homes. It never was a problem that we put the natives on plutonium landing. It became a water seepage that now is affecting the $1 million homes. It is now a problem. And I see exactly what Abby is talking about, the climate control. I lived in 3 states during COVID. I saw fire as close as that crane over there. I smelt it. And I said to myself, is California, I lived there 40 years in San Diego, it's engulfed in flames. Our water is not good. I do health care, and I see people who didn't smoke once in their life, but they have cancer. It's from the water, it's from the air. And my specialty is hospice. And I see people every day, and I say to myself, I'm the last person that this person will see on this earth, but I can't get $15 an hour. Really? And I sit back and I wonder, someone like Abby, I'm 65 years old. Abby could be my granddaughter. And I can tell her now, you will probably never afford a home in America. The water will not be clean enough for your children to drink out the tap. And the roads you ride on will probably be horrible in 20 years from now. We can't reduce Build Back Better plan. We need to increase it. It should have been $7 billion. We build stadiums. We build all types of things that make us entertained. But a stadium will not clean the water. Let's put our money into where we want it to go, and that's the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan, say listen to the people.
To the people.
Now I want you to look at Joan real quick and remember when Cinema danced when she blocked 15 and now doesn't want healthcare workers. None of the Republicans want it. This is absolutely ridiculous. And media, these are the people we need to be putting on the media. The others have talked too long, and they've gotten this thing focused on the trillions and not on the pain and the hurt of the people, which is far more. Rabbi.
That's right.
Joan and Kaylin, Abby and Julie, Yivarecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, may God bless you and may God keep you. Amen. Now the bishop loves it when I bring back the scripture, and I want to just say a word from scripture about your fast, Abby. Because there was a voice that cried out when my ancestors were in the temple on the holiest day of the year, the day of atonement, the day when we were called to repent and return for our sins. And my people were fasting and praying and swaying. And a prophet cried out from the back, is this the fast that I want? For you to bow down like a bulrush while you are oppressing your workers? When you are striking out with a wicked fist? When there are poor people in the streets sleeping without homes? No! The prophet thundered in the voice of the Holy One. This is not the fast that I desire. It is to feed the hungry and clothe the naked and heal the sick and save our planet, God. That's right. Abby, this is the fast that God requires of us, the fast of you and the heroic young leaders that will save us from ourselves.
That's it.
I lead a movement of millions of Jews, all of whom join together with our Muslim and our Christian and our Hindu and our Baha'i and our Quaker and our friends of all faiths and our friends of different kinds of faith in being with you, Abby, and all of the people who are with you in leading this. Amen. We are for feeding the hungry and the homeless, but not because we want to be in the direct service provision in our churches and our synagogues and mosques. We want systems. We want policies. We want to build back better in a real way. That means it's not about how much it's going to cost. It's not about what is the price. It's about what we are for. We are for living wages. We are for healthcare access. We are for the ability of families to take care of their children. And we are for a clean, green economy where people have a shot to actually make it in this world and have a right to live. So, Yivarecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Abby and Julie and Caitlin and Joan and all the people. May God bless you and may God keep you.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Say, this is the fast. This is the fast. For justice. I want to ask now one of our brothers from the veterans who fought for this country are deeply concerned about what's happening. And it's still Lamanak, is that right? SD, I'm sorry. They, right. And then also said they, and also Casey Clowers. I just speak in love, I don't mean no harm. So my family, how about that? My family, let me just say it like that. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esty Lamonica. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I am a U.S. Army combat veteran. I served in Afghanistan from 2015 to 2016, and I can tell you that the war is expensive. Not only do people sacrifice their lives and their physical and mental well-beings, but we also are sacrificing our emotional and mental health for the rest of our lives.
That's right.
Tell me why the Iraq and Afghanistan wars cost $6.4 trillion, and we are not willing to pass the Build Back Better plan.
Oh, that's it.
Tell me why that the minimum wage worker, in order to earn $6.4 trillion, needs to work for 7 lifetimes in order to make that much money. So I must ask, why is this a democracy where our sacrifices are being put forth above all against the cost of what we are trying to build here as a community, as a planet, and as for the people? We want more than anything a democracy where we can thrive. We don't want that to be seen as too expensive. We, the people, are tired. Veterans are tired. I am part of an organization called Common Defense. We are the largest veterans nonprofit grassroots group in the nation. We have over 300,000 members and supporters. We are continually, every day, living up to our oath by organizing across the nation for things such as climate rights, for economic justice, for healthcare justice, for everything that the Build Back Better plan stands for. We are continually living up to our oaths that we said that we would swore to protect and defend this nation. So I have to ask our Congress members, why are you not living up to yours?
That's it. That's it.
We are tired. We are sick and tired of having to hold you all accountable. We voted you in and we are able to vote you out. But while you are in office, you represent the people. And we are the people. So I'm very grateful and honored to be standing here amongst these amazing people today. And thank you, the Poor People's Campaign, for having me. And hopefully see you all at the rally later. Thank you.
Thank you. We are tired. But it's a strange kind of tired. It's the kind of tired that'll make you fight, make you love, make you stand for justice, and make you keep on pushing.
That's right.
Want to ask Casey Clowers now with working families. This is who we ought to be talking about, media, folk that are impacted. Come on, my dear. Where's Casey?
Right here.
Good morning. My name is Casey Clowes, and I live in Arizona. And I can tell you that Arizonans don't just notice record high temperatures when the meteorologist announces them on the local weather report. We physically feel them. I live with chronic illnesses, and the record heat waves and drought can be a death sentence for me. I have chronic illnesses in a state that is getting hotter and hotter as our climate spirals deeper into crisis. Our current extreme heat can cause me to faint, experience physical pain, and sometimes I can't even keep my food down. But I'm not the only one. Thousands of Arizonans are sick, and some die as a result of extreme heat. Last year, Arizona had record heat-related deaths once again. Senator Sinema, this is preventable. That's right. And it is painful to watch my home become uninhabitable to all of us in the disability community. I love Arizona. It is my home, and I feel I have a choice. I can stand by and watch my home become uninhabitable, or I can choose to fight for the place I love. As a person of faith, I am called to work for justice, to work to improve my community. So last week, I spent 3 days and 2 nights camped outside of Senator Sinema's office. And now I am here today, standing before you, fighting for my home, despite experiencing high disease activity and being in extreme pain right now. Senator Sinema is standing in the way of Arizona receiving deep investments to tackle the climate crisis.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue to listen in to this press conference being held by the Poor People's Campaign. Activists calling on lawmakers, including Senator Joe Manchin, from people from his own state. We've heard some speakers from West Virginia calling on him as he is one of the ones trying to block the Build Back Better agenda. We will again take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back.
Senator Sinema, we cannot afford to wait.
That's right.
That's right. I love Arizona. We should not be the last generation to live in hospitable Arizona, and Senator Sinema can stop this from happening by passing at least the $3.5 trillion reconciliation package.
At least.
The climate...
childhood education, to immigrant rights, and to veterans benefits. We will not be silent.
That's right.
As it says in the Bible, if these people were silent, the stones would cry out.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
Indeed, the people and the earth are groaning. We must be heard. We're here demanding investments in programs that lift from the bottom so that everybody can rise.
Yes.
And we call out our elected leaders from both sides of the aisle, from the Senate to the House to the White House, to invest in the people and the planet.
That's right. That's right.
We've heard much talk, as we talked about this morning, in recent weeks, in recent months, over the years, that addressing racism and poverty and ecological devastation and the war economy is just too costly, that we can't fully build back better and then do even more. But our sacred and constitutional texts are very helpful in this moment. The Bible reminds that if a nation
Alrighty, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to this campaign being held specifically by the Poor People's Campaign regarding the Build Back Better agenda. But we do have a weather alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. It looks like we are getting some alerts of a possible tornado in the Houston, Texas area. In situations like this, we are able to tap into Fox 26 Houston's full coverage, so I do want to listen in here for just a little bit on Live Now from Fox as they talk about what is going on at this very moment.
Do encounter any type of flooding on the roadways, of course, find an alternate route, turn around, don't drown. It's not worth trying to kind of get through there. Certainly want to make sure that you're staying safe. So at this point, that tornado warning is still in effect now for a few more minutes. We'll see if they drop it. I would anticipate that they do, Mike, right? Because we've got the severe thunderstorm warning behind that. So I don't think the tornado warning will extend.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think what's going to happen is in 2 minutes, the tornado warning will expire.
Right.
We'll have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 9:15. So, Aldine to the north side and all the way back over to Bush Airport and areas southward, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. But I'll tell you what, south of Houston,
I was just going to mention
there's no picnic either.
Yeah.
And so, really from Missouri City all the way down to Bay City, this whole big area is going to be in for some high winds.
Heavy lightning too.
Yeah. Lots of lightning, and high winds. I don't know if any of those individual areas might get a warning issued for them. By the way, you did mention this a moment ago too, that there's really rough weather and a couple of tornado warnings over here by Port Arthur.
Right.
Where, a lot of people have friends and family too.
Right.
So.
A little bit outside of the area, but still nonetheless, folks could be traveling in that direction this morning, or again, no friends or family. You might want to alert them that there are also warnings, just off to the east. Jose had mentioned some weather down in Galveston this morning, which, we saw some coastal storms, but right now they're quiet. There's nothing going on right now. They're just warm. They're muggy. In fact, most of folks south of town, but, I say that lightly because things are moving your way. So just because, things outside right now don't maybe look bad, you don't want to kind of just head out and think that, well, okay, I'm going to be fine, because that doesn't mean that there's not weather rapidly approaching, which this is. I think that's probably the good news, is it's going to be in and out, but when we're in the thick of it, it's certainly okay. So tornado warning is now dropped. And
I want to, there's one thing that I want to do here too. This is a little trick that I have, because I want to let you all know if you're not included in this area, where, when are the storms going to hit you? So I'm going to go ahead and just back this up by 30 minutes, and I'll measure. This is how far the storm has gone in the last 30 minutes. Okay, 22 miles in 30 minutes. So that means it's moving at about, the whole line itself is moving at about 45 miles per hour. And so then we can use our tools here. I'm hanging you out to dry on the wall.
You're fine. No, we're doing this together, guys. We're doing this together.
I'm sorry. So if we just sort of extrapolate this out here to the east at about 45 miles an hour, then we can get some approximate arrival times there of who's going to be in the path.
Right. So within the next 10 minutes or so, this is going to pass through the Houston Metroplex area. Of course, a lot of folks making their way to work right now there. Pearland about 9:15 in the morning, down to League City about 9:30, and then Lake Jackson about 9:37. So this is moving very quickly, but over the course of the next few hours, conditions are going to deteriorate very quickly for you if they haven't already. So, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to keep an eye on this for you. We'll be back in just a moment with more information.
Alrighty, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are front row right now to the weather conditions happening in the Houston, Texas area right now. You can see this tower cam over the city actually shaking from the wind. You can see the clouds and the rain coming down. We have officially tapped into our Fox 26 Houston coverage because they do have some tornado warnings issued continued in the area. So I do want to read you the latest when it comes to our Fox weather team. They have also been keeping us updated here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Remember, they actually did just launch their team and their show officially this week. Well, as of right now, we know that a fast-moving line of strong to severe thunderstorms is ripping through the southern plains, prompting warnings as the threat shifts eastward toward the Gulf Coast. So Fox Weather is covering the severe weather threat right now, and they are going to give us the lowdown on what is actually happening. So the current weather alerts include a tornado warning for Harris County in Texas, including northern parts of Houston until about 8:45 a.m. Central Time. So that's about now. And you heard the meteorologist say that these warnings should be over in the next couple of minutes. But as you can see, conditions are still pretty rough out there right now. Again, this camera is shaking. You've got the rain coming down. It looks very, very gray and cloudy. Lots of people still on the freeway out there commuting to work this morning. Now, the tornado watch for southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana is in effect until 4 p.m. Eastern time. And those severe thunderstorm warnings for Harris County specifically is in effect until 9:15 Central Time. So for about another hour. It does look like our Fox 26 Houston team is giving us an update again when it comes to traffic and what people joining us from that area need to know. So let's continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to keep this shot up in your eye so that way you can see just what these conditions are looking like out there this morning.
But this one is along I-69, the Southwest Freeway, southbound lanes after Fannin Street. So just know that this is one of the main problems that we are watching. A heavy truck is involved in that. We can show you that through one of our Houston TransStar cameras so you can see for yourself how heavily the rain is coming down. It's too wet on this camera to even be able to see an accident, but at least you can see how much water is on those roadways as the vehicles are just kicking up that water. But it looks like everyone, again, being cautious, taking it slow out there. Remember just to take your time wherever you're going. It is a very high probable chance that you could hydroplane if you go very fast on these roadways. Take your time, be careful, and we will continue to watch the situation for you. We'll be right back.
From carving it up.
All right, everybody. So they did go pretty fast there. Again, in the severe weather situations like this, we are able to tap into our owned and operated stations coverage if we do have a station in that area. But it looks like they're kind of weaving in and out of their coverage. Some tornado warnings officially being over with. We do know that the tornado warning for Harris County, Texas, including northern parts of Houston, was only in effect until about 9:45 Eastern, 8:45 Central, so about 5 minutes ago. Tornado warnings for Jefferson County in Texas is still in effect until 8:45 a.m. Central Time. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Harris County in Texas in effect until 9:15 a.m. And then a tornado watch for southern Texas and southwest Louisiana is in effect until 4 p.m. Central Time. So still got those watches, those warnings in effect for most of the day. The National Weather Service actually said that a tornado was confirmed to touch down near LaBelle, Texas, and was moving north at 35 miles per hour. The tornado warnings in the Houston area were all issued for storms capable of producing tornadoes, according to the National Weather Service. And again, here is a live now look at the tower cam that we have over the Houston, Texas area. It's kind of getting foggy here. The camera is literally getting rained on, but if you peek through the raindrops, you can still see people moving along the freeway. Doesn't look like this is impacting traffic. The camera was shaking. The clouds were very, very gray, and it does look like that camera is continuing to come down. Now, I do have a live now look at our XRAD radar as well. So that bluish color that you are seeing over the state, that's actually a wind warning. So you can see it in effect for most of the state of Texas, but the Houston area, again, is what is really seeing the wrath of these storms. So What is going on with the system causing the storms? Well, the National Weather Service said the line of thunderstorms, which will be strongest in central Texas, was producing 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail, and frequent lightning. The line will move to Paris, Athens, Mexia, and Cameron through daybreak. Now, ahead of a cold front which will pass through the Houston area midday, damaging winds in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour are the primary risk, but an isolated tornado can't completely be ruled out just yet. So as we continue to see our Fox 26 meteorologists covering these weather conditions, I do want to tap in here once again on Live Now from Fox, especially since this camera that we've got for you over the city of Houston is getting a little wet and foggy there.
In this area here around Porter Heights, right over this West Fork of the San Jacinto River, that's where we have this radar indicated tornado. Once again, just like the previous warnings we've been telling you about for the last half hour, this is all radar indicated. So it doesn't mean that anybody has seen a tornado. There's been nothing confirmed. But from the tools we have via Doppler radar, it is showing signs of rotation enough that we want to make sure that everybody is warned about it. So we are talking about an area north of Kingwood right now. By the way, if you're joining us from Kingwood or Humble, even though you're not within this this polygon indicating the risk for the tornado, it doesn't mean that your weather is going to be that great either. We do have some heavy rain and high winds moving into that whole Highway 69 or East Tex Freeway corridor. This is the velocity product. Once again, this is not indicating a super strong indication of rotation, but there is a little bit of a sign there. Mostly what we're seeing is an indication of some strong winds blowing in here from the northwest, and where it meets up with a southeast breeze, there is an indication of a little bit of a rotation there, again, near Porter Heights. At the same time, we don't have a tornado warning issued for this one. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but equally, it is also showing some signs of some high winds and even a potential rotation not too far away from the Aldine area. So due to some of the limitations here, the radar is down here. The green just indicates all the areas where the rain has what's called a component moving toward the radar. So it may be moving this way, but a little bit down toward the south, whereas the raindrops ahead of it are moving from south to north. I got into the weeds there for a minute. Bottom line is what we're looking at here is between 45 and 59. A slight chance of a rotation, even though this isn't a tornado warning right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning that's letting you know of a possible tornado. A little bit unusual, but it's just to let you know here between I-45, this is around like Tidwell and Parker, and then up here to the Sam Houston Tollway, and about halfway up to FM 1960. This is where we have some high winds. So if you're watching us from North Houston, even from like around the Greens Point area, it is rough and tough there. I mean, I'm talking about high winds, maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour briefly. And even in areas like down here, downtown Houston, and I'm surprised we aren't hearing more noise here at the station, in fact, because this is rolling right over our area currently. Heading down to the Med Center, and then all the way down to Sugar Land and Missouri City. These are all areas that, although we're not under any severe warnings right now, it also is a bit hazardous because of some high winds moving into the area. And this thing is moving very quickly from west to east at about between 40 and 50 miles per hour. There we go. Brand new. I was just showing that to you, okay? Remember, I was just telling you about this area right here that I thought was showing a little bit of a rotation as well. Well, now the National Weather Service, agrees with me, which is good, and is now indicating this area here that I was just pointing out to you between I-45 and 69 as being the source of a bit of rotation. So this is a brand new warning that was just issued, and let me get the details on that one. So this is a tornado warning, once again, radar indicated tornado. And this is in effect from central Harris County up to all the way to southwestern Liberty County, mostly Harris County at this point. This is in effect until 9 a.m. And this was that area I was sharing with you, a tornado that was located over at East Little York, near Aldine. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. And it is a radar indicated rotation. And so this is a cautionary tornado warning. This isn't that a tornado has been spotted on the ground, but that's one of the more impressive signatures, if you will, that we've seen this morning, right over 69 or 59 East Tex Freeway. This is around East Mount Houston and Highway 59 or 69. This is north of Homestead Road and making its way toward the Dyersdale area. So if you live over here on the northeast side of Houston, so northeast Houston, northeast Harris County, this is one of the areas that we're going to be watching. Okay, we do have some TransStar cameras here that we want to share with you. So right now we are checking out this this area actually that we were just pointing out. So this is I-69 at East Mount Houston. You know, it's difficult obviously to see exactly, you know, or I guess to see what it feels like, you know, to imagine what it feels like out there on the roadways. This one maybe gives us a little bit more of an impression, right? 69, the East Tex Freeway at Hopper, where I think you can get a sense that the camera is being battered about by some of the high winds. The rain obviously is coming down in buckets. That driver doesn't have his headlights on. Wish he did. But this is, again, an area that's a very frequently traveled, you know, road this time of the day, with folks making their way into work from the Kingwood area, from the Humble area. And if you can stay put for now, you know, that's definitely what we would recommend. These things have been popping up really quickly and then dissipating quickly, which is why we've had so many of these warnings, you know, pop up and then go away and then pop up and go away. And I'll say, you know, this seems to be kind of repeating the same process, where as we get new radar sweeps coming in, it doesn't look as much of a, like, it doesn't look like as much of a tornado as it does just high winds at this point. But nevertheless, a tornado warning is in effect because of a potential tornado. So there's a lot going on here. Porter Heights area, back over even to around Huffman. Okay, this is one area that we need to keep an eye on through 9:30. Don't want to ignore you up here. It looks like there's a bit of a rotation here off to the east of Porter Heights, and that's going to be crossing. This is in Montgomery County now. New Caney, Splendora area, you'll want to be aware of that too. And then heading over here into northeast Harris County, north of Lake Houston, around the Huffman area, you may be in the path of this, north of that as well. So not a real well-defined circulation, but definitely potential for some high winds at a minimum, accompanied by some heavy rain and very frequent lightning up here crossing. So boy, the hot spot right now is 59 East Tex Freeway, or 69, really from Montgomery County all the way into downtown Houston. Those are the areas that are getting hardest hit right now. Areas south of Houston, definitely not a picnic right now, but we don't have those advisories that are quite in effect, although it wouldn't surprise me if we did have some issued. This is an area that's likely seeing slightly below severe criteria winds, moving right toward Manville, slightly below severe criteria winds, moving right toward Manville, Iowa Colony, not too far away from Pearland as well, Missouri City, all getting slammed right now. I think we have a couple more views here of Houston TransStar, and yikes. So this is Grand Parkway at Valley Ranch Parkway. I have to admit, is this is north side of
Right, that's right there in the New Caney area.
Yeah, so that's what I was just thinking, and oh my goodness, I mean, that's
dramatic.
Yeah, this is really the area that we were just looking at, where that rotation. So this is off. You know, this is the one that was issued for Porter Heights. Yikes! I mean, it's hard to tell. You know, obviously the camera is moving a lot, so it's really hard to get a sense. But there are people out there. You could see the water is really pooling up on the roadway. Nobody's pulling over, so you know, I guess that's good. But you could definitely get a sense that water is being pushed along that roadway with a pretty high velocity there. Really high wind speeds in this area.
The rain is just coming down in sheets in that area.
Coming down in sheets, yeah.
Good visual of straight line winds too, Mike. You can actually see the winds pushing the rain, you know, along, like literally in a line visibly on that.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. You know, a lot of times you hear tornado warning. And sometimes, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's a weak tornado or just really strong straight line winds. They could both cause damage. So here, Grand Parkway at 69, I think it hasn't made it there yet, is the deal. The bad weather hasn't quite made it to 99 and Interstate 69 just yet, but it's about to move in. I mean, you could see some of those high winds in that area right now. In fact, it looks like it's really starting to pick up there. So this is why we just want to urge you to stay home. You know, it's not that everybody's going to get hit by a tornado or everybody's going to get hit by hazardous winds, but, you know, it's probably just best to not be out there, right, if you can at all avoid it. We do have a crew, though, that was already out there, and so they're out on 290. So this is an area where, so there you see Fairbanks, North Houston there. So those of you who are, oh gosh, look, we almost got cut off there. Did you see that? Goodness. This is an area where the heavy rain is already, or excuse me, the severe weather is already passed. So, and can you, would you mind moving the radar, Lena Maria, out there to that part? If those of you who live in this Jersey Village, Cypress area, the tornado threat and all that stuff has passed, but it is still raining heavily, and the high winds and just the whole 9 yards out there on the northwest side of Harris County. I don't know, maybe we could take a look at the radar here real quick, guys, too, just to give folks an idea of what the radar is indicating here in the area. There we go. So they're out there near that Cypress area, you know, between Jersey Village and Cypress. No warning in effect, but it's really not an area that you'd want to be out there driving if you could help it.
Really heavy rain just passed through all those reds, oranges, yellows, you know, just on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. So.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with Fox 26 Houston's coverage as they have some severe thunderstorms as well as some tornado warnings to be giving to all of their residents. Taking a live look once again at our radar, you can see a huge storm system making its way through. This is a fast-moving line of strong to severe thunderstorms going through southern plains. It has been prompting a lot of warnings as threats have shifted now eastward towards that Gulf Coast. So here's some things that our Fox weather team wants us to know. There is a tornado warning for Jefferson and Orange counties in Texas until 9:15 local time. So they still are under that warning for another 15 minutes. Same with Harris County. They're under severe thunderstorm warning for another 15 minutes. And then there's also been some tornado watches for this southeast Texas area, also southwest Louisiana, as you can see this system making its way slightly northeast, also making its way east across Texas. So National Weather Service did say a tornado had been confirmed near LaBelle, Texas, about 75 miles east of Houston. It was moving north at 35 miles per hour. We've been taking some different live looks at just some of that weather. You can see the thick cloud coverage, this in Beaumont, Texas. So this also just east of that Houston area. We also do have a Houston tower cam. Very wet at the moment. You can see rain still coming down and hard to even see that skyline as we have those thick clouds covering it as well. So did want to let all of our viewers know that we continue to keep our eyes on all of this, especially as a tornado warning in the Houston area had been issued because radar had indicated a storm was capable of producing a tornado. This is again according to National Weather Service. Now, if a tornado warning is issued in an area that you're in, you're watching here with us, make sure to head to the lowest level of the building you're in, go into a center room on the floor. Get away from those windows and be sure to cover your head. So about more than 40,000 people were without power in Texas from as of 6 a.m. And this is Central Time, again, local time here on Wednesday. So we do need to be aware of these storms, especially as they're producing about 40-mile-per-hour winds, some pea-sized hail, and frequent lightning. Again, this is making its way across Texas, going to continue its path along that southern coast as it makes its way east, so also across Louisiana and our other following states. So we're going to go back into some of that weather coverage here for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just want to show you once more that radar and get some more details with our Fox 26 team as they're helping give us some of those warnings to all those viewers who may be watching with us.
You can see, you know, the bright greens. That's an area where we have some high winds indicated. And then down here farther to the south, again, these bright greens, we're not seeing a strong indication of a tornado. Yeah, I'm not. But what we do have are some high winds coming in here from this direction, from the northwest. And as that meets up with the south wind that precedes it, you can get sometimes a real surprise, really short-lived. Sometimes they'll even call it like a gust-nado. Lena Maria is joining us over here in the Weather Center, too. These things form so fast, and it's almost as soon as they can get the warning out, right, the rotation is probably already over with.
Yeah, I mean, and again, not only that, you know, the straight line damaging winds, because these are moving so quickly, you get those wind gusts mixing down from the thunderstorms.
Yeah.
And as we saw on the TransStar camera, I mean, it can make for some really hazardous driving conditions. You know, a lot of people have their Halloween decorations out, right, on their lawn. That stuff's going to get blown around.
Or at least they did, yeah.
Doesn't take a whole lot. You know, 20, 30 mile an hour wind gusts knocking over your trash
Knock
can.
that over, yeah.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. So
on the screen right now, in addition to the radar and the velocity radar that we're seeing, we have Greens Road and the East Tex Freeway pulled up, northeast Harris County. Folks making their way through it, definitely. But, you know, something that we haven't mentioned is to try to give the truckers a lot of room.
Oh, yeah.
You know, any high-profile vehicle like that, if it's a moving truck, if it's a box truck, if it's even a U-Haul or something like that that maybe doesn't have a real experienced driver, that's where they get into a lot of trouble. Here's East Tex at Rankin Road. Now we're up closer to Bush Airport with 59 the East Tex at Will Clayton Parkway. So this whole area really is getting hit with some heavy rain right now. East Tex at FM 1960, yikes. I mean, that one, maybe it's just the perspective we're looking at it from, but that's one of the areas that's being hit hard right now, too. So obviously the people that are out there are already out there. You know it's bad when people put their flashers on. You see that? You know, when you're driving along and you see somebody driving with their flashers on, you know that they're in that little, we've all been through it, right? That little bit of that panic, like, oh my gosh, I can't stop because there's cars behind me, but at the same time, I'm getting a little bit scared because I can't really see what's happening ahead of me. Here is the Garner's Bayou area. So I think this is, you know, again, heading over there to the east and northeast side of Harris County with the camera really being battered around. Yeah, definitely getting pretty rough out there. And so this is, you know, if you're wondering who's next, it would be Crosby and Barrett and Galena Park, maybe, if it hasn't hit you yet in Galena Park, watch out for that. You're not in the warning area, Pasadena, but you know, you're also an area that's probably going to get in on some high winds before very long as well. As far as some arrival times, if the system's moving at it's been moving at approximately 45 miles an hour or so, you know, that gives us a look at some possible arrival times. For even down coastal areas. I mean, Freeport coming up at about 9:15 this morning, and Friendswood at about 9:30, and by 10 a.m., excuse me, we're talking about it headed down toward around Lamarck. So this will start to affect the coastal sections of southeast Texas coming up by 10 o'clock. But it's just going to be the next hour. You know, Harris County, maybe the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It is going to improve really fast for a lot of the areas that have been hard hit. So I don't know, Sally and Melissa, I don't know if there's any chatter on social media. I don't know if there's been any, any news, coming from law enforcement or anything like that. Have you seen anything?
I would say the biggest thing is a lot of people are talking about being without a power, and that's everywhere from east downtown in Houston up to the north side. And so a lot of people are complaining about that. And I was just trying to take a look to see if we could get an idea of those numbers. But at this time, it seems like that seems to be the biggest complaint.
Yeah, there are about 50,000 CenterPoint customers without power right now. We're taking a look, though, at a storm chaser. This video, Mike, was retweeted by meteorologist Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District. This was posted about 20 minutes ago. This is a possible tornado near the Graham Parkway and Rayford Road in Spring. So this is just south of the Woodlands. So you can take a look here. It's about 10 seconds or so of video, and following along with this particular person here on Twitter, he says that he saw ground contact and also some debris in the area. When I checked the CenterPoint map, the majority of the 50,000 customers without power look to be around the Grand Parkway, Rayford Road area, along with the Jersey Village area, which would go along with what we saw earlier. So just around the 290 corridor, north of I-10, Highway 6 area, and then also there's a pretty big cluster of power outages just northwest of the Woodlands as well, like north of Tomball.
Now, just so the people in that area know, that video was taken
about 25, I assume about a half hour.
Yeah, like approximately a half hour ago.
Right.
So it's definitely still pretty bad in that area, but the tornado threat has passed this particular area. Up there around the spring. What you're going to be looking for in spring is just a continuation, about another hour of this real yucky, kind of windy and rainy weather. But the tornado threat has now moved off to the east of that area. So we're talking about east and northeast Harris County and east and southeast Montgomery County. So from New Caney back over to Huffman, from North Houston, Aldine area, back over to around Crosby. These are the areas where, you know, we're going to have to pay attention for some damaging winds, and that's where we do have some ongoing warnings. As far as what's happening south of Houston, it's mainly just windy, rainy conditions that are moving through. We don't have any active warnings for areas south of downtown Houston right now, but let's say, you know, good morning if you're watching us from Pearland, it's about to really go downhill. I mean, that high wind is about to kick in. You're going to get some heavy rain. The wind's probably going to gust up to, you know, 40 miles an hour, and the Halloween decorations, you know, like Lena said a minute ago, those Halloween decorations are going to go flying here, all along 288, you know, from Pearland and Roche Sharon area southward to Angleton and Lake Jackson. Even though we don't have any warnings necessarily, it doesn't necessarily, you know, take a warning to produce some high winds. And so we have 3 advisories in effect for our area right now. 1, a severe thunderstorm warning for Harris County, for the northern part of Harris County in particular, and that one is going to be expiring here momentarily. But beneath that, we also have this area here where there's a possible rotation that's going to be near Lake Houston, and that is moving off toward the east. And so areas in the path of that will be the Lake Houston communities, especially the southern part of the lake and here along the San Jacinto River, around Crosby and Barrett. At the same time, sort of converging on that same area, is a potential rotation accompanied by high winds that's around the East Tex Freeway. Sally has some new information for us.
Yeah, the Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez just tweeting out, Mike, that he's getting reports of a possible tornado touching down around the 100 block of Airway. So that's near Airline and West Gulf Bank. No reported injuries, he says, but apparently some sort of damage reports are coming into the sheriff's office. Again, that's on Airway near Airline and West Gulf Bank. North side, north Harris County.
Yeah, that definitely, a line blew through there, and it was one of these that we were covering, and it was like starting to show some signs of rotation, and you know, definitely was like a little bit like, okay, this looks bad. It definitely is high winds. We're not sure if it's a rotation on the ground. And you know, sometimes these really, you know, these gusts of really high wind can be associated with tornadoes, and maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But if it damages your home or business, it really doesn't matter, right? You can go in after the fact and determine whether it was rotating or straight line. But at this point, we just want to keep everybody safe. The biggest risk, eastern and northeastern Harris County. By far, that's the biggest risk area. Humble, Atascocita, Splendora up in Montgomery County. You're actually not in the warning area right now, but that's pretty dangerous up there around Splendora too. High winds for you, high winds for New Caney. Like I said, approaching Huffman and Atascocita, Kingwood, also high winds moving in there.
Oh, that tornado warning dropped, Mike.
Oh, they just dropped the tornado warning. Okay, so that's good. So
and the severe thunderstorm warning. We now only have this one right here.
So we just have that one warning that's still in effect for eastern Harris County. So this is Lake Houston right there. There's Atascocita. Here's Lake Houston, and then the San Jacinto River coming down to Highlands, Crosby, and Barrett. This is the main area of concern right now. So, you know, what's the threat? Well, the threat is mostly high winds. I mean, obviously heavy rain and lightning too, but whether or not there's an actual rotation in there, which it looks like there is, but whether or not there is, it definitely is going to bring some high winds. So there we are. Here's a camera from the Lake Houston area that's encountering these high winds and heavy rain right now. And as you can see, we do have a lot of our friends and family out there on the roadways. You know, you got to go over some of those bridges. That's got to be a little bit scary. You know, the bridges going over the lake right now. So heavy rain, high winds. Folks definitely seem to be driving very slowly there. And here's another view from that area, from the northeast side of the county. And look at the trees being, you know, I mean, we're talking about 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts, maybe 70 mile per hour wind gusts coming out of these storms briefly as it blows through. But that's enough to do some damage. And if you do, you know, decide to leave the house and get caught out in it, it is potentially pretty hazardous. And so now, given the fact that not only do we have radar indicated rotation, but we've now had some visual, evidence of it. We've had some people posting, what looks to be a tornado on or near the ground. And even the Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez saying they're getting some reports of tornado damage. This that we just showed you a few moments ago is not live video, but this is video that was recorded about 30 minutes ago. Grand Parkway, Rayford Road. This is in the Spring area. And, as we've been telling you this morning, it's difficult to see rotations like this, or tornadoes, because it's raining so much. I mean, it's such heavy rain in the area. Most of the time that rain, if there is a vigorous circulation, is going to get all pulled into that rotation, and it'll just become shrouded in rain, and you won't be able to see it. So that's what's happening right now. In fact, we have, if you can come back to me on the wall here real quick. If you're watching us from Crosby, I've been talking about Crosby, Sheldon, Barrett, that area. This is the area where we do have that indication of a circulation in the atmosphere. And so there may be a tornado on the ground in this area moving toward Crosby, because this whole thing is moving from the left side of your screen to the right side, or from east to west. And what we're looking at here is a radar product that we call the velocity product.
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been taking a listen into our coverage with our Fox 26 team, especially as we have had a confirmed tornado touchdown in Spring, Texas. We, of course, will be continuing to keep an eye on the radar, especially as we do see some of that severe weather continuing to make its way eastward across the state into some parts of Louisiana. If we do have more warnings to give out to our viewers, we'll try to pass them along to all of you. But we do want to continue to give you some other updates on stories that are happening here across the country. Today is an anniversary of a mass shooting that took place in a synagogue in Pittsburgh. We'll be speaking more about that, also about how instances like this can really trigger emotions across the country. So we'll have more coming up here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you stories that have been taking place across the country. Today is an anniversary, a sad one at that, where 11 people had lost their lives due to a shooting that took place in a synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018, and we do want to have a conversation about what this really does spark when it comes to emotions across the country, plus how can we help those families heal from such a tragedy. So what we're going to do is bring in Maggie Feinstein here with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, Maggie. I'm so happy you're here with us. You're the director of 1027 Healing Partnership, and let's just talk about this anniversary. It's only been a short time that these families have had to process what happened again back in 2018.
Yeah, thank you, Christy, for having me here. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we are here on the third commemoration and working on how does a community heal, how does a community remember, and how do we come together and remain stronger together.
So let's just go back and kind of talk a little bit about this incident in case people need just a little reminder. There was a person who walked into this synagogue and opened fire. It did take the lives of 11 people with an AR-15 style rifle. So we think about this and it really just does spark a lot of emotions. What have been some of the things you've been hearing as far as not only the families, but the community as well?
Yeah, so I think, what you just recounted is true, and remembering also within our community that the synagogue's located within a residential neighborhood, and that the synagogue building was housing 3 congregations that day, the Tree of Life congregation, New Light congregation, and Dor Hadash, who were all doing what they do on Saturday mornings, which is to start to gather, to start their services, to plan for the meal afterwards, and to be together in that space. And so as a community, we remember them by continuing to make sure we gather, we start our services, we feed each other, we take care of each other the way that they all did for us and for their 3 congregations.
And unfortunately, this person seemed to have targeted the synagogue purposefully. They were shouting out some anti-Semitic slurs. Is this a problem that we're seeing happen not only in an area like Pittsburgh, but even across America, where we've seen some of this hate crime happening?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have seen rises in anti-Semitism and racist violence and anti-Muslim violence growing, and the part of, as a community, how do we all take accountability for the words we say, for making sure that we spread love, that we take care of each other, we watch out for each other, and we always protect people's right to worship freely. And the 11 people that were taken from us loved nothing more than worshiping with their community, practicing their religion. Something so simple. We all have to fight to make sure now that that's ensured for everybody.
So let's just go into these families. How do they even begin this healing process when something so tragic has happened? And how can we, as a community, maybe we're not in Pittsburgh, but how can we lend a hand and show our support when something like this happens?
So I think the first thing is to give people some space when there's traumatic loss. A traumatic loss is different than, traditional loss that a lot of us have experienced. Give space for there to be a little bit of time for them to adjust to the reality of what just happened. But the thing of when people remember, here in Pittsburgh today, the mayor issued a moment of silence at the moment when it happened. There's these feelings that people will remember and people care, and that's so important. So what can we do? We can, as neighbors, remember what that 1-year anniversary is, 2-year anniversary, bring food, send cards. We can do acts of kindness for people we don't even know. I encourage people today to buy a coffee for the next person behind you and spread kindness. Remember that some people feel alone and invisible, and the more that we can allow people to feel seen, heard, and cared about, the better we all are for it. And so on these anniversaries, the families, have received kindness from other people, and a lot of them realize that their loved ones' lives are remembered by more people than even just them on the anniversary. And that means a lot. So I think those are good ways to support your community.
Now, 60% of Americans are saying anti-Semitism is a problem here in America. So what needs to be done to help address that?
I think it has to be a lot of different prongs to it. I think that there was a conference here in Pittsburgh last week, and there were groups talking about it, legal, online, companies. There's so many areas that we have to start to work on it. And I think that there's a lot of people who are thinking deeply about it. So I think that it's important to know what's going on, where the advancement is happening. And then it's also good to remember that there's sort of the macro and the micro. On the micro level, we all hold responsibility for fighting anti-Semitism by watching language that comes up in our schools, watching our neighbors, noticing if something happens, standing up against it so that people don't have to do it alone. They don't feel like they are made vulnerable by themselves, being upstanders who take care of each other. Those are the things that we can all do as citizens, but I think people who want to learn more, there's really incredible work happening on the sides of the legal field, the big corporations and social media, as well as data and management. And there's a lot of things to learn and things we can all become more educated about on that side too.
And I feel like being educated on mental health would be a big part in these shootings that we're seeing, because sometimes it's not just targeting a specific group of people, but these individuals who are performing these acts and having these incidents happen. It really seems like that can be a key factor that we also need to be addressing.
Yeah, and I think, I like to call it sort of mental wellness, the idea that loneliness is a big driver for a lot of people and behaviors, and whatever that behavior might be. So what do we do to take care of each other? What do we do to decrease loneliness? And then how, when you say mental health, one of the things that occurs to me is after a community's experienced something like this, how do we make sure that there's the right kind of trauma therapy for people who have experienced traumatic loss? But then how also do we make sure that there's the right kinds of supports so that people know it's okay to grieve when it's their time, that there's not a timeline in which they have to grieve, and that there are resources that can be available to them, and that it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to not feel okay sometimes. It's okay to feel overwhelmed by the emotions. That those are what mental wellness things we can all do to get help, to talk to each other, to not feel isolated in that.
And let's just talk a little bit about 1027 Healing Partnership, because that is something that you guys strive to do, is connecting people with resources to help their mental wellness. So tell us a little bit more about the work you guys are doing.
Yeah, so we were started in the aftermath of the shooting by the community, really with a really great group of stakeholders who said, we know that healing is going to be a long journey. We know that it's going to be difficult. So let's make sure that we have sort of a convener, a container, an organization who holds that space with the rest of the work that goes on in the community. So we were started in that way. We opened our doors at the first commemoration in October of 2019. And the work that we do, we try to make sure that there's space to keep a victim-centered lens where we get to hear the voices of those most directly impacted, elevate those voices, remember the 11 lost, remember the survivors, the first responders, the 3 congregations. And then we try to make sure that also we can make bridges to others who have experienced traumatic loss. We believe strongly in the idea of therapeutic community, that bringing together peers, bringing together, people who have good intentions to be able to offer healing is sometimes really meaningful, and can be just as meaningful as seeing a therapist or a private, doing work privately, is the idea of coming together in that work. So that's sort of the organization that we are, and we are, really, really grateful. We're part of a network of other communities who have received a similar federal grant to do the work of resiliency building. And we are part of, there's an organization called the National Mass Violence and Victimization Resource Center. They provide resources on everything that comes up, because sometimes you can't even anticipate what that next thing might be. Mm-hmm. And communities who have been through it before, we call it the community that no one wants to be a part of, but people offer so much generosity, kindness. They share their experiences, they share love, they share commitment, they send messages today. So that community also has been very meaningful for us.
And how important is it that that community continues to send their love, send those messages, not only on an anniversary like today, but also in these next days and years ahead? Because these families, it's something that they're going to have to live with for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. I think it's important. I think that it's important to find ways to be upstanders advocates. And for some people, that might mean, to reach out every year or to find ways to make new relationships with the families, with the survivors. But for some people, it may also mean, if you live in a small town, reaching out to anybody who's been targeted in hate speech, the Jewish community or the Muslim community, reaching out and saying, we're with you. You're not alone. We'll stand here together and we'll make sure that our city is stronger together. So I think that it is so important to reach out. It's so important to do it in a way that feels authentic to you. But finding ways to build new relationships and build bridges is the way we combat hate on the small scale, on the micro scale of being a citizen to citizen.
Yeah, we've seen these communities step up every time we've had an instance like this happen. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of shootings take place across the country. And as you mentioned, it's not something that we want to see happen where they become part of that community. But once they do, you know that they're going to be the next ones to help lend a hand, extend that hand out to the next community where it happens.
Yeah, I think people who understand what traumatic loss feels like offer so much healing to each other, because it is, it's not something anyone wants to go through. Yet when you have gone through it, there's things that you have grown and learned, and I'm constantly inspired. I'll say that, the work that I get to do, I meet some of the most incredible people, and people who are so brave and who have stories that I would have never known before. And so to remember that if you do make that brave move of reaching out, talking to someone, if you hear something that's happened and you make that connection, you may have the opportunity to be led into somebody else's story, which helps us all grow. So there's a lot that happens in that space.
And anything else you think important to mention today? Obviously today's the anniversary after it took place in 2018, but anything you want to touch on to be sure all of the viewers watching know that they can continue to do for these families and victims?
I think that everybody can do, in our Jewish faith, the way we remember is to learn. So whether or not you're Jewish or not, you can learn something about the religion today, or if you want to dig in and study a little bit more, you can do acts of kindness or give tzedakah, we call it, which is giving, money to somebody else. Finding ways to do that honors the memories of the 11 and honors the community. So I encourage people to do that, and I'm grateful that you're remembering with us today. So thank you.
And again, it's not just on the anniversaries, but lending that hand all the days and years ahead. And we do appreciate you helping kind of remind us on how we can all be reaching out. And as you mentioned, do it in the way that we feel comfortable with. And that's really what's going to mean the most to these families. So thank you again, Maggie, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the director again of 1027 Healing Partnership. We appreciate your conversation we had here today.
Thank you.
And we will continue to give you some more stories that have been happening all across the country right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did just want to pop up our radar here for a quick moment as we continue to keep an eye on some of that severe weather that's been making its way across Texas. You can see Houston really getting hit hard with some very heavy rain as it continues to make its way over into Louisiana. Do want to let all of our viewers know you can always stay up to date with our Fox weather team. Now, they've been saying that this is a fast-moving line of strong to severe thunderstorms. It's been ripping through the southern plains. It's been prompting a lot of warnings, and those threats continue to shift eastward towards the Gulf Coast. And we have had it confirmed also that there's been at least one tornado touchdown. That was near Spring, Texas. Of course, we were hearing of some other warnings as this storm system continues to make its way across the area. So we do know that tornado warning for Newton and Orange counties in Texas and parts of Louisiana have been prompted until 9:45 local time. There's also been some tornado warnings for Liberty and Harris counties. Those are near Houston, Texas, until those just expired about a couple minutes ago. Also some severe thunderstorm warnings in those areas, as well as a tornado watch for all of southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana until 4 p.m. today. So we have had a tornado confirmed near LaBelle, Texas. That's about 75 miles east of Texas. It was moving north at 35 miles per hour. There's been a lot of tornado warnings, and you can always stay tuned with our Fox weather team as they continue to keep everyone up to date. But we, of course, want to continue to touch on some other of our big stories that have been taking place here today. Going to head out to Capitol Hill, where we once again do have our Attorney General Garland. He is testifying. Just want to pop up that live picture. He is testifying to the Senate committee on a number of issues, including the DOJ. So let's go ahead and listen in live to this event right here on Live Now from Fox.
Very strongly in favor of being able to continue this program.
Well, I'm hoping that we can get a definitive reversal of the OLC opinion that was dropped on the desk as President Trump left office, and make it very clear what will happen if and when, and I pray that soon, the COVID-19 emergency is lifted. I'd like to move to another topic which has already been addressed by myself and Senator Grassley. I really invite the members of this committee, if you don't believe me, type school board violence into your computer and take a look at what's happening. It's happening all across the country. In my state, as I mentioned, a 30-year-old man arrested and charged with battery, disorderly conduct, after striking a school board member at a meeting. California, father yelling profanities at an elementary school principal. His daughter calmed him down. He later returned to confront the principal and struck a teacher in the face who attempted to intervene. Ohio, a school board member sent a threatening letter saying, "We're coming after you." And after the board member posted the letter on Facebook, the president of the Board of Education for a nearby district reported his board had received similar threats. Pennsylvania, a person posted threats on social media which required the police to station outside each of that district's school. Local law enforcement is investigating the person who made the threats and will maintain a police presence at schools and school board meetings for the foreseeable future. In Texas, a parent physically assaulting a teacher, ripping off her mask, and it goes on and on and on. These are not routine people incensed or angry. These are people who are acting out their feelings in a violent manner over and over again. The same people we see on airplanes and other places, same people, some of whom we saw here on January 6th. So when you responded as quickly as you did to that school board request, did you have second thoughts after they sent a follow-up letter saying they didn't agree with their original premise in their first letter?
Senator, I think all of us have seen these reports of violence and threats of violence. That is what the Justice Department is concerned about. It's not only in the context of violence and threats of violence against school board members, school personnel, teachers, staff. It's in a rising tide of threats of violence against judges, against prosecutors, against secretaries of state, against election administrators, against doctors, against protesters, against news reporters. That's the reason that we responded as quickly as we did when we got a letter indicating that there were threats of violence and violence with respect to school officials and school staff. That's the reason, that's what we are concerned about. That's part of our core responsibility. The letter that that was subsequently sent does not change the association's concern about violence or threats of violence. It alters some of the language in the letter, that we did not rely on and is not contained in my own memorandum. The only thing the Justice Department is concerned about is violence and threats of violence.
Senator Grassley?
Yeah. Before I ask my question, I'd like permission to introduce in the hearing record a letter from the Iowa Association of School Boards disagreeing with the National School Boards Association request for intervention from federal agencies and law enforcement and other concerns that they have.
Without objection.
General Garland, regarding your October 4th school board memo, last week you said the memo was for law enforcement audience, despite it being on your public website as a press release. As a result of your memo, local school officials and parents may not speak up in these meetings out of fear that the federal government will do something to them. So that's a poisonous, chilling effect. Apparently that letter wasn't actually supported by organization, but was sent by 2 unauthorized staff. So last week the organization disavowed it, since you and the White House based your memo on this delegitimized letter. I assume you're going to revoke your extremely divisive memo that you said was instigated because of that letter. That's a question.
Senator, the memo, which you refer to as one page, it responds to concerns about violence, threats of violence, other criminal conduct. That's all it's about. And all it asks is for federal law enforcement to consult with, meet with local law enforcement to assess the circumstances, to strategize about what may or may not be necessary, to provide federal assistance if it is necessary.
Presumably, you wrote the memo because of the letter. The letter is disavowed now. So you're going to keep your memo going anyway, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Senator, I have the letter from NSBA that you're referring to. It apologizes for language in the letter, but it continues its concern about the safety of school officials and school staff. The language in the letter that they disavow is language was never included in my memo and never would have been. I did not adopt every concern that they had in their letter. I adopted only the concern about violence and threats of violence, and that hasn't changed.
Who in the Justice Department was responsible for drafting your polarizing October 4th memo?
I signed the memo, and I worked on the memo.
The press release accompanying your memo mentions that the National Security Division will get involved in school board investigations. Is the Justice Department National Security Division really necessary for keeping local school boards safe if parents aren't domestic terrorists? And if the Patriot Act isn't being used, why is the National Security Division involved at all? This kind of looks like something that would come out of some communist country, expansive definition of national security.
The memo is only about violence and threats of violence. It makes absolutely clear in the first paragraph that spirited debate about policy matters is protected under our Constitution. That includes debate by parents criticizing school boards. That is welcome. The Justice Department protects that kind of debate. The only thing we're concerned about, Senator, is violence and threats of violence against school officials, school teachers, school staff. Just like we're concerned about those kind of threats against senators, members of Congress, election officials. In all of those circumstances, we are trying to prevent the violence that sometimes occurs after threats.
Your memo stated that the Justice Department is opening dedicated lines of communication for threat reporting, assessment, and response. What is the department doing with tips it receives on this dedicated line, and what are you doing with those parents who have been reported?
The FBI gets complaints, concerns, from people around the country for all different kinds of threats and violence. That's what this is about, a place where people who feel that they've been threatened with violence can report that. These are then assessed, and they are only pursued if, consistent with the First Amendment, we have a true threat that violates federal statutes or that needs to be referred to a state or local government, federal agency, local law enforcement agency for their assistance.
On the other hand, are there criminal investigations being opened for instances where school officials are trying to assess private data of parents with opposing views on critical race theory?
I don't know about that, but the Justice Department certainly does not believe that anybody's personal information should be accessed in that way. If there's a federal offense involved or a state or local offense involved, then of course those should be reported.
The nonpartisan Justice Department Inspector General established that Andrew McCabe lied under oath to FBI investigators. He lied under oath to the Justice Department Inspector General. It should also be noted that McCain leaked government information to the media and then called the New York and Washington FBI field offices and blamed them for the very leaks that he caused. Under your leadership, instead of punishing him, the department reinstated his retirement, expunged his records as part of the settlement. He will reportedly receive $200,000 in retirement back pay, and his attorney will reportedly receive $500,000 in legal fees. So it seems to me that that's beyond incredible. So General Garland, did you authorize the McCain settlement? And if not, who did?
Senator, the McCabe settlement was the recommendation of the career lawyers litigating that case based on their prospects of success in the case. The case did not involve the issues about lying. It involved a claim that he was not given amount of time necessary to respond to allegations. And the litigators concluded that they needed to settle the case because of the likelihood of loss on the merits of that claim. The Inspector General's report still stands. We have not questioned in any way the Inspector General's findings. The reference with respect to false statements was made to the Justice Department in the previous administration and declined in the previous administration. The only issue here was an assessment of litigation merits.
Short follow-up. Do you agree with the taxpayer, since you didn't, somebody else authorized it, do you agree with the taxpayer picking up a multi-million-dollar bill for someone that lied under oath to government officials?
I think the assessment made by the litigators was that the bill to the taxpayers would be higher if we didn't resolve the matter as it was resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Garland, good to see you, and thank you for being here. I'm sure the members of the committee are eager to discuss with you what the Justice Department is doing, what could be done better. I'll just say this. After 4 tumultuous years in which the former president viewed the Justice Department as his personal law firm, I'm pleased the department is again living up to the most fundamental principle in our American justice system, that nobody is above the law. That's really what I learned about the Justice Department when I was in law school. That's the experience I'd had with it for years as a prosecutor and as a litigator. So I was dismayed seeing what was happening in the past 4 years, and I thank you, Attorney General, for bringing the department back from the brink. There's still a lot to be done, but I think the Americans should take comfort that the rule of law is again being enforced. Now, it's hard to overstate how urgently we must act to protect Americans' constitutional right to vote. And there is reason for alarm. Many states are rapidly moving to restrict access to the ballot for tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life. In the wake of the Shelby County and this year's Brnovich decision, the department's tools to stem this tide of voter suppression have been greatly diminished. I know you're doing whatever you can to defend the right to vote. How does congressional inaction in response to these Supreme Court decisions limit the ability of the department to protect Americans' constitutional right to vote?
Thank you for that question, Senator. The right to vote is a central pillar of our democracy, and as I've said many times, it's the central pillar that allows all other rights to proceed from it. The Justice Department was established in part to protect the rights guaranteed under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to vote. The Voting Rights Act gave us further authorities in that respect. We are doing, as you say, everything we can. We have doubled the size of the voting rights section. We brought a Section 2 case, but there are limitations on our authority that the Supreme Court has imposed, one of which is the elimination of Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which provided an opportunity to do pre-clearance reviews so that we did not have to review each matter on a one-by-one basis. And then the recent, and that was Shelby County, as you pointed out, and recently in the Brnovich case, a narrowing of what we regarded as the meaning of Section 2 and our authorities under Section 2. Both of those could be fixed by this Congress, and if they were, it would give us considerably greater opportunity and ability to ensure the sacred right to vote.
And didn't the Supreme Court make it very clear that we could fix that if the Congress wanted to?
That's correct. In the opinions, they indicated these were matters that could be fixed by the Congress.
And I hope we will, because I think it's very important that all Americans be protected in their right to vote. I know in my own state of Vermont, we take that very seriously. Now we have the bipartisan VOCA fix to sustain the Crime Victims Fund Act of 2021 has been signed into law. A major piece of this legislation requires funds collected under deferred and non-prosecution agreements to be deposited into the Crime Victims Fund, which had been projected to reach a 10-year low. Since this bill has become law, have any funds from deferred or non-prosecution agreements been deposited into the Crime Victims Fund? And if not, why not?
Senator, the VOCA fix was something we sought, and we're grateful for your support for and for your introduction of. We acted immediately after it was passed, and something like north of $200 million has already been deposited in the fund thanks to that act. We now project that the fund should be liquid all the way through the end of 2022.
Thank you, and we can review it after that, because I think you and I would both agree we want to have long-term sustainability in this fund.
Absolutely.
So let's work together on that. Now, there's been some discussion here and elsewhere about the Larry Nassar investigation. And the chairman had these very impressive gymnasts who testified before us. It was heart-wrenching listening to them. And they talked about how they were seeking accountability, and I could not help but think how brave they were to testify. Now, the Justice Department initially declined to bring charges against the disgraced FBI agents involved in the investigation. I was concerned, and I said at the time that I've seen many people prosecuted for lying to FBI agents. Here you had two FBI agents who lied to FBI agents. One was fired, the other resigned. No prosecutions. Is the department now reviewing that decision not to prosecute? And do you have any update with regard to that review?
Senator, I think heart-wrenching is not even strong enough as a description of what happened to those gymnasts. and to the testimony they gave. I believe Deputy Attorney General Monaco said at her hearing that we are reviewing this matter. New evidence has come to light, and that has caused for a review of the matters that you're discussing.
Well, I hope you will, because as I said, I've seen so many prosecutions of somebody for lying to an FBI agent, and I understand that. But when an FBI agent lies to an FBI agent, they should also face the same that anybody else does. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Leahy.
Mr. Chairman, could I put something in the record from 17 state attorney generals expressing their disagreement with the department's October 4th memorandum and ask that memorandum be withdrawn?
Without objection. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, are you aware of the caravan of about 3,000 people approaching the state of Texas?
I have read about it in the news media, yes. I didn't know. I think it's south of Mexico City is what I read.
Yeah, they're
what you're talking about?
Apparently headed toward Texas. So what would you tell these people?
Well, I would tell them not to come, but the job of the Justice Department has to do with prosecution and with the way in which the asylum and removal claims are adjudicated.
Right. So you would tell them not to come?
It depends on why they are coming.
Well, if they're coming to make asylum claims, what would you tell them?
Well, like the Department of Homeland Security is the agency that's responsible for border control.
Right. I get that, but you're the Attorney General of the United States. Do you think our asylum laws are being abused?
The asylum laws are statutes passed by the Congress.
Yeah. Do you think they're being abused?
I think this is that question is one that has to be evaluated on a one-by-one basis in each.
Have you talked to the border? When's the last time you've been to the border?
I think a week ago, maybe 10 days ago.
Did they tell you anything about asylum claims being made by people that are mostly economic claims, not asylum claims? Did they mention that to you?
I think it's fair. I don't recall exactly. I think it's fair.
You don't recall being told by the Border Patrol that they're overwhelmed, they can't hold the line much anymore, that we've had 1.7 million people apprehended, and the big magnet, the pull factor, is the way the catch and release program around asylum? That didn't stick out to you?
That was not a discussion that I had when I was.
Who did you talk to?
I was at the border at Nogales, spoke to Border Patrol.
Yeah, I was there about 6 months ago. They never mentioned to you the pull factors of illegal immigration?
This was a review of what they were doing at the border with respect to.
Well, it's a simple question. They never mentioned to you that they've got a problem with being overrun by asylum seekers.
I know from reading the news media that Border Patrol agents feel that way.
Well, I mean, it's not about reading the paper. You were there talking to them.
Well, I don't recall that. I don't want to tell you about a conversation that I'm not sure
I'm
happened.
just stunned that you can't recall that. So let's talk about Afghanistan. The Undersecretary for Defense Policy, Mr. Kale, said, while ISIS-K poses more of a short-term external threat, al-Qaeda could regain the ability to launch attacks outside of Afghanistan within a year or two. Do you agree with that?
I agree that al-Qaeda has always presented and continues to present a persistent threat to the United States homeland.
Well, no, but the question is, what's changed? You say always. Has any recent event changed the likelihood of an attack?
I don't know.
You don't know that we withdrew from Afghanistan?
I know we withdrew. I don't know whether the withdrawal will increase the risk from al-Qaeda or not.
So you're the Attorney General of the United States. Secretary Wray testified openly twice that due to the lack of ability to have eyes and ears on the ground and the unreliability of the Taliban, that an attack on the United States within 6 months, a year is far more likely after our withdrawal. You're not aware that he said that?
The job of the Justice Department and the job of the FBI is to protect against those kind of attacks in the homeland.
Does it make sense that that would be a dynamic of our withdrawal? Do you trust the Taliban to police Al-Qaeda and ISIS on our behalf?
I do not trust the Taliban.
Matter of fact, they've openly told us they will not work with us regarding containing the Al-Qaeda ISIS threat. Are you aware of that?
I think there's been inconsistent statements, but...
No, they just literally said that.
I think there have been inconsistent statements, but their statements are not anything that we can rely on.
Well, when they tell you to your face, we're not going to help you, do you think they're kidding? Do you think they really will help us, but they're just telling us to our face?
I think ISIS-K, Al-Qaeda, associated forces are and continue to be...
We're talking about the Taliban. The Taliban has told the United States they will not work with our counterterrorism forces when it comes to Al-Qaeda or ISIS. What response should we have regarding the Taliban when they say that?
Well, I think we have a number of different tools available.
Like what?
We have economic sanctions. They need money from the United States for humanitarian and other reasons. But this is a...
So the leverage over the Taliban is whether or not we'll give them money.
Senator, the job of the Justice Department is protecting, using the FBI and the National Security Agency.
The National Security Division is part of our counterterrorism operation, right?
It is one.
Has anybody from the National Security Division briefed you about the increased likelihood of attack emanating from Afghanistan after our withdrawal?
Every day, I'm briefed by the FBI.
Now, my question is specific. Has anybody briefed you about the increased likelihood of an attack emanating from Afghanistan by ISIS or Al-Qaeda because of our complete withdrawal?
We are worried about the risk of attack by ISIS-K.
I know it's one thing to be worried. Has anybody told you the likelihood of an attack is greater because of our withdrawal or not?
There are different views about the degrees of likelihood. That doesn't change our posture, which is to always be protective.
It doesn't change your posture if you go from a possibility of being attacked to a 6 months to a year time window of being attacked.
We have asked for substantial additional funds for our counterterrorism operations in light of...
Is that in light of the withdrawal from Afghanistan?
In light of a lot of changing circumstances in the world with respect...
Well, let me just put a fine point on this. Secretary Wray has told the world that ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan present a threat to our homeland. The Taliban has told us they're not going to help us when it comes to policing these groups. The Department of Defense has said we're 6 months to a year away from a possible attack by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And just seems to me there's not a sense of urgency about this.
There is a sense of urgency.
What have you done specifically, and I'll end with this, specifically what have you done since our withdrawal in Afghanistan to deal with this new threat?
We have strengthened and increased the efforts of our joint terrorism task forces. I have met with them.
Literally, what have you done? Just put it in writing. Just write down what you've done.
I'll be happy to have our staff assess what they told you in return.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman.
We've been listening in once again to this testimony given by our Attorney General as we are also keeping an eye on some of that severe weather. Do just want to bring our folks up to date on the latest of what we do know at this time. We do have some tornado warnings that have been given to parts all across Texas as well as across Louisiana. This storm continuing to push east. Now, National Weather Service said the line of thunderstorms, which will be strongest in central Texas, was producing 40-mile-per-hour winds. They also had some pea-sized hail and frequent lightning. So ahead of this cold front, which will pass through the Houston area midday, They have some damaging winds in excess of 50 to 60 mile per hour are the primary risk, but an isolated tornado can't completely be ruled out. Now, we do know that we have had a few tornadoes confirmed touch down, not only in LaBelle, Texas, but also in Spring, Texas. As much as 1 to 2 inches of rain also possible. This fast-moving storm could bring a lot of a limited flash flooding threat. So if you're in those areas where you're getting some of this downed rain, some of those high winds, make sure all of your outdoor equipment, maybe even Halloween decorations, are secured. So this storm going to continue to move eastward through the day. NOAA Storm Prediction Center introduced a higher threat of tornadoes to central Louisiana. Tornadoes and damaging winds will also be possible into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and even some parts of western Florida Panhandle as this storm continues to shift east. We'll keep an eye on all of these warnings for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to go back into that double box where we're continuing to listen in as our Attorney General testifies. Some of you first, though, going to be going into a 2-minute break.
Delay with respect to executive privilege determinations. So I think we need to look at that as well. Senator Kennedy and I had a hearing on this executive privilege problem in our court subcommittee. The Department of Justice was not represented at that hearing, but I would like to ask you to detail somebody from the Department of Justice to talk to Senator Kennedy and me about this executive privilege problem and work with us on trying to figure out a solution, making the role of the Department of Justice more clear and transparent and perhaps embodying it in rule or regulation or law, and trying to figure out how to accelerate at the courts a way to get quicker decisions, because otherwise, as I said, delay is just dispositive and we lose not because we're wrong, but because we're delayed. Would you have somebody be our point of contact on that, please? When I say detail, I don't mean onto our payroll, you know, I just mean as a point of contact.
Yes, absolutely, of course.
Great. Thank you. Next. I've been pursuing the question of the department's investigation into January 6th since pretty early days, starting with a letter in January 8th that asked about the resources that were being deployed into this investigation and whether prosecution task force was being set up and so forth. And then another letter, February 24th, with regard to domestic extremist violence groups' potential role. We've learned a little bit more now, and we've learned that there was a lot of money sloshing around in the background behind the January 6th rally and behind the raid, the riot in the Capitol. For instance, we know that the Bradley Foundation, which is a big funder, gave money to Turning Point USA and to Public Interest Legal Foundation. And it gets even more interesting because Turning Point USA has a twin called Turning Point Action, 501c3, 501c4 combo, which also got money from the Judicial Crisis Network to support the so-called Italygate, the debunked Italygate theory. At the same time, the Public Interest Legal Foundation had as its director Mr. Eastman, who was cranking out his fanciful memo for President Trump how to overturn the election. The Judicial Crisis Network is the same thing from a corporate standpoint as something called the Honest Elections Project, which was bringing a fanciful case in Pennsylvania regarding election fraud. And the Judicial Crisis Network was also funding RAGA, the Republican Attorney General's Association, which was making robocalls to get people to come to the riot. Now, I don't know what's going on behind all of that, but I am hoping that the due diligence of the FBI is being deployed not just to the characters who trespassed in the Capitol that day and who engaged in violent acts, but that you're taking the look you would properly take at any case involving players behind the scenes, funders of the enterprise, and so forth in this matter as well. And there's been no decision to say we're limiting this case just to the people in the building that day. We're not going to take a serious look at anybody behind it.
Senator, I'm very limited as to what I can say.
I understand
We
that.
have a criminal investigation going forward.
Please tell me it has not been constrained only to people in the Capitol.
The investigation is being conducted by the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office and by the FBI field office. We have not constrained them in any way.
Great. And the old doctrine of follow the money, which is a well-established principle of prosecution, is
It's fair to
alive
say,
and well.
It's fair to say that all investigative techniques of which you're familiar, and some maybe that you're not familiar with because they postdate your time, are all being pursued in this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Cornyn.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Attorney General. On September the 29th, 2021, as you know, the National School Board Association wrote a letter to the President asking him to address the disruptions, the confrontations that we've seen at local school boards across the country. Parents expressing their concerns about not only the curriculum, but also just generally the education of their children in public schools. Would you agree that parents have a fundamental right to be involved in their children's education?
Absolutely. This is the job of parents to be involved, and this is the role of the First Amendment to protect their ability to be involved. That's why my memo begins by saying that we respect the right to spirited debate about curriculum, about school policies, about anything like that.
So it's not just a good idea, it's actually protected by the Constitution of the United States. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
On October the 4th, a few days later, less than a week later, after the National School Board Association wrote this letter, the Justice Department issued the memo that's already been discussed. Why did this rise to the level of a federal concern as opposed to being addressed at the local and state level?
So this arises out of repeated reports of violence and threats of violence, not only with respect to school boards and school officials and teachers, but as I mentioned earlier, also with respect to secretaries of state and election administrators, judges, prosecutors, senators, members of Congress. The Justice Department has two roles here. We assist state and local law enforcement in all ways, and we enforce federal laws which prohibit threats of violence by telephone, by email.
Well, you as a longtime federal judge with a distinguished legal career, you understand that not every crime, assuming it is a crime, is a federal crime, correct?
Absolutely.
And some of these things, unless there's some nexus to interstate commerce or to the federal government, they're largely within the purview of the state and local law enforcement authorities, correct?
I think you put that correctly. We have authority with respect to the mail, with respect to the internet, with respect
right.
to the
Well, I'm not. Well, let me give you an example. If somebody says to the school board member, if you do that, I'm going to meet you outside and punch you in the nose. Is that a federal offense?
No,
or
that's not a federal offense. And,
I agree.
There's nothing in this memo suggesting that it is.
And why in the world would you cite the National Security Division in this memo as being one of the appropriate entities of the Department of Justice to investigate and perhaps prosecute these offenses?
So my memo itself doesn't mention the National Security Division. It is mentioned in another memo that was released by the department. The National Security Division, like all the other law enforcement components, cooperates with and is involved in discussions about how to go forward on different kinds of matters. They were involved, for example, in the election threats. They were involved in the threats against judges and prosecutors. They were involved in the hate crimes threats cases. It's just a natural part of our internal analysis.
Let me ask you, did you see the National School Board Association letter to President Biden before you issued your memorandum on October the 4th?
Yeah, yes, I did, and that was part of the reason, their expression at the beginning of that memorandum of.
And they raised some of the concerns that you've voiced here today, correct?
They raised some of them. They raised others that I don't agree with and were not included in my memo.
Well, you're aware that on October the 22nd, the National School Board Association apologized for its letter. You're aware of that, aren't you, sir?
I am, but...
And it said that, went on to say, we regret and apologize for the letter. There was no justification for some of the language in the letter. They've acknowledged that the voices of parents should be and must continue to be heard when it comes to decisions about their children's education.
So we've been listening in again as our Attorney General now testifying with the Senate committee. Earlier we've talked about the House committee. I do want to, though, go to a weather alert for our viewers with us. I want to let everyone know that we do have a extremely dangerous tornado that's being reported near the Texas-Louisiana state line. So we've been keeping up to date with all of our viewers on this fast-moving storm. Just going to zoom slightly out here so you can see that we do have this weather pattern continuing to make its way east. You can tell that we do have a lot of heavy rain bands that have been also making their way past the Houston area. And now we do know, again, that we do have a big severe storm that has been producing near that state line. Going back out to a live picture, this in Beaumont, Texas, you can see just those dark clouds, especially as we're getting just some of these big storm systems moving through. You can see the skyline really showing us some of those cloud coverage that we do have. I've zoomed back in a little bit here with our radar, as you can see along the state line near Beaumont. That's where we have had some of those bigger heavy storms, and again along the state lines there is where we've been keeping an eye on some of these dangerous tornadoes that are being reported. So current weather alerts, there's a tornado warning for Newton and Orange counties in Texas. And a tornado warning for Harrison County in Texas. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers and Liberty counties, and severe thunderstorm warnings for Harrison, Pinnacle, Rusk, and Gregg counties in Texas. We also have a tornado watch that's taking place not only in Texas, but also in Louisiana until 4 p.m. So we do know this storm only going to continue to produce these strong winds, the heavy rains, even some hail in some areas. And again, we have had a few tornadoes that have been confirmed. National Weather Service confirming that they had a tornado observed in Texas. It was moving northeast to 30 miles per hour near Mauriceville. That's again noting that a tornado was very large and extremely dangerous. Our officials were saying. They also said there were multiple reports of a large tornado on the ground northwest of Orange, Texas. So if a tornado warning has been issued in your area, immediately make sure to go to the lowest level of the building you're in, head to those center rooms on the floor, get away from all of those windows, cover your head. We've also had a new update about power outages in Texas. Now more than 85,000 people are without power in Texas. That's as of 9:30 a.m. Central Time on Wednesday. So this storm also in areas not under those tornado watches has been producing some 40-mile-per-hour winds, some pea-sized hail, and also some frequent lightning as well. So we've been keeping you up to date here with our Fox weather team, and we'll continue to do so. Don't forget that you can always tune in here to Live Now from Fox as we're trying to stick with some of this coverage, especially as, again, we do have reports of an extremely dangerous tornado along that Texas-Louisiana state line. We're going to stay up to date on those by staying in that double box. But first, some of us are going to be, we're actually all going to head into a 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Do want to let all of our viewers know we are keeping an eye on this storm as it continues to make its way across Texas, now heading into parts of Louisiana. We have had reports of an extremely dangerous tornado near the Texas-Louisiana state line. So we've been staying up to date with our Fox weather team, and they've been giving us some continuing coverage updates on this story. So they do say again that this is a fast-moving line of strong storms, severe thunderstorms. It's been ripping through the southern plains, prompting a lot of warnings as these threats continue to move eastward towards the Gulf Coast. You can always keep up to date on foxweather.com. But here's what is happening right now. We've had a couple of tornado warnings for Newton and Orange counties, Harrison County in Texas, also thunderstorm warnings for Chambers and Liberty counties. And we do have a tornado watch taking place across all of Texas and southwest Louisiana. That's going to be happening until 4 p.m. today. So this storm really going to still be present for a lot of those folks who are down in that area. You're seeing that purple box. Now that's exactly where we're tracking some of those movements that could possibly be a tornado. It's popping up, giving us some information saying that there's a tornado radar that's been indicated with that purple box, as again, it's been making its way and threatening some of that area along that line. So National Weather Service in Lake Charles, Louisiana said a tornado was observed near the line and moving northeast 30 miles per hour, noting that the tornado is a very large and extremely dangerous one. NWS officials also said there were multiple reports of a large tornado on the ground northwest of Orange, Texas. So earlier we did also have them confirm a tornado near LaBelle, Texas. That's about 75 miles east of Houston. And again, more than 85,000 people right now in Texas are without power. So Mauriceville, Texas, again, is where this latest tornado was observed. It is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. We also can see that storm system making its way past Beaumont, Texas. We do have a live picture from there, as again, you can see those clouds, and look how fast they are moving across this sky. You can just tell that it is a really fast-moving storm as it continues to bring heavy rain and, of course, some lightning and light hail to areas down in the state of Texas, and now moving across into Louisiana. We know also Mississippi's going to be getting some remnants of this storm, as well as part of the Florida Panhandle area. So we'll continue to keep an eye on weather. Do want to let all of our folks know, again, you can stay up to date on foxweather.com as well. But we'll go back into that double box because we've been listening in to our Attorney General. He's been pressed on a number of issues, including the DOJ school memo. This is concerning parents when it comes to those school board meetings. And he's also been pressed on the security surrounding Afghanistan and many more issues. So again, we're going to go into a double box, continue to keep an eye on that radar. We'll keep our lower thirds up to date with some more of that information on the latest with this severe storm, especially as we do know there's an extremely dangerous tornado that's being reported. If we get more live pictures from Texas and Louisiana where they're experiencing some of these storms rolling through, we'll also be rotating those in as well. So you're getting all of this right here on Live Now from Fox as we stay up to date on all these key issues for you right here, again, on Live Now from Fox.
Division evaluating those mergers has decreased. We need help in that regard.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the bipartisan work we've done in this committee on that front. Last question. In July, the department announced that it was adopting a new policy that restricts the use of compulsory process to obtain information from members of the news media acting within the scope of news gathering activities, an issue we discussed, you and I discussed at your confirmation hearing. As a part of that announcement, you asked the Deputy Attorney General to undertake a review process to further explain, develop, and codify the policy. Can you provide an update on the steps the Deputy Attorney General has taken to ensure that the new policy is implemented?
Yeah, so issuing a memo is good, and it controls the Justice Department now. The next step, though, is to have a regulation which will give us some greater permanence, and the next step after that would be legislation, which Justice Department supports. On what the Deputy Attorney General is doing now is trying to formulate the general outlines of my memorandum into a regulation which can replace the current pretty detailed regulations that we have. That's what she's involved in right now.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Mr. Attorney General, we had promised you a 5-minute break at 11:30. We can either take it right now, or I can have Senator Lee and Coons ask. Up to you.
I'm happy to go ahead with Senator Lee and Coons.
Let's proceed. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, for being here. Mr. Attorney General, I've been concerned in recent weeks by some steps that have been taken by the Biden administration, steps that I fear represent a significant amount of overreach. 7 weeks ago, you had President Biden giving a speech in which he promised to enlist the assistance of corporate America, all of corporate America, with more than 99 employees, in firing people who don't get vaccinated. Now, I'm vaccinated. I've encouraged everyone close to me to get vaccinated, but I don't think it's the role of the federal government to do that. He's threatening to cripple employers by imposing absolutely punishing fines on them, and they're now doing his dirty work, even before this act of overreach has been reduced to an order that could be litigated. Litigation that I believe would end the same way Youngstown Sheet and Tube versus Sawyer ended. And now, about a month after that, we had your October 4th memorandum in which you direct the Department of Justice and the FBI to intervene in what, as far as I can tell, is a state and local issue. That is a series of issues involving how parents advocate for their children with their local school boards. I also believe that doing that, and doing that through the Department of Justice, doing it in the way that you did it, directing the assistance, enlisting the help of all 94 U.S. attorneys, therefore every satellite office of the Department of Justice nationwide, I question seriously the role of the federal government in protecting people at local school board meetings from their neighbors. It is, after all, most of the time, state law, not federal, that's at play when there is criminal activity. Federal crimes are a subset of crimes generally. So you've referenced several times today that your letter covered only violence and threats of violence, and yet the very opening line of your memo says, in recent months, there's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, school board members, teachers, and staff who participate in the vital work of running our nation's public schools. You refer to this over and over again, and it's a pretty broad statement. I believe this has a tendency to chill free speech that is exercised at the state and local level, typically by neighbors, by parents to local school boards. In hindsight, would you agree that a natural consequence of your memo could be chilling free speech, protected speech by parents protesting local school board policies?
Senator, the memo is aimed only at violence and threats of violence. It states on its face that vigorous debate is protected. That is what this is about, and that is all this is about.
What about harassment and intimidation? Are those federal crimes?
They are federal crimes.
Are you referring to like witness tampering intimidation under 18 U.S.C. 1512, or what?
To 18 U.S.C. 2261A, which makes it a crime with intent to injure, harass, or intimidate, placing a person in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury through communications over the internet. Likewise, 47 U.S.C. 223A, making telephones calls with intention to harass. Now, I want to be clear, though, that those only are within, I take your point, those are only within what is permitted by the First Amendment. And the Supreme Court has been clear about that, too. In the Virginia versus Black case, the court explained when intimidation is not protected by the Constitution, and that is when it is made with the intent of placing the victim in fear of bodily harm or death. So that's what we're concerned about here.
Well, and one of the things that concerns me is, we've got 17 attorneys general, led by Attorney General Todd Rokita in Nevada, and joined by a total of 17 attorneys general, including Sean Reyes, the fantastic attorney general of the state of Utah. And they've weighed in and they've said that there is not a barrage of accusations. There's no unusual flood of accusations of threats of violence against school board members. Nothing unusual, nothing that they can't handle at the state and local level. Normally, things like this against state and local officials involving state and local government entities like school boards are not federal. Now, in response to a series of questions before the House Judiciary Committee, including some questions asked by Congressman Jim Jordan from Ohio, you were asked your factual predicate for your October 4th memorandum and for your conclusions in this regard. You answered before that committee that your factual predicate for that was the October 22nd memorandum from the National School Board Association. The National School Board Association has been mentioned, has since withdrawn that memo, and yet you said that was the factual predicate. Given that that was the factual predicate and that it's rescinded its memo saying that there was no justification for some of the language that they used in that letter, will you rescind your memo?
Senator, best of my recollection, I said that the impetus for the letter, for my memorandum, was that letter and also reports of this kind of activity.
What reports?
I said again that at the time that they were news reports that had been published, and I think that some of the other senators here have described some of those news reports, and we've certainly seen subsequently more news reports and more statements by board members of threats to kill them.
Congressman Chip Roy of Texas said, raised in that same hearing the issue of a 14-year-old girl in a school bathroom.
Mic check, mic check. Awesome.
All right, guys, as you can see, we did have that shot switch here for us as we are now expecting another press conference to take place. This one is going to be an update with the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department. They're going to be giving an update on that deadly shooting that took place on the movie set of Rust. So once this does happen, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we do know that one person, Helena Hutchins, her life was taken after that prop gun accident on the Rust movie set with Alec Baldwin took place. Also, the director, Souza, did also sustain an injury, but he has since that time been released from the hospital. So going to be keeping an eye on this shot. Again, this one going to be with the Sheriff's Department as they are going to be giving us a new update on this investigation. What we'll do, just to reset here for a moment, we are still continuing to keep an eye on some of that severe weather making its way across Texas into Louisiana. We'll give you an update on that coming up here in 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a couple different live pictures here for you as we do have some tornadoes that have been confirmed touching down in Texas and now making their way across the state line into Louisiana. There's a live picture of that cloudy, gloomy look in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And again, we do know that many parts across the south areas in those states are going to be under some tornado watches as well as warnings here today. So let's go ahead, take a full look at that radar as we do have a couple issues popping up here. A tornado warning has been issued. You can see it is going to be expiring very soon, but you can see on our radar that this continues to push a little bit northeast here. It's detecting that movement in the clouds as it's seeing some of those circular motions that could possibly produce a tornado. Now, we also do know, thanks to our Fox weather team, that this has been confirmed that there's been not only a large tornado that's been observed, but it's also been said that there has been a confirmed tornado in LaBelle, Texas. That's about 75 miles east of Houston. And we do also have our National Weather Service in Lake Charles, Louisiana, saying that there was a very large and extremely dangerous tornado that's been making its way. There are said reports of a large one on the ground just northwest of Orange, Texas. So we continue to track these tornadoes moving their way across Texas. Our Fox Weather's Robert Ray said, as he was driving on the I-45 in Madisonville, Texas, heading towards Houston, they said that they had indeed saw and confirmed a LaBelle, Texas tornado. It was moving north at about 35 miles per hour, and we still have quite a few different severe thunderstorms that have also been issued in the area. So those are also going to be a threat to some of those folks down in the state of Texas. As we know, it can bring high winds, heavy rains, and a lot of lightning. So power can be knocked out in those situations, especially as we're getting through some of these severe storms. At this time, it's being reported that more than 85,000 people are without power in Texas. So we do know that this storm, even if you may not have been under tornado watch or still under that tornado watch, that there's still been some threats with these severe thunderstorms. Houston had gotten a huge ban of that heavy rain coming down. Now they're going to be seeing just a little bit lighter rain as they're continuing to see this storm system push its way eastward. And again, we do know at this time that there is a extremely dangerous and a large tornado that's been confirmed. So if there has been a tornado warning issued, you're watching here with us, you're in these areas across Texas and into Louisiana, maybe even you're watching from Mississippi where these storms are going to be making their way through, just another warning. If there is a tornado warning issued, you need to go to the lowest level of your building. Make sure you head into those center rooms. You want to be away from all of those windows and doors. And again, this storm has been producing without these tornado warnings, it's been producing still some 40-mile-per-hour winds. It's been giving some folks pea-sized hail. It's also been producing some lightning as well. So this is going to continue to make its way across those southern states, even into parts of Florida's panhandle area. So this is ahead of a cold front. It's passing through the Houston area midday, and damaging winds, they say up to 50 to 60 mile per hour are the primary risk for a lot of these people who are getting this storm passing over. Isolated tornado also been reported here and there. So we are continuing to keep an eye on these moving storms. Again, we do have that picture coming from Lake Charles, Louisiana, where they're seeing this storm making their way through. So this threat of severe weather going to be continuing through most of Louisiana. But obviously those along the Gulf Coast going to be seeing the biggest brunt of this storm. And then into tomorrow, you can see that severe threat shifts into southeast, bringing a threat of severe weather to the Carolinas and even central Florida. So keeping us up to date is our Fox weather team, and we'll always try to keep all of our viewers here with us in the know on the latest going on, not only with our severe weather, but also with some of the stories that have been taking place across the country. So I do want to show you a couple different live pictures of some events that we are going to be expecting. This is a shot coming to us from the State Department. Now, a little bit here later this morning, we're going to be hearing from Secretary Blinken. He's going to be delivering some remarks on modernizing of American diplomacy. So we'll be having those remarks for you. We also have some of our crews out in Santa Fe, New Mexico, getting their microphones set up as we are going to be having a new update from Santa Fe County Sheriffs. Also, New Mexico First Judiciary District Attorney going to be holding a press conference. This again is on that fatal shooting that took place on the Rust movie set. So we'll be keeping an eye on these live events. Always keeping you up to date is what we do here for our viewers on a number of moving pieces across the country. Also still seeing part of our live events is having our Attorney General. He has been questioned on a number of issues, all the way from our threats in Afghanistan to threats of border security to the DOJ's school memo. A number of different issues have been questioned on him. So we're going to go back into that triple box and listen into this hearing that's taking place again on Capitol Hill, but also keeping an eye on those storms. If we do get some more immediate warnings that we need to let people know about, we'll do so right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, going to be listening in to this Attorney General being questioned on from our Senate committee on a number of issues.
Their driver's licenses for unpaid court-related fees or fines, which advances the criminalization of poverty, will be reversed. Could you say just a moment about the plans for the Office of Access to Justice and your view about the importance of continued progress in criminal justice reform?
Yes, Senator. Equal justice under law is inscribed in the pediment above the Supreme Court, and it's a core principle of American democracy. But you can't have equal justice under law if you don't have access to justice. And for much of my career as a judge, and even before that, even before being in the Justice Department, and in addition, even as a lawyer in private practice, I've been concerned about getting access to attorneys so that lawyers, so that people who need help with their individual circumstances can have assistance. The President issued an executive order on this. We have, and there is a report, I'm not positive whether it's public, but I believe it is, with respect to reinvigorating the roundtable, whose job it is to address this question, of which I believe I'm a co-chair. We are, I asked for a review within the department, and we have determined that we should stand up once again an independent, within the department, Office of Access to Justice. We have enough money to do that in the very short term, but our, not to talk too much about requests for money, but our FY22 budget request does ask for a significant appropriation so that we can stand up a staff and get that office going.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Coons. The committee is going to stand in recess for 5 minutes. When we return, Senator Cotton is up if he is here. If not, Senator Kennedy.
All right, so as you just heard, they're going to take a brief break. Again, Garland did just testify to some House committee members now being questioned by some Senate committee members. Going back to some of those live pictures we have of those severe storms that are making their way across Texas, now moving into parts of Louisiana. I do want to let all of our viewers know that we're continuing to keep an eye on, of course, these latest developments here for you. And once more, we still also have that shot down in Santa Fe. Going to be getting our very first official update from our authorities here. Sheriff's Department expected at the top of the hour to give us an update. So when that does happen, we'll be bringing that out to you here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier this morning, we were listening in with our Fox 26 team as they were giving some coverage on some of these storms that have been moving through the area. Again, they do say that they're expected to continue to push their way through, especially as it brings high winds, some heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and they do say, of course, power is expected to be knocked out in some of these areas during this situation, which we have seen already being reported again here this morning. So we've been keeping a close eye on all of these different pictures coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, also showing you just some of the different camera views that we have down in those areas. We saw Beaumont had those big, thick, heavy storm clouds, and they were rolling across area very fast. Here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, again, they're just starting to see some of the front of that storm push its way into their state. So we'll continue to keep an eye out for even more shots coming to us. And again, the National Weather Service saying that this line of thunderstorms is supposed to be the strongest in central Texas. We've been seeing that happen already here this morning. It's been producing some 40-mile-per-hour winds. They've also seen lightning and some pea-sized hail as well. Now, as much as 1 to 2 inches of rain possible. This again is a very fast storm. It could also bring some quick flash flooding threats. So if you are in this area getting impacted by this storm, you may also want to secure down items that may be out in your yard. And they're going to continue to move eastward throughout the day. We did have our NOAA Storm Prediction Center saying a higher threat of tornadoes is likely in central Louisiana. And again, it's going to be then pushing into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and into western Florida Panhandle as this storm continues to shift east. So damaging winds going to be possible in all of those areas, and there's been a huge threat of severe weather for northern Louisiana. Also is slightly lower than along the Gulf Coast. And this potential still going to be around by lunchtime for those folks who are there locally. So as we do know, again, there's been tornado issues that warnings that have been issued across Texas and Louisiana. And this now being a tornado warning for Bogard Parish in Louisiana. This is until 11:15 local time. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Orange counties near Beaumont, Texas. That's until 11:30 a.m. They even have flash flood warnings for Jefferson and Orange counties in Texas until 1:30 p.m. And a tornado watch again for Texas and western Louisiana is in place until 4 p.m. here today. Now, they've said that they have spotted a couple different tornadoes and do warn folks in that area that they are large and extremely dangerous. And there's been one recently of a report of a tornado on the ground northwest of Orange, Texas. So we do continue to keep an eye on all of these warnings, not only with our Fox Weather team, but also with our Fox teams down in those areas. And we'll continue to keep all of our viewers up to date on the latest that you need to know about right here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll be stepping away for a 2-minute break here as we continue to keep an eye on all of these strong and severe storms moving through Texas here on Wednesday morning into the early afternoon. More to come here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, continuing to keep our eyes here on these severe storms that are making their way across Texas. We've had a few tornadoes that have been confirmed and observed across the Lone Star State, and now even threatening across that state line into Louisiana. So you can see here on our radar that purple box is tracking just some of those systems that could possibly produce tornadoes. Again, this radar indicating that this is the area where we've had some, not only some tornadoes, but also some damage being reported as well. So this being issued here until 9:15 local time. But Lake Charles, you're seeing on the map here, just pointed to it just a little bit southeast of where these threats have been located and warned. So here's that live picture again. So they are seeing some parts of that storm in their skyline here today, as again, we do know that there's been some confirmed tornadoes. Now this line of strong to severe storms has made its way through southeast Texas this morning. It brought high winds, heavy rains, lightning, and even some tornadoes now. And they've had these tornado watches in effect, and they're going to stay in effect until 4 p.m. here today. So there's been Harris County sheriffs who have talked about some possible tornadoes that they had also reported to them. They said one had touched down near the 100 block of Airway near Airline and West Gulf Bank. So the sheriff saying there was damage to a home. The fire department was getting the resident and her pets out of the home, and EMS had responded to the scene as a precaution. We're keeping an eye out for some of these videos and pictures to come in also from this area. Just if we do see some of these damages from these storms, we'll bring those pictures here to you on Live Now from Fox. Also, power outages have been reported for customers as these storms have been moving through the area. Entergy has been reporting more than 13,000 customers affected in Texas. CenterPoint Energy reporting more than 45,000 customers without power. Again, these storms still going to track their way east, and we'll continue to stay on top of this latest breaking news when it comes to weather here for you on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and listen into yet another live event that we have taking place. We do have our Secretary Blinken at the State Department giving some remarks. We're going to be listening in while keeping an eye on some of these live pictures of these storms right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Meeks. Representatives from employee affinity groups at state, friends of American diplomacy, students here at FSI, including some of our newest diplomats, and other members of the State Department community. And it is a pleasure to be here at the Foreign Service Institute, where generations of State Department personnel have trained and studied. Here, many of you have learned new languages, studied the politics, economics, and histories of countries and regions where you serve, received management and leadership training, learned how to write reporting cables, issue visas, run assistance programs, and much, much more. This is where the future of American diplomacy is shaped. And that's why this is a perfect place for today's conversation about the future of the State Department. Throughout its history, the State Department has been in a near constant state of renewal. Through wars and conflicts, depressions and pandemics, democracy movements and tech revolutions, our institution has evolved. Diplomats and development experts building new expertise, devising new policies, standing up new teams, striving at all times to ensure that American diplomacy is serving our national interests in what is a rapidly changing and increasingly complex world. And secretaries going back nearly 200 years have led reorganizations of the State Department. Of course, back in the day, things were a little bit simpler than they may be now. The first reorganization happened in 1833 under Secretary Lewis McLean during the Andrew Jackson presidency. At the end of that process, state was larger than it had ever been, 7 whole bureaus. Apparently, Secretary McLean went too far, because a year later, the next secretary, John Forsyth, dropped the department back down to 4 bureaus. There's actually a lesson there for us. Real reform isn't just moving boxes around an organization chart. It's not change for the sake of change. It's about making sure that our work, our resources, our priorities are all aligned with what's happening in the world, that we're dealing effectively with the most significant challenges before us and meeting the needs and aspirations of the people that we serve. I committed on my first day in office to leave behind a State Department ready to meet the tests of the 21st century, an even stronger, more effective, more agile, more diverse institution that can lead America's engagement in the world. And from the start, President Biden pledged to put diplomacy at the center of our foreign policy. He asked to increase the state and USAID budget by 10%, which will make it possible for the largest State Department hiring increase in a decade, nearly 500 new foreign and civil service positions. So far, Congress has responded favorably to this request. Over the past several months, we've listened to the career workforce. We've heard from the State Department's partners and advocates inside and outside of government, including in Congress, about what needs to be done to make sure that we're dealing effectively with the most significant challenges before us and meeting the needs and aspirations of the American people. The diagnosis is actually widely shared, and so are the remedies. We have a window before us to make historic, lasting change, and we're determined to seize it. So today, I'm pleased to share with you our plan to modernize the purpose and institution of American diplomacy. Some of our proposals are already being implemented. Others will be rolled out soon. And as I said on Monday when I met with our chiefs of mission around the world and with department leaders, at every step, we want to hear from our people about how we can most effectively do the things that I'll lay out today. There are, as with any good plan, a few pillars, 5 of them. First,
All right, everybody.